Good morning, podcasters, entrepreneurs, and all-around content creators. How are you doing today? I'm feeling a little tired, but overall really excited for all of the great speakers that we have that will be speaking today. Okay. This is the first time we're doing this through Restream instead of StreamYard. So let me know how that's going. Good morning from Atlanta. What's up, Pamela Burks? Glad you're joining us this morning. For anyone who doesn't know, I am Super Joe Pardo, and I run the Independent Podcast Conference. It's existed since 2015, or actually since 2014, if this is your first go around with us, your first introduction to the organization, the community. You absolutely should come and hang out with us over at indiepodcasters.com/group over on Facebook if you're not already there. I see we have some people watching from YouTube, from Facebook. Good morning from Kentucky. What is going on, Vane? Who else we got here? We got Facebook user. Hello, coming at you from Oregon. I'm not sure. I guess there's like a StreamYard equivalent for Facebook. I'm not quite sure. I will have to look into that. With StreamYard to be StreamYard.com/Facebook. I don't know if there's a Restream.io/Facebook. If somebody could research that in the meantime would be awesome. We have 19 speakers here today coming literally from around the world to help teach you how to podcast and create better content. Good morning, Christopher. What is going on all the way from Chicago? Let's see. We got Rafi from Florida tuning in here. Good morning, Rafi. Today I have like 5 major announcements with the conference here, with the organization, the community. So I will be sprinkling this out throughout the day. I think there's some really awesome changes, minor tweaks, and some big announcements that'll be coming out throughout the day. So I'm really pumped for all that. I want to talk real quick about our sponsors. Our sponsors for today is Simple Easy Events, Simple Easy Marketing. Tim Gillette, if you're not familiar with him, you should go check him out. SimpleEasyEvents.com. His next one's on June 12th. They help get traffic, help you get traffic, building community, and making money, because it's all an art form, and he can help you do that with his speakers. I've spoken at a lot of his events. He'll be speaking here later today, Tim Gillette. So you should definitely go check him out. Also, I wanted to mention a brief mention to our sponsor, Podcast Editor Academy. They are Steve Stewart will be speaking later today, who is a part of that. They can help you start and grow your podcast editing business. So you want to go check out podcasteditoracademy.com if that's something that you're looking to do as far as if editing podcasts, editing audio is up your alley and makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, go and check that out for sure. We are raising money today, as we normally have been since March of last year with all of these live streams. Today, we're raising money for Give Kids the World. So if you want to say thank you to me, if you want to say thank you to the speakers, if you want to say thank you to all the people showing up and having a great time, commenting and helping enrich our lives, especially here on when I booked this for today, I didn't realize it was Memorial Day weekend, and yeah, so it's Memorial Day weekend. It's super rainy outside, so if you're here in the Mid-Atlantic states, apparently you're getting rain served up today and tomorrow, which always stinks on the unofficial start of summer, but you get to hang out with us. So that, which, if you're in the cold, if you're not in the barbecuing space, then come hang out with us. Say thank you by donating to Give Kids the World, indieconference.org/kids. I'll be updating the amount throughout the day. If you didn't know, we are doing IndiePod 7 Icon 7 for sure. It's in person. It's September 11th. It's one day this year. Normally we would do between 2.5 days, 3 days conference, in-person conferences. Due to COVID, this year it just made sense, felt better to make it like, okay, well, we'll just make it a one-day event. Speaker submissions are open now. Go to indyconference.org/apply to apply to speak. There is a hyper limited amount of speaker spots this year. Featured speakers, usually we have like over 20, sometimes 30 spots. There is only going to be 12 to 14 of those spots for 20-minute speaking spots this year, as well as our spotlight speakers, where you get 8 minutes in front of the entirety of the conference, because we are a one-track conference, so everybody gets to interact with each other and feel like they're part of the you're not missing bits and pieces of the conference. Everybody's there, everybody's doing their thing, and you get to have inside jokes and things that are built throughout the day. It's a lot of fun. This will be our sixth in-person conference. Last year, Icon 6 was a virtual conference, but it was a private ticketed event, unlike these free virtual conferences that we're doing. And just to bring that up, today, if you haven't heard, is Podcasting for Beginners. It's free, it's virtual. Please consider sharing, commenting, liking, subscribing to the channel. This is being broadcast out to the Super Joe Pardo channel, which has had tremendous growth. I was going to do it to the IndyPod YouTube channel, but I felt like, because this is for beginners, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, there's a lot of marketers that are out there. I have a lot of those people in the Super Joe Pardo community. I figured it just made sense to put it there. Plus, I couldn't add another YouTube account to my Restream. So that's why ultimately the decision was made. You know what? We're going to go straight to the Super Joe Pardo YouTube channel and all that. Speaking of that, if you're looking for more sales for your business, if you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to get more sales, and you're kind of stagnating, or COVID's been been beating you up like a punching bag, you can join me over at my Super Sales Training and Mastermind. It starts this Wednesday. It runs for 12 weeks. So go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind, learn all about it, and then if you're interested, click on one of the buttons, schedule a time. I will actually go and while our first speaker is speaking, I will go and make sure that there's some time set up between now and then and Wednesday, so that we can schedule you in and make sure that you're a good fit for the program and all that, where you're at with your business, and if I'm able to actually help you with where you want to go. So again, this is Podcasting for Beginners. I'm Super Joe Pardo. For anybody just joining us, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have 19 speakers today, assuming all the speakers show up. We've had, a couple of speakers over the last year or so, not be able to make it for one reason or another. It happens. It's not the end of the world. I will be here. I will fill in exactly where I need to fill in. And there's, like I said, there's going to be at least 5 major announcements today. The first one being that we have the in-person conference September 11th. So make sure to go and check that out. If you want to speak, if you want to be here just outside of Philadelphia, I'm in South Jersey. Go to indyconference.org/apply. Okay, so let's get this kicked off. Our first speaker of the day is speaking on the topic of podcast listening communities. What are they and why you should be a part of them? So I'm guessing this is like a book club for podcasting, which sounds real. I mean, I'm not a big book reader, but I did enjoy being a part of a book club, even though I never actually read the book that we were the books that I was supposed to be reading and all that. Anyway, without further ado, let me bring in Super how do you pronounce your last name? Super Steph.
Fuccio.
Yep. Fuccio.
Yeah, you got
Awesome.
it. You got
Awesome. Awesome. I meant to ask you, but you didn't jump in a little early, like before I went live, and I was like, oh no.
Hi.
How are you doing today, Super Steph?
I'm doing good. It's actually I'm over in Albania in Europe, and it is bright and sunny. So I guess I've lucked out with the weather today.
Wow, Albania. I didn't know that's where you wound up. I knew you
Mhm.
had to leave. You were in Denmark, was
Germany,
it?
Germany.
Germany. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Awesome.
My new
Well,
COVID location. Yeah.
well, Steph, do you have any slides to share?
No, I'm gonna
Oh,
go just profiling it the whole way through.
all right. Sounds good. I will get out of your way. You are on the clock for 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm gonna time myself too. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. Um, yeah, okay. I'm gonna ignore the comments for a couple of minutes. But hi, my name is Stephanie Fuccio, and wow, I am here to talk to you about podcast listening communities and what they can do, what you can get out of them for your podcast. And that sounds a little weird now, but I promise you, it'll make sense in a minute. And yeah, all of that. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about myself as I mic bump, because I do that a lot. I have a lot of spokes in my podcasting wheel. About 4 years ago, right about now, I started my first podcast thinking it was going to be a quick experience. And yet, one podcast turned into 3, turned into 8. And now one of the spokes on my wheel is my own network, the Geopets Podcast Network. And I have about 3 active podcasts and other ones that happen when just the right guest comes along, and I can't resist publishing over there as well. I also do podcast editing for clients, and I do some writing about podcasting in different spaces. And I founded one of the podcast listening communities that we'll be talking about today. I basically started out as an avid podcast listener of many, many, many years. Someone who, moved the audio files from the computer over to the players. What were they called? Like iRivers or something. And then I developed into a podcaster and all these other things that I'm doing now. So, 2 quick things before I dive into the 3 specific examples of podcast listening communities that I think you will love is that when I talk about what they can do for your podcast, I don't mean please go in there and take everything and run for the hills and never contribute to the communities. That's not what communities are about, right? Communities are about give and take. So when I talk about the advantages for your podcast and being in these communities, that's only one sliver of what can and often does happen in the communities. By all means, go and engage and give as much as you take, if not more, in these communities. And social listening is a new term that I've learned that I love. Apparently, it's been used by marketers. It's when you're on the socials and you listen, not just blast information, but you listen. And I love it. So social listening is definitely one of the things I am encouraging in these communities today. Okay, so I've got 3 different communities with 3 different slivers of things they can do for you. 3 different tips on how they can help your podcast grow and iterate and get more amazing as time goes on. The first one, and Joe, I don't know who showed you my notes, Joe, but you picked up on it. Podcast Brunch Club is, as Adela, the host, the founder says, the book club, but for podcasts. So what happens with Podcast Brunch Club, PBC, is that there's like 70 or so chapters around the world, and one of the chapters picks 3 or 4 podcasts each month within a theme. Like this month in May, it's still May, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So within May, the theme was beauty. And so they had 3 or 4 podcasts that centered around the beauty theme. And then everybody in all of the 70 some branches listen to those podcasts and they meet. Now, in the before time, we met in person, and now we're meeting online. And I imagine in the future, it'll evolve again. But you meet and you discuss those podcasts. So, okay, as a new podcaster, you're wondering, why do I want to discuss podcasts when I have all this work to make my podcast? Hold on. I'm going to tell you in just a second. So, the thing is, when you start podcasting, you often get into, oh yeah, somebody just said PBC is awesome. They are. They definitely are. When you start podcasting, you'll inevitably get into all of these podcasts, kind of like how-to groups and support groups. And oftentimes we forget to be a listener ourselves. And so being in different listening communities like PBC, Podcast Brunch Club, if you're in there monthly and you're talking to other podcasters with your podcasting hat on, not with your with your podcast listening hat on, not your podcaster hat on, it will constantly remind you what listeners value. I don't mean to sound harsh, but our listeners don't care who we host on. Our listeners generally don't care what our bit rate is. There's some exceptions, but in general, they're not thinking these things when they're listening to our podcast. They're listening for content. They're listening for how you control your voice, maybe. They're listening for, honestly, I just want to say content like 600 times. And so participating in these communities where you're talking about the content and the emotional impact of the podcast is really good reminder every month or however often you can join them on what listeners really truly value. And it will get you out of your kind of obsessive, I need to do all these 600 things that every podcaster ever does kind of thing. So it'll help calm you down and it will remind you of the importance. Good morning, everyone. I'm seeing the comments and wow, you guys are active. If you have any questions during, please feel free to put them in the chat room. I am keeping an eye on that. Okay. The other nice thing about Podcast Brunch Club is because there's 70 chapters globally, it also gives you an international perspective because even though the language of conversation is generally English, you'll have people from all different, like many different countries communicating, especially in the virtual groups, communicating in English, but they have a different perspective because they're from a different culture and a different place. And that really can invigorate and stimulate new ideas for your own podcast just from being in the group and talking about other podcasts. Of course, you get to introduce your podcast at the beginning of the meetings. Are you saying brunch club? Yes, brunch, like the thing you eat when you combine breakfast and lunch. Podcast Brunch Club, BRUNCH. I've chosen to not use slides, so can I write in here? Here, let me write in here. Sorry, multitasking is not working right now. Podcast. And so, so it's an international event. They have a Facebook group, they have a newsletter, a podcast, and a Twitter account that is very, very active. So I'm going to put their link in here. I also have a free download for you at the end of the conversation, so don't feel like you have to take notes now. So that's one way that you can understand a listener's perspective, or more so be reminded of a listener's perspective on podcasts on a frequent basis. The second way is by being a part of a community to promote your podcast via a community. Let me explain that. So I'm going to use Earbuds Podcast Collective for this next example. So they started out as a newsletter. Ariel Nissenblatt, who's also over at Squadcast, started Earbuds Podcast Collective a while ago. And they started out as a newsletter and grew into a podcast and is a very active Twitter account. And I'm sure many other platforms. That's the thing. A lot of these communities have a presence in a lot of different places. So you don't have to just be on Facebook. You don't just have to be on their website, that kind of thing. So once a week on the Earbuds Podcast Collective newsletter, one of their community members does reviews of 5 podcasts within a theme. Now, because a lot of their community are podcasters, they're able to include their own podcast if it fits within the theme. So when they have their podcast in that group of podcasts, it's instead of saying, hey, listen to me, it sends out the message of, hey, this is what we're talking about. Would you like to talk to us about our topic? So it's much more of it's more value for your money, right? For the listener's money, because it's like, I mean, it's free, don't get me wrong, but it's more like, here's a lot of content about this topic that you like. We want to give you as much as we can so that you join us in our community. It's much more of a collective voice than a singular voice, and it can be much more powerful to get the right listeners by doing that than just promoting your podcast by itself. Now, I have a special tip for something that Ariel did very recently. At the end of the talk, I'll tell you all of that. Uh-oh, is somebody, Joe, are you joining us? Messages from audience will display here. Okay, right. Well, the screen just changed. Y'all see that? Anyway, let me go on to the third thing, which is my favorite, but I'm very biased. It's podcast, so distracted by the screen, podcast review day, which started very accidentally after I found myself complaining about not getting enough feedback on my own podcasts. And I decided in December of 2019 to start to do a 30-day challenge. I was going to do 30 podcast reviews in 30 days. And people asked if they could join me. And 30 in 30 days, I did do it, by the way, but it was exhausting. I'm very emotional about the podcasts that I love, not just the ones I make. And so it was a bit difficult, but I did it, and we decided it was too much. But once a year, just having like a podcast review day once a year wasn't enough. So instead, we're doing it every month on the 8th of every month. Podcasting is generally a silent medium. It's hard to get feedback from listeners. And so part of it wasn't just to ease my podcast review guilt. It was to create a space where podcasters and listeners could talk to each other. Now, I thought they would talk to each other on the 8th of every month, and the reviews would be exchanged. The reviewers would tag the creators, and that would be it. But it's actually blown up to something much bigger that I never would have imagined. And I have a really specific example. Impromptu Plan and Book Podcast. That's a long name, but let me say it again. Impromptu Plan and Book Podcast shared a recent example from PodRev Day on May 8th. They got a review from a listener, and they reached out and they said, "Thank you. That's very nice of you, blah, blah, blah." The listener then took the conversation over to a direct message on Twitter, because right now this is happening on Twitter. And they went over to Twitter and they gave them the less positive feedback, but in a constructive way. They said, "Look, we love your podcast, but have you thought about blah, blah, and blah?" And the folks on the podcasters said, "Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. I never thought about that. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for being so tactful about it." And they actually were able to use that feedback that was in that very private place that came from the review to the DM. And they were able to use that to make changes in their podcast. And the craziest thing happened. When they made those changes, listeners who didn't know this conversation even happened contacted the podcasters of Impromptu Game Plan and Book podcast and said, "Hey, we noticed you changed this and this. We love it. Oh my gosh, would you like that kind of feedback on your podcast? Because that's really hard to get somewhere else." So yeah, that's something that I never would have expected to happen. And it happens every month. I don't know if the DMs happen every month, but we see listener and podcaster engagement moments like this on the PodRev Day hashtag every single month since it started. And so it's kind of cool. Actually, our new logo came from me just posting, "Hey, I need a new logo. I did this on Canva," which is a great resource, but I have zero artistic ability and it's just ugly. What should I do? Should I hire someone on Fiverr, which is another good resource? Should I hire your friends? Should I try it again with my bad artistic ability? And people just listed lots of folks that they knew that were artists. And within like 3 or 4 days, we created this new logo that we have that you can see. If you're on YouTube, you can see the mini version of it, or you can go to podrevday.com. But it's just communities like this, like Podcast Brunch Club, like Earbuds Collective, like Podcast Review Day. Not only can you get specific tips on, like, not only can you do that social listening that I talked about, but you can ask specific questions every now and then and go, "Hey, what do you think about this? So does anybody know that?" Podcasters and podcast listeners generally like to talk. They have opinions and they've seen and heard a lot, and they love to share. And so these kinds of groups are, I think, yet less utilized, less attended than the kind of how-to and supportive groups. Now, it feels really blasphemous, sorry, Joe, to say this today when this community itself is meant to help you build and grow your podcast. And I don't mean that the podcast listening communities should replace the how-to and the support communities. Absolutely not. These are still incredibly useful. But I think that the podcast listener communities are something that many podcasters either don't know about or don't think about joining and participating, engaging, and doing those kinds of things with. So a couple of things to leave you with. Again, I want to iterate, I'm talking mostly about what you can get from these groups, but by all means, when you're on these websites, in these Facebook groups or Twitter accounts or anything like that, a give and take is always the way to go. You want to give back. You want to not just ask questions, but answer questions, share podcasts that you're listening to that changed your day or your life or made an impact on you. Engage. Don't just blast information. And also, it's really important when you're in these groups. Can you mention the groups again? Yes, I will have a handout for you at the end, so don't worry about this. So what you want to do is make sure that you don't blast your information or your links in the groups, but you want people to find your podcast. Because if they like what you're saying in the groups, they will want to find you and your podcast. So please make sure that your profile is propagated with your links, whether it's one link over to your website or a bunch of links that have different aspects of the projects that you're working on. Make sure people can go from wherever you're communicating with these groups in like Facebook groups or Twitter groups, whatever. Make sure they can go from the groups to your profile in the groups or on the platform to your website or to your podcast. Make sure they can follow, I like to call it the profile train. Make sure they can find your podcast, because if somebody likes what you're saying, they're going to like what you're saying in your podcast. You know, like podcasts are very personality driven. And if they like what you're saying, how you're answering questions, what you're recommending, they're probably going to like your podcast. So make sure they can find your podcast. So although you're not constantly talking about your podcast in this group because you've got more of your listener hat on, not your podcaster hat, make sure people can find your podcast. So make sure it's in your profile. Okay. So I promised you the information in a very easy downloadable form, and that's going to come here. I'll put it in. If you go to podrevday.com, there's a gorgeous newsletter sign up there. If you sign up for the newsletter, you can get, boom, all of this and detailed instructions on how to do what I just described. And there's a few bonuses in there too on other bits of information on how to, on what to do in these groups to not attract attention, but to be a good participant and to also make sure that people have access to your stuff. But just in case you don't want to sign up for that, Podcast Brunch Club was the first one. Earbuds Podcast Collective. And if you have any questions, please put them in the chat room and I will answer them now. I think I have about 2 minutes left. Earbuds Podcast Collective and Podcast Review Day. And our next podcast review day is on June 8th. And it is on Twitter, and it's just the hashtag PodRevDay. To participate, you just need to review one podcast and then bring it over to Twitter with the hashtag PodRevDay. And of course, it's not just a day to review and post or review and share, but a day to find new podcasts and to read what other people are listening to, because you can just scan the hashtag and do not just social listening, but social reading and see which ones are popular with other listeners. And that'll give you an indication of what topics or what podcasts are popular at the moment. So there's a lot of different ways you can use, I hate the word use, but I mean, for the sake of the focus of this talk, there are a lot of different ways you can use these podcast listener groups to iterate, to make your podcast better. You can listen to podcast listeners and what they say and what they value. You can promote within a community and also help promote other podcasts at the same time. You can review podcasts that you enjoy and also engage with your listeners by engaging with them when they review yours during podcast review day. So I think there's only a minute. Wow, that was really fast. how-to info. Comedy doesn't really give a comment just came in. Comedy doesn't really give how-to information like saying comedy cooking podcast would. How do I dive into groups without sounding like I'm just there for the promo? Ooh, well, do you mean comedy groups? I think of it more like conversations within the group, and then have your profile ready so that when something resonates with someone, they can follow your comments over to your profile and then find your projects. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So just engage. Think of it as online conversations, because that's what they are. You're generally not, I mean, most people aren't looking just for any listener. They're looking for listeners that are going to want to learn about or talk about the topics that they're talking about. So you're putting the net out there and looking for people that are already talking about what you're interested in so they can join your community and you can join theirs most likely. So just think of it like online conversations, and then have your profile ready, because they will follow that profile train all the way over to your profile, and then and then they will inevitably find you. I'm so sorry. That was really tacky. My thing went off.
It's okay. Yeah, I have one too.
Oh,
And
yay!
we use it for timing the kids on how much screen time they can have here playing Minecraft, and
Nice.
some of my meetings to help me stay on track
That's very
and
cool.
not run over, because I will tend to run over. No problem at all.
Very, very cool.
Well, Steph, thank you so
Yeah.
much. I think it is absolutely imperative to get in, chat with people, engage with each other, and then people will be naturally drawn. The more you do that, they'll just be naturally drawn to it. Like just spamming your link. Like we have lots of people who try to get their links pushed through here in the Indie Pod community, and it's like, no, we don't. We had one person that got so offended that we don't allow that here, that he was just like, well, then there's no point for me being here then.
Oh,
And I'm like,
gosh.
oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that. Like,
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's called social media for a reason. We want to be social on social media, not just blast, but like engage.
absolutely. Well, I need some super claps in the chat, super clap emojis in the chat for Super Steph Fusio, right?
You got it.
Is that right? Awesome. I was so bad with names in general, but thank you so much, Steph, for being here, and I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
And Joe, thank you for putting this all together today. This is fantastic.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, everyone.
Happy to be here. Thank you. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Steph. Now, let's see. We have our next speaker is going to be coming up here in just a moment or so. If you want to say thank you to me, if you want to say thank you to the community, if you want to say thank you to Steph, if you want to say thank you to all of the speakers that we have here, make sure you head over to indieconference.org/kids and donate to Give Kids the World. They help when kids that are suffering with life-threatening illnesses, when their wish is to go to Disney World, when their wish is to go to Orlando, Universal, and all that. They go to Give Kids the World. So they definitely could use the support. They were shut down for a long while this past year. So, they could definitely use the support. They are back open now. So go over to indieconference.org/kids. Takes you right to the Facebook post where you can donate directly to them through Facebook. I'm still trying to figure out the whole chat thing here, why it's showing Facebook user instead of the actual names of the people. So I apologize for that. I didn't think that was going to be a problem, but yeah. All right, so I have a few more announcements coming down the pike here about the conference and the community and some things that'll be happening. But for right now, I need some super claps in the chat, because our next speaker is speaking about why every small and medium business owner should take live streaming seriously. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Vivek Nair. Did I say it right? Is it Nair?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Vivek. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to all of these amazing people here.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. Are you sharing a screen at all?
Yes, I am. I have
Okay,
a small
can you share?
presentation.
Yeah, please share your screen. And while he's doing that, we'll throw some claps up from the chat here. Very much appreciated. Wash hands, wash hands. Yes, absolutely. Wash those hands, please. Please, please, please wash those hands and keep COVID down and out for the count. Well, wherever you are. Hopefully it is down and out for the count.
Right.
It's just awesome. And while we're waiting for Vivek, sharing is caring. Comment, like, subscribe, and share this free virtual conference to help you get started podcasting. We have speakers from all over the world here today, which is just absolutely incredible. I love putting on these events, even if it does take me away from family time and stuff, and it's on a Saturday. But it's just incredible to see so many people coming together to teach and be taught throughout this event. Are you having any trouble there, Vivek?
Yeah. I'm not able to pull it up. Just a second.
The buttons at the bottom next to the camera.
Yeah, I got that,
okay.
But it's not picking the PDF up. So.
Okay. You might have to just share your whole screen, and then I can flick it up and down for you if you'd like.
Okay.
In the meantime, if you're open to the idea of coming to a in-person conference, we are having one of those. It'll be our 7th in-person conference, though last year was a virtualized in-person conference using Zoom instead of these free virtual conferences that we've been doing over the last year. It'll be just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's a one-day event, September 11th. 2021. Speaker submissions open now till June 18th. There's a limited number of spots available. So are you ready, Vivek?
Yeah, is it visible now?
It is visible now. Yes, your screen is shared.
All right, fantastic. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Just to start on this. This is just a background about me. I am Vivek, and I've been in marketing for the last 15 years, and I head marketing at one of the organizations here in India. So I am from Gurgaon, India, which is close to the capital of the country. So my passion is my alter ego, which is the thrifty marketer. So what I do, I work with small and medium businesses to help them set up their marketing channels, teach them about how to do marketing well, how to learn, how to be marketers for themselves, for their own business. So that's my alter ego, you can say. That's my side hustle, if you must say. So, what I'm going to talk today is about live streaming. How live streaming. I've started live streaming for last 1 year or so. So these are some of the lessons which I have learned, and I keep passing on to my clients and my friends who have their own startups and their businesses. So I have quick 5 reasons why every small and medium business owner should take live streaming seriously. So, to start off with, I was just, I keep collecting a lot of statistics to prove a point sometimes with people who don't take it on the first buy. So these are some. I want to share 3 statistics with you regarding live streaming, right? So if you look at the recent research, it says 63% of people aged between 18 to 34 are watching live streams regularly, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube live stream. It's between the age group of 18 to 34, 63% people are watching these content regularly, right? I'm not able to see the question. If you guys have any questions, we can keep it for the last. And in 2018, 60% of viewers conduct online searches while watching a live stream. Now that is where it gets interesting, right? Imagine you have a small and medium business. You have a bakery, and you are engaging with your community via live stream. It's possible that somebody shares your live stream with their network, and somebody living in the vicinity might search for your bakery online and might order something from your website. So that is the power of live streaming right there. Right. The third statistics which I wanted to share was 82% of viewers prefer live streaming rather than seeing social media posts. You don't know, every SMB owner will agree with me when I say that it is tough to run media channels, right? It's tough to produce content, share with the community, etc. But if you see this, 82% of viewers say they prefer live stream compared to social media. That takes it away from every SMB owner, right? So with these, there are so many statistics I can put across to you guys. You guys all must be having your own businesses. So for you to take live streaming seriously, there are n number of statistics available. So I just wanted to share these three before I get into the 5 reasons why you should take live streaming seriously. So these are why I think these are my lessons. These are things which I have already accomplished for some of my clients, for myself, etc. So these are 5 top reasons. There are more, but I have selected these 5 for specific reasons. These are my 5 reasons why you should focus or start live streaming. The number one thing, it is live streaming has evolved into one of the best routes to build a community. Everybody has realized the power of community in last 1.5 years, right? COVID came in and blasted through SMB community. Lot of restaurants, lot of bakeries, lot of eateries, lot of small and medium business got affected. But those ones who survived after the initial shock were the ones who had put in efforts to build a community. So live streaming can help you build such a beautiful community around your brand. So that's the number one reason. So I'll talk about that a little bit later. Second thing, another thing which COVID has taught every SMB owner is the power of having a personal brand, right? For example, our Super Joe Pardo, he is a good example of a personal brand, right? By his name, there's a community around it. There are events happening, which is in person, online, virtual, etc. So live streaming can be an ideal way to build your personal brand from ground up, right? Number 3, live streaming can bring in new business opportunities. And by business opportunities, I do not mean sales, etc. It can bring multiple things. It can bring opportunities in various forms and shapes. I'll talk about that soon. Fourth point, which I wanted to mention, is establishing your brand. You can get an initial spike or an initial boost in sales via social media ads, etc. But for a brand to sustain, you have to have continuous efforts to do that. So live streaming is another way to establish your brand. It can help in growing your SMB brand. And last but not the least, it powers your content marketing efforts. Communication is one of the biggest pain points for every SMB owner today, right? So live streaming can become one of the best weapons in your arsenal. I will tell you about that in a while. So these are the 5 reasons why every SMB owner should take live streaming seriously. So let's talk about community building. When I speak about community building, one of my favorite marketers is Pam Moore. She has a famous saying which says, you can never go wrong by investing in communities and the human beings within them, right? So as I was mentioning, every SMB which had a scare during the initial days of COVID, they relied on their community to sustain their business. While waiting for subsidies and grants from government, the communities helped these businesses stay alive, to pay the salaries, to keep the shop open, even it was home deliveries or curbside sales, etc., etc. These are the community is what helped these businesses. So if you're an SMB owner, how can you use live streaming for community building? Number 1, start using live streaming to tell your story, right? If you are a store which is serving a close community or a close vicinity, start inviting people to join your live streams whenever they have time, right? Schedule your live streams regular. Everybody should be looking forward to your live stream every Friday at 8 p.m. or whatever time you want to do it. Include your community members to be part of live stream, right? Call the customer with who is the longest customer of yours. Come ask them to come join you on a live stream and talk about their life, or maybe how your business helped them rebuild their life, etc., etc. Start using live stream to thank your community, be grateful, show gratitude. So all kinds of live streaming content can be banned via using community. So the best platform to do that, Instagram. Instagram has where you can bring in more guests, go live and do your magic. So community building is the first reason why you should leverage live stream. Personal brand. Personal brands are very, very, very important these days. If you ask me who is my favorite personal brand when it comes to a small business, it's John. If you don't know John, check him out on Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever it is. He runs Perfection Chocolates. He magician when it comes to live streaming, right? He has leveraged live streaming. He uses multiple formats of content on live streaming to showcase his business, his story, and his customers. So if like this, if people like you, they will listen to you. If they trust you, they will do business with you. So live streaming can help build trust in your personal brand, right? You don't want to be, you want people to show the behind the scenes at your business. You want to know tell your community who is running the show and what kind of challenges are you facing, etc., etc. So your personal brand can be built easily using live streaming. So you have to plan it better how you're going to leverage live streaming to personal brand. So push the right type of content via live streaming, showcase yourself, your story, and your business in the right way. Right. Next, business opportunities via live streaming. Like Tony Zay, who passed away last year, says, stop chasing the money and start chasing your passion. So what I'm saying is live streaming is an avenue where you can showcase your passion, right? It's the way people are seeing you live, right? Your community is seeing you live. They know, they can figure out who is faking it and who is real. So when you are being real on live streaming, and the power of live streaming, these days every social media channel has opened up live streaming. For example, LinkedIn Live. I have been going on LinkedIn Live for the last 1 year, and the kind of opportunities that come to me via that is amazing. I mentioned it's not only about sales or clients, etc. It can be something like a partner who at some other part of the world who wants to partner with you and do a collaboration that's going to bring in long-term benefits for your business. It can be an influencer, who wants to work with you or push your brand outside. So there is ample amount of opportunities that can come via live streaming. So you have to plan it well, right? You cannot be, and another important thing you have to remember here is when it comes to your personal brand via live streaming or your business opportunity building, etc., you have to be in this game for long term. It is not that you did a couple of live streams and you expect business opportunities to rush to your door. It's not going to happen. You have to put in you have to have a long-term vision for your live streaming game. So that's how it can work for you. Next thing, establishing your brand using live streaming, right? So live streaming can be can serve multiple purposes, for your business. Like for example, as Simon here says, define what your brand stands for, its core value, tone of voice, then communicate consistently in those terms. What does that mean is when you are live streaming, you are putting out stuff for your community in the same fashion. They know what to expect from you after you do it for some time. People know, okay, if I have to take an example of social media examiner, if you go live, people expect to have actionable tag from them regarding social media channels. So because that's what they have done it over a large amount of time, over a period of years, if I'm not wrong, right? So when you set that kind of standards, that is when people start trusting you. That is when people realize that this is what this small and medium business starts for. Also, establishing a brand has multiple angles to it, right? For example, when you are a community driven business, it's your social responsibility to give back to the community. When you start telling such stories via live streaming, it's gonna bring in multiple impact on your brand, right? Everybody loves a brand which stands for community. So live streaming is your perfect way to tell the story, right? Tell your brand's vision, what are you going to do for the community, what are the new things, etc., etc. Also, while establishing a brand, once you start setting up the right standards, your community will automatically start building. You start engaging with them with live streaming. Remember, your community can give you real-time feedback on live stream. If you try to fake it, you're going to get it then and there. There is no hiding from it. So once you have set the right standards, the community starts growing, you start engaging with them. That is the time when you can do the right pitches and right offers to them, right? Like Gary Vaynerchuk says, jab, 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 right hook, right? You keep jabbing, you keep providing value using live streams, and finally, when the time is right, it's time to go for the kill. That's your offer. I'm pretty sure if you have done everything till then right, it's gonna bring wonders to your business. That's how your brand will be a loved brand among your community, and that is the time for you to go big with that. So live streaming is the way to go about it. The last point which I want to talk about was content marketing and how live stream can power that. Right? For example, I am a big proponent of content marketing, and I believe in the power of content to transform businesses, to grow businesses, to engage customers, to convert your customers, to delight your customer. All the entire buyer's journey can be catered by good content marketing. Having said that, it's good and green for all enterprises. But when it comes to small and medium businesses, where the owner and a couple of team members are running the show, content marketing can be a tough nut to crack, right? You don't have the resources, you don't have the manpower, you don't have the energy to invest in content marketing. You don't have the budget for tools, you don't have the right analytics in place, etc., etc. But content can, like Andrew Davis here says, content can build relationships. Relationships are built on trust, and trust is what drives revenue. So you cannot ignore content marketing. So let me come to the point where live streaming can power your content marketing. Imagine you have a live stream show which you do consistently on a particular day. Once you do that via using tools like Restream or StreamYard, or if it is on your Facebook, you are able to download that as a video, right? So there is something called content repurposing. That video, imagine you had an interview with an influencer in your area, your business area, and you asked him 10 questions. Each of those answers can be one content piece for you, right? You can chop it up using editing tools or whatever it is. You can start repurposing that content into small videos for Instagram stories, etc., or it can even go on your YouTube channel, which can even attract more people who are looking for those answers. So live streaming can become a source of a good repository of content for you. You just have to plan right way. Even when it comes to live stream itself, right? It can take multiple shapes and forms. Like, for example, it can be interviews. It can be you live streaming about unboxing of one of your product. It can be even a demo of your product. It can be an interview with an influencer. It can be an interview, a customer testimonial, live you can do. So the chances are umpteen. You can do wonders with live streaming like that. So my only recommendation here is start studying the channels where your customers hang out. Find that out. Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it LinkedIn? Is it YouTube? So you have to find that. You have to do some research to find out these watering holes where your customers hang out. Set up your account there. Find out whether you can live stream right away or you need to apply for it. Like LinkedIn Live is not open to everybody, but you can apply for it and get it. And put together a plan how you are going to leverage live streaming. What is the story you are going to build using live streaming? What are the tools you're going to use to go live, like StreamYard or Restream or whichever it is, and even your phone itself can be used for live streaming. You don't have to worry about that, right? So that is how easy it is to do live streaming. Trust me when I say this, it brings a lot of value when you go live sharing good information with your community. Your community will love that. I've seen it happen in my life. When I go live with some experts on marketing, a lot of people ask me for follow-up questions. You can once your live stream is over, it's good. It's a good opportunity for you to continue those conversations offline. You can pass on your emails, start getting the Twitter handle, start a conversation via DM, answer the questions which your community has, and try to help them by giving the right offers. So that's how live streaming can help you. So that was pretty much what I wanted to share, some quick 5 lessons which I have learned. So I don't have anything to pitch to you guys, but if you guys need any help with your business, brand building, etc., my website is thethriftymarketer.com. I share a lot of valuable tips there which you can use and become marketer for your own brand. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vic. I think live streaming is it is better in a lot of ways. Real quick, I know we're kind of running a little behind, but Vane asked, why is live streaming better than a pre-recorded video? I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean, to understand. Like as podcast, Steph said, the energy is different. It is different. Like, would you be watching this right now, Vane, if this wasn't live? If anything could, I mean, my kids could bust through the door right this second, right? Or you can get your questions answered right there. The instantaneousness and the what's the other word I was looking for? The spontaneousness, instantaneous and spontaneousness, access to the people that you're watching is just different. Now, with that said, live stream, pre-recorded video is great because you can edit that, right, and get it down to a more shareable experience, right? But in some cases, live stream is really the best way to go if you're very concise and it's easy to film and get on with.
Right. And just to add to that point, Wayne, live streaming it's an opportunity for you to show your real personality. A video might not capture it completely. So live streaming is the best way to showcase your personality and your business story itself.
110%. Awesome. So I need some super cut. Who set off the fire alarm? See, look, exactly. That would be edited out in an edited video. Right. And we wouldn't have something to laugh about, right? Which in search of a live, if you're in search of a live experience, this is what you get. So I need some super claps in the chat for Super Vivek Nair. Thank you so much, Vivek, for being here today.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right. I got some super claps in the chat. for Vivek. All right, so we're running a little behind, so I'm just going to drop real quick. If you haven't heard, we have the Icon 7 in-person conference happening September 11th. Speaker submissions are open now. They will only be open until June 18th, I think at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're interested in coming out September 11th here out in the good old Philadelphia, please make sure you go and get your speaker submission in soon, because there's only going to be 12 to 14 featured speakers for this event. It's way scaled back from what we would normally have, but I have some other secrets and things up my sleeve to share later on today. But before I get to all that, don't forget to go over to indieconference.org/kids and donate to Give Kids the World. They do amazing things. Go to gktw.org to learn more about what they do down in Orlando, which is awesome for kids who are really in need. And if you want to get your name in the chat, if you're on Facebook, go to indieconference.org/chat. All right, so our next speaker is up here. Swedesboro rocks. I agree. We might have some. There's the first thing of the day there. Thank you so much, Vane. So there we might have some something I can kind of pseudo announce later on today. But for right now, our next speaker is speaking on the topic of how to start a podcast with minimum expenses. I need some super claps in the chat for, and he's smiling because he knows I'm gonna have to say his name, and he's like, I know that he's not gonna say it right, so I'm gonna do my best. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Push Pendra Pandia. No way, I did it. Oh my! I gave myself a dig. Thank you so much for being here today. Where are you from?
Hi everyone. I'm from Mumbai, India.
You're in India. Oh, okay. I thought you were. I wasn't positive. Hey, we got TeacherCast in the house here. All right, your audio is breaking up a little bit.
Okay. Is there any setting I need to follow up?
I don't know. It says that you have. Well, it says you have a perfect connection, 10 out of 10 connection wise. Maybe try turning your camera off and we'll see if that's the issue.
Hi, can you hear me now?
No, it sounds like a machine gun. It's like every word's like like I don't know. Maybe is it just me? Let me see.
No, I think I do get this kind of complaint sometimes. It's probably the internet connection. I'm not too sure. So, do you want to I don't mind if you skip my session. If it is audio quality is bad, I can understand because I'm using a mobile phone, so I totally understand.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. I mean, it's probably hard for everybody else to understand, I would think. It's a shame because your video quality was great, and Facebook user here says, no, it is broken up. Apparently, I'm the Ultimate Hype Man. I would not say I'm the Ultimate Hype Man. That would probably go to Little John or Flavor Flav. That's who I would save that for. I'm not sure.
So
maybe try
to save everybody's time. We can skip my session for now. Maybe whenever next time you have any opportunity, I'll probably come share what I have.
Yeah, no, that would be great. I would love to have you here. Yes. So tell you what. Yeah, let's. It's Jenny says it's unintelligible. It's just hard to. Like I said, it sounds like a machine gun of words. But all right, so maybe try refreshing your screen real quick. Let me see, what time is it? We have a little bit of time. See, this is one of the benefits of everything being live. We need not just the internet across the world to work for you to be able to watch it, but for us to be able to broadcast it. And that's just it's just part of the experience that happens and the magic of live.
Third world for a reason, I guess.
Can you wait?
I'll share some pointers on your Facebook group. So whoever needs guidance about beginners, how they can start without the expenses, when you can start podcasting, which is cheaper. I'll share some pointers on the text in a Facebook group. So that saves a lot of time. Okay, I don't want to give a bad quality, which I'm giving anyway. So Sorry about this.
No problem. It happens. It happens to not just it happens to people all over the world. Like we have people here in the States that have terrible internet too. So, or terrible Wi-Fi, or terrible mics, or all kinds of things can happen. So, Pushpendra, thank you so much for being here. I will fill in the time. I have some announcements to make. I guess as good a time as any to make those announcements. And I greatly appreciate you being here and trying to make it work. Maybe we should link up. I think I might have sent you a Facebook friend request, and then we can get something, get it tested out, and then have you speak at our next one.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpendra. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Pushpendra for at least trying. His connection shows 10 out of 10, so I'm not quite sure what the problem is. But in the meantime, Tamara, if you're watching and want to jump in, or if Stephen Green. So that's one of the things is you gotta be able to multitask in such a way to be able to send messages at the same time and all that. And thank you so much, Steph. Yeah, I like having the light. It helps give like a nice splash of color where there wouldn't normally be any. If I can also turn the light. It's actually supposed to be blue. But I think part of the problem is the different colors playing a piece of it. Okay. All right. So, like this looks fine, but I just like to brighten it up a little bit. What I need to do is I need to get another blue light for the bat, or for like, a cool light like I have in front of me to light up the back instead of the yellow lights. She says it's breaking up. Or I'm breaking up. My video and audio is breaking up. That seems kind of odd. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a problem with Restream. That would be very unfortunate considering we've done so well with StreamYard. But here we are. So in the meantime, I am going to give the. Let's see. We're some of the announcements, right? That if you haven't heard, somebody said tell us about the lighting. Whoever said tell us about the lighting, go over to indieconference.org/chat so I can see who's commenting. Well, to tell you about the lighting, I can actually show you the lighting here. Let me just. So if I take this, I can actually show you. Oh wow, that's like breaking up really bad on my end. So wow, what is going? It seems fine on my computer, but for some reason, or on my laptop, it seems fine, but not here. Is it frozen on your end? That's so strange. Oh, okay. Yeah, Dorothy. Yeah, it was his sound. His sound was like machine gunning. But I'm trying to utilize the camera. I can't see it. I'm not sure if. Oh, okay. It looks like it's working fine for you guys. So I have one light above here, above my camera, and then I have a second bigger light up above that is to kind of fill in everything. Now the light above the camera is really to kind of get rid of the shadow around my glasses, like that is created by the one above, just to blast them a little bit. But here's another announcement. I'm getting laser pew pew eye surgery in a couple of 2 weeks here. So in a few weeks, I won't have to wear glasses, at least for the time, for the foreseeable future. Ding ding, I can't ding ding. But as for the lighting in the back of the room, I have, you can kind of see them right here. There's 4 bulbs, and they're 4 purple bulbs, and they're just plugged into a splitter with I got them from Home Depot, so they're, I don't know, $5 each or something like that. And then the thing to the mount is just like one of those like Canon lights that you would use in like a work situation. And I think that was like $4 or $5 a piece. So then I clamped it onto, there's some, cause there's a garage door behind me. So there's like some rails. So I clamped it onto the rails, used the splitter, hooked up the things. And then I use, I have Casa switches. So that all I have to do is just tell my Echo to turn on camera lights, and it turns on the 2 lights in front of me and the 4 lights behind me. And I will probably add another blue light or another cool light in behind me at some point to kind of light up the background a bit. So if I turn off my studio lights, you can kind of see like a little bit better of the blue lights that are behind me. So, you know, it just goes to show you that it doesn't have to be like super expensive. So for lighting, like the light that's just above my camera here, that is about I think like $30, and I had to buy an adapter. So it's an LED panel to, you know, so an adapter so I could plug it in, like instead of using just battery power. The light above me is like, I don't know, it's a softbox, maybe like $30, something like that, and I have a clamp to the wall. The messages, as far as I know, are not time delayed. But I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on there. Oh, that's awesome. So TeacherCast will be launching the new TeacherCast studio in about an hour when we go live on the Indie Podcast free virtual. I'm looking forward to seeing it because he just recently moved and set up his new setup. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So that's the lighting stuff. It doesn't have to be super expensive. You know, really for $50, $100, you could get either LEDs. If you just go to Home Depot and get like the Canon light things, and then, you know, fixtures, and like clamp them to something above you, and then maybe diffuse it, as long as you have like something in front of it. So you could use something as simple as like a piece of paper. In fact, that's what I used to use to diffuse some of the light in the past, just so it's not so harsh on me. But yeah, one of the announcements I wanted to bring up is that Indie Podcast Conference, Indie Podcast Community, we're going to go through a little bit of a name change. I know we just went through a name change back in 2019, which was huge for the community. Because for anyone who doesn't know, we were called the Mid-Atlantic Podcast Conference. And it's not because we were just Mid-Atlantic, but because that's where all the in-person events were held. So now we are going to upgrade, in my opinion, upgrade the name. Because I mean, here we are live streaming, right? And we just had Super Vivek on, and he was talking about live streaming. We're changing the name to Indie Creator Conference. Tim's now watching on YouTube now. Awesome. So we have our viewership split between Facebook and YouTube right now. Pretty actually right down the middle. So we're going to upgrade the name to Indie Creator Conference, and part of that is upgrading, changing out the indie indiepodcon.com, indiepodcasters.com to indieconference.org, spelled either way that you want to spell it. We also have a bunch of other domains. I kind of went kind of crazy, you know, dings in the chat if you go crazy buying up domain names, but Indie Creator Conference. Woo, yeah. And the reason is good evening. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. So the reason for the change is because we are content creators. Yeah, podcasting is one of the mediums, but so is live streaming, and so is like going to TikTok and all that. So the ICC, you know me. Yes, it's still ICON, right? Independent Creator Conference, ICON, but. and you all in the community are still icons, right? So it's just a matter of shifting the name a little bit to really open up, because YouTube's, it's just another medium, right? Media platform. So podcasting, interviewing, audio creation is still all part of that. And part of audio creation, I mean, just in doing podcasting alone, incorporates show notes, which enables you to have to write for a blog, so you can have SEO, so people can actually find your section of the internet. So it's all those little things: creating posts, creating promotional items for other social media platforms, creating images, all that. It makes us creators. So yeah, we are still podcasters, by heart. But we just have to be. We are creators on a whole big scale of things here. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to change the name. Plus the fact that, in my own podcast, I have taken a little bit of a backseat to the podcast, taking a little bit of a backseat to YouTube content creation recently. And with the advent of my channel, the channel you may be watching this on right now, growing pretty exponentially in a rather just like 2 months time, right? Almost 3 months time now. So I feel like it helps me go where I'm going, and part of that is the Indie Pod University, which you may or may not have heard of, is now going to be the Indie Creator University. So IndieCreatorU.com is available to go and check out, and then work one-on-one with me. Oh, you thought I was calling it Shark Tank? No. It's not Shark. So my videos on Super Joe Pardo's on the Super Joe Pardo channel are Biz Coach Reacts videos, and I react to both Shark Tank and Undercover Billionaire and Bar Rescue and The Profit and lots of other shows coming down the pike, actually. So, but so, yeah, we are podcasters, but some of us are not really big. I have 4 podcasts, and I simply do them because I love doing, and that is awesome. Yeah. So one of the great things about our community is it's not necessarily driven by making money and super fame, right? I'm a big believer in niching. I'm a big believer in people doing not just podcasting, but content creation in general, so that they you have an outlet, right? You have that personal outlet to get what's inside of you out. And that's the creator in me. I mean, even as I sit here and talk, right? Like, I'm sitting next to all my DJ equipment, which is covered by my shirt and a drill, but all the DJ equipment that I have, that is just another outlet for how I choose to express, myself as a content creator, as a creator in general. So I really feel passionate about bringing people in and expanding the message to not just podcasters, but to content creators as a whole: podcasting, video creation, blogging, and short form TikTok videos, right, or YouTube Shorts, or things like that. So I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Tim says, love to see you comment on the Forged in Fire non-entrepreneur show, but your insight is great to watch. Forged in Fire. I don't think I've heard of that before. Or maybe I have. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen one. I think I saw this while I was at the doctor's office, getting measured up for my laser PPI surgery. They had that on TV, and I was watching a bit of it. That's really interesting. What do you get the Icon Conference? When do we get the Icon Conference inside of Fortnite? That would be, that's some next level stuff. Maybe we could do it in virtual reality, but then everybody's got to have a virtual reality headset, which, is not something that I necessarily have. Let me see here. If you're commenting on Facebook, please go over to indieconference.org. /chat and enable the chat to work so we can see who's commenting on that. I have it over on the side here on this other screen, but it's a little tough to keep up with. So as far as other things, so we upgraded the name to indieconference.org. I wanted indieconference.com, but unfortunately that was taken. Icon University is becoming the Indie Creator University over at indiecreatoru.com. The final. Oh, we are actually right up against our time. So you know what? I'm going to leave you with a cliffhanger. So our next speaker hopefully is ready to turn her camera on. There we go. Is speaking on the topic of how to create a community through podcasting. Everyone, I need some super claps in the chat for Tamara Bell. Woo! Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm happy you're here and happy to get us back on track here.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to be here too. Just real brief, just so that y'all have some idea of who I am. I'm Tamara Bell, and in my day job, I teach students in the Moody College of Communication at the University of Texas at Austin how to write for public relations to get their dream job. Through my business, I teach entrepreneurs how to use PR writing to build foundational relationships that lift their brands to the next level. I'm so excited to be here with y'all this morning.
I'm excited to have you here. So I'm going to get out of your way. You're on the clock for 20 minutes.
Got it. Okay. Just pull me off when I'm ready. Okay. So first, I just want to say congratulations on your podcast. And snaps for attending this conference to learn how to get your podcast off to a great start. And since you're specifically at this talk, I'm guessing that one of the things you want to do with your podcast is create a community. But before we get started, just a few things, or what I typically call in class my housekeeping items. First, I'm not going to be using slides. So if you want to take notes, which I highly encourage, grab your favorite note taker. And I'll leave time at the end for any questions that you have. Secondly, I'm looking off a little to the side here because I've got notes and I want to make sure that I've hit every point in our allotted time. And third, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to what community means. In a nutshell, a community is emotionally invested in or has some emotional connection to your brand. A place where people can connect with each other and with you. They not only buy from your company, but more importantly, they absorb your content and they share it with others, and they tell their friends and family about you. So with that definition in place, let's get started. I'm going to share with you 3 steps that you can take right now to grow your community, to even kickstart your community if you don't have one yet. And as we go through these steps, I'd like for you to kind of envision that what you're really doing is you're hosting a party. The first thing you might ask yourself when you're hosting that party is, where's this party going to be? Are you renting a venue, which is a great option if you need a larger space, you need access to more amenities, or you need help from the venue host? Or maybe you're hosting the party in your home because you're a DIYer and you've got everything you need at your fingertips to throw a most excellent party. Just as you would for your in real life party, you need to find one place for your community to gather, your hub. And it doesn't matter where that is. Okay, you could rent space through a Facebook group or maybe a group on Discord or Slack. Or maybe you're a DIYer who can create a place on your website. It doesn't matter where, as long as you feel comfortable in that space. And just FYI, the steps I'm sharing with you today are all platform agnostic. Okay, you can do this on any platform. One more for our to-do list before we're going to leave step 1. Once you have your space, you need to decorate it. I mean, what's a party without centerpieces, banners, piñatas? For your hub, this means you need to integrate your podcast branding, your colors, fonts, visuals into the space. I mean, as much as you can, given any limitations that your platform may have. And along with the branding, you want to make sure that you keep the same vibe as your podcast. For instance, let's say your podcast is about mental health issues or divorce. You'd want your hub to have a more subdued vibe based on the seriousness of your topic, versus if your podcast is about how to find the perfect mate in the most unlikely of places. That hub's vibe is going to be more like upbeat, more like whoop, whoop, let's get this thing done. Because here's the thing. You don't want your listeners, your guests, to think they've been invited to a black tie ballroom dance only to get there and be tossed into the middle of a mosh pit, because now they're confused. Okay, and you don't want confusion. You want to avoid confusion. Okay, so that's step one. The second step for most party planning is creating the invitation with the directions, because it's one thing to have the party venue, right? Now you've got to tell people, hey, I'm hosting a party and here's how you get there. I tell my students all the time that in PR, we always want someone to do something. And make no mistake, your podcast is a PR tool. It is a way for you to create relationships, for you to create a community with your audience. So let's take your outro, for instance, which in a nutshell is the time at the end when you thank your listener for listening, and then you give them a call to action. You're going to be tempted to make that call to action a prompt or a promo of your online course or your one-on-one coaching session or like a new book you just published. Don't. Okay, don't do it. Instead, have your call to action be the invitation and directions to your party, okay, to your hub. So maybe your outro sounds something like this. Thank you for listening to the PR Mindset Podcast. If you have questions or comments about this episode, or you just want to continue the conversation, please join me in my Facebook community at facebook.com/the PR Mindset. Can't wait to chat with you there. Obviously, there are lots of ways to skin this cat, but the bottom line is you're leaving listeners to the party, you're inviting them, and you're giving them directions. Okay? Now, quick clarification here. I don't want to leave you with the impression that because your outro is pointing your listeners in one direction, that you shouldn't engage on any other social media, because that would be crazy. That's not what I'm saying. I absolutely encourage you to use social media to promote your show, right? Promote your show on your IG post, your stories, your reels, your Pinterest, your YouTube channel, your LinkedIn, your Twitter, your Facebook, oh my God, your email list, so many places, right? But what I am saying is that you want just one place for your peeps to gather. Okay, you don't want them circling around the block 5 times because they don't know which house has the party going. Okay, so you've got your party place. You've sent out invitations with directions so everyone knows where to go. And now you just need to answer one question. What are we doing at this party? Step 3 is all about how to keep your guests engaged and coming back for more. I'm sure that y'all have heard of the 80-20 rule, right? Let's extend it to community building, in that 80% of interactions with your guests should be useful to them, meaning you should educate, entertain, or offer a solution to their problems. And only 20% should explicitly promote your business. And FYI, here in this 20% block, right, is where you'll promo your online course or your one-on-one coaching session or that new book that you just published to your community. How you interact with your listeners is vital to whether you're growing these business relationships successfully. Every relationship contains some give and take, right? You know this from your personal relationships. If you give your listeners content that continues to educate and help them, they in turn will grow to know, like, and trust you. Engaging with your listeners is what makes you a real person in their eyes. It helps prove to them that you truly care about their struggles, and your engagement will help show your passion for helping others. you don't want to be one of those hosts who see their community as just a payday, right? And I mean, Joe was talking about this earlier, about how you don't, a lot of what you do this for isn't because I want to make big bucks doing this. It's because you want to give back to people, right? So you don't want to be one of those hosts that just kind of see this as a payday. And you've seen these people online. I know you have. If they even answer questions on their posts, and you may be a part of groups that do this, even if the host even answers questions, the responses are usually short and they come many days after the question was asked. If we extend our analogy, our party analogy, these are the hosts who invite you to a house party, enticing you with the offer of meeting new friends while drinking margaritas made with top shelf tequila and eating homemade salsa with tortillas. But when you get there, it's actually a sales pitch for timeshares with watered down drinks and store-bought hors d'oeuvres. Nobody wants that. The obvious way you can give to your listeners is by giving them content. But after you've posted your content for the day, just don't let it sit there. One of the biggest mistakes is that hosts just simply post and then they run, they skididdly do. Then they wonder why their content creation and their growth building activities aren't paying off. To keep with our analogy, these hosts are wondering, hey, why aren't my guests mingling? Okay, none of them are mingling. What's going on here? Hey, why are Joe and Nancy leaving the party so early? Get back here. Make it a habit to actually engage with your community every single day. Now, I understand you've got a lot going on in your plate, so you might be like, oh my God, I gotta talk to these people every single day. I'm not saying that you have to take all day, okay? Please, and don't, okay? It doesn't need to be time consuming, all right? You can ask daily questions or offer them support or give them helpful tips or share inspiring quotes with just a quick post to go with those. Most importantly, do your best to make every person who posts or responds to your daily content feel special and heard. Even if it's just replying with a quick thank you or hey, glad it resonated. Sometimes those simple comments will lead into a longer conversation, hey, which is great. But the important thing is that you want to make everyone feel like they matter instead of making them feel like a number. And I want to leave you with just one more thought here before we open this up to questions. Relationships take time, right? I'm guessing that if you're married, you didn't meet your spouse on a Friday and then marry them that next Monday. I mean, I don't know you, but I'm just guessing that's what happened. That did not happen for you. So understand that it will take time to build your community. Okay, and that's okay. You're not doing anything wrong if you don't see immediate results. Okay, I think sometimes we feel like a failure if what we want to happen doesn't happen overnight. So take that time, okay? Make sure that you're doing it, that you're doing it every single day, that you're engaging with your people, that you're telling at the end of, on your outro, that you're giving that call to action to come to your community, and it will build, I promise you. If you want more ideas, though, on how to engage your community, please check out, I have a free gift for y'all, and it is on my website. My website is Tamara, it's Tamara, ANNE, I'm an Ann with an E, Bell, BELL.com /, and I didn't know that Joe had changed the name of this, so please forgive me, but it's / indie podcast gift. And obviously, if you have questions or you want to continue this conversation, please feel free to email me at Tamaraannbell, TAMARAANNE, bell.com. But so absolutely we can continue this if you want to continue it off this platform. But for right now, it looks like we definitely have time for questions. So I'm just wondering, does anybody have any questions, or do you need me to repeat anything, or what? Or y'all want to talk about something else? Whatever y'all want to do.
Well, it seems like people really resonated with the party analogy, and it is great. Ding, 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 for sure. which is very true. You know, people. I think. Well, I almost wonder. I don't want to name names here, but there was somebody that had the party and then ditched the party. And yeah, I'm not gonna name names, but they're a pretty big person, and so I think that it's important to. I believe in leaders lead, right? Lead by example and all that. So I think that if you're building a community, you need to be receptive to what's actually going on. What's going on at that party, right? What are people actually saying at that party? What are people willing to say to you that other people aren't willing to say? But you're hearing the murmurs of it, and then put your listening ears on, right? And be willing to have open conversations, even if it's difficult, right? People generally will be more responsive to that than to just completely shutting down. And I'll tell you, when you said about people having a platform and then never answering those questions or never being receptive, it bugs the heck out of me that other people would do that. It's like such a slap in the face to the people that follow you. Like, I know that it gets hard. It has to get hard because like I see it even now with my YouTube channel where it's like the comments are coming in. And it's like sometimes they come in a little bit faster than I can really get to all at once. And there's only so much, when you start talking about like thousands of comments, to be able to react to is tough.
Oh no, it absolutely is. I think somebody wants me to repeat my email address.
Yes.
I can.
Yeah.
It is Tamara, Tamara, at Tamara, TamaraAnnebell.com.
You can throw that up in the chat too. It would be awesome. When we get off here.
Okay. Cool.
So is it Aiden? So what about the first few people who show up to the party? Talk to us about the first few people, keeping them engaged so they don't leave while you're waiting for the rest of the guests to arrive.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Great question. Thank you. Here's the thing. At this point, you don't know if there's going to be other people that show up. I mean, no offense, but you really don't know that, right? So you need to just be like, hey, oh my God, I'm so excited that y'all showed up. And go ahead and start with asking questions, getting their feedback, and like sort of like kind of building on what Joe was kind of talking about too, is that these are people who can help you to figure out like what should be your next episode for your podcast, right? I mean, what are they interested in hearing about from you? And you can start the engagement, even if you have one person at the party, right? You still are not going to just be kind of sitting in your corner. Let's think of this as like it's real life, right? You're not sitting in your corner and there's somebody that's in your house and they're just standing there at the door and you're like sitting in the corner, I'm waiting for other people to show up. You're going to be like, hey, oh my God, come in. Let's sit down and have a one-on-one conversation, right? You're going to get to know them a little bit more. And as they start coming in, they start kind of filtering in, you'll be inviting them into that circle. Hey, did you know that Janice is doing this? And isn't that exciting about what she's doing? Hey, what are you doing? And what do you need from me? How can I help make that better for you? Or how can I help make that more, something that helps you to get to whatever next level you want to get to? Or maybe you just want to talk about something, Maybe we just talk about what we binge watched on Netflix last night. I mean, it's that kind of a conversation that you start with like just a one-on-one or a two-on-one or, like 3-4 people, however it is. And then that will just build up because here's the thing. They then are going to be like, oh my God, I am so excited about this group that I'm in. This person actually pays attention to me and actually cares about what I'm doing. They're going to tell all their friends. And then all of a sudden you've got like people standing outside your door and they're trying to get in. I mean, you're going to have to build a bigger door for everybody that wants to come through. So that's what I would suggest.
No, I think that's great advice. I think getting your making people feel like you're talking to them one on one and actively engage with those people. That's why, like, on my YouTube channel, like, I engage with every single comment, even the ones that say I hate you and you're a clown and you're terrible and you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, oh, okay. I just say I appreciate you. I appreciate you commenting or watching and commenting, and that's it, right? Oh, so we have about a minute and a half. Vane asked a question about a big ability of my podcast is the followers have the ability to leave voicemails, but they won't download the app to do it. How do I encourage them to move into voicemails from emails? I have some thoughts on this.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
So one of the ways to do that, Vane, is I don't want to say fake it till you make it, but what you do is you reach out to some people that you know are into the show, and you say, hey, you don't need to use the app. Forget the app for a minute, right? Just shoot me a voice message on over Facebook Messenger, right? Shoot me or over text message or something. Just shoot me that voice message and then start using it, right? You put it in a couple of them, and then it'll get people feeling more comfortable with it. Now, they still might not go and download the app, but if you make it so that there's less friction to get in and do that. Like, hey, just go to our Facebook page or message us on our Facebook page with a voicemail or a voice message, and we will get it up in the podcast, or a video message. And I mean, yeah, obviously podcasting is only audio, but it's just reduce the friction, make it as easy as possible. Asking people to download an app. I don't really download a whole lot of apps. So for me, like, unless I really love your show, like, to next level kind of fanboyism, then it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, no, and yes, absolutely. You don't want to make people do an extra step that they're not ready to make yet. And so, yeah, absolutely.
They can even email it to you. Email you the voice message. So one way or another, just get it. Don't put a barrier to entry when you don't really have a lot of people doing it until you do. I mean, there is the whole, like, make it a cool thing, like, oh, you get the app and then, you can leave this message and stuff like that. But you got to have people. You got to have messages already playing so that people feel comfortable and confident that they're not the only ones showing up to do this thing and all that. It gives a little bit of FOMO. But Tamara, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I so appreciate it. And I can't wait and I want to listen to everybody's podcast. So yeah, email me with your links to your podcast. I'd love to hear them. And thank you so much, Joe, for the opportunity. I so appreciate it.
You are so welcome. I'd love to have you on the stage again here. We will be doing more virtual conferences in the future, probably sometime after our in-person event, September 11th here outside of Philadelphia. So if you haven't heard about it, go to indieconference.org/icon7 to learn more about it. Apply to speak if you think you can actually be here. We're only going to accept 12 to 14 speakers. I mean, I know I love to have 15, 20, 30 speakers, cramming as many speakers in as possible, giving that platform to as many people as I possibly can. But this year it's just going to be a little bit different. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we scaled back from 3 days down to 1 day, and there's only so much time in a day.
Yeah.
So
and that's great that you're even having it. So that's perfect.
We're trying to. We're gonna make it as safe as possible, and a little bit later, stick around because there's an announcement. I can't give the full details yet because the contract is not quite signed, and it might still fall through. So, but I have an announcement to make. So stick to it because we are gonna get to it, and you're not gonna want to miss it. It's really, really cool. Like, if this comes through, it's gonna be a really awesome experience for the people that can make it out here and feel comfortable making it out here. So anyway,
that's so great. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Super claps in the chat for Super Tamara over here. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, Tamara. All right. So if you want to say thank you to Tamara, if you want to say thank you to me, go over to indieconference.org/kids and give some money to Give Kids directly to Give Kids the World right through our Facebook post. It helps them immensely. They were shut down for a while this past year. When the Make-A-Wish is to go to Disney World, Universal, Tampa, Busch Gardens, Tampa. Like, that's where those kids are going, the ones that are suffering with life-threatening illnesses. So you absolutely go check out all the information there and make a donation. Would be awesome and much appreciated. All right, so our next speaker is speaking on the topic of booking the guest of your dreams. He absolutely knows about that. He's been having some killer guests on his show lately. Everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Brett Allen. Woo!
What's up? How's everybody doing today?
Thank you for waking up so early, man.
I know. It's like 7:40.
Memorial Day weekend.
I know. It's not like I was doing anything else. Just kidding. I have a 6-year-old upstairs sleeping, so we may get a guest appearance. Can everybody see my screen here? Is it sharing?
Yep, I have it shared up now. So I'm going to jump out of the way. You're on the clock for 20 minutes, sir.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Excited to be here. We're talking about booking the guest of your dreams. This is actually a presentation I did for PodFest, their masterclass, but it's still practical for those who are starting out and wanting to get really great guests on your podcast. And the question I get all the time from most people is, how do I book so-and-so on my show? Or can you hook me up with so-and-so? And today in this quick and fast session, we are going to be talking about how to do this. So what we're going to talk about today is doing your research, finding your guests, practical tools, gathering your data, crafting your pitch, make them want you. And then, of course, I labeled this Where is Waldo? And then a wrap up. Now, at the end of this, you guys can email me questions. I will give you a free, quick conversation, and we'll talk about this. So the first thing is doing your research. The biggest thing that you have to do when you want to bring somebody on your show is you have to do your research. You have to understand your show. You have to understand your audience. And you have to understand what kind of guest would be interesting to you, but not just to yourself, but to the people who listen to your podcast. And that's understanding your demographics and all of that. The second thing is finding a guest. I mean, goodness gracious, everybody wants to have amazing people on their show, but really, are you taking the time to do the research to get that person on your show? We're going to go over some practical tools that I use to find these people. Gathering data, that's show data, crafting your pitch, making them want you. Where is Waldo? That's really just referring to what is that guest up to? What are they promoting? And then we'll wrap up. The first thing is doing your research. This is really key in finding the person for your show. Now, I recently had, I've had a lot of amazing people on my show, and I'm not here to name drop necessarily, but just as an example, I recently had, and his episode will be dropping on Monday. First of all, you have to find out what's new with them. What are they doing? Are they appearing on other podcasts? Do they have a new book? Do they have a new TV show? Do they have a new course that they're offering? If you're doing like entrepreneurs or these types that do that sort of thing. And then the last thing is riding the wave. When I talk about riding the wave, what I'm really saying is, where else are they showing up? What else are they doing? You would be surprised, pleasantly surprised, that when somebody is doing a lot of press and they are just popping up here, there, and everywhere, that it's not necessarily the size of the show that matters, how many listens, how many downloads. However, that does play a part in it. It's also more about the idea of like, where else are they showing up? So let's talk about Howie Mandel. I recently had him on my show, and I was noticing that he was starting to appear in a lot of other places. He was showing up on other podcasts. So I thought, well, this is like the perfect opportunity to try and get him on my show. And sure enough, it worked out. So he was promoting America's Got Talent. He was also promoting Mental Health Awareness Month because he struggles with ADHD. He struggles with a lot of different things, and he's always been very open and honest about this. And so I knew that those were specific topics that he was going to be able to talk about. Do they have a new book? That's another great thing to think about. If somebody has a new book and they are really trying hard to promote it. A lot of times there's a very good chance that you can get them on your show. John Acuff, he just recently released a new book called Soundtracks, Readjusting the Soundtrack, the Broken Soundtrack to Your Life, talking about changing your thinking and all of that. That's the other thing. Excuse me. The other thing for me, because I do a pop culture podcast, is TV show. Do they have a new show that they're promoting? Do they have a new movie? Right now, during the pandemic, a lot of these folks started a podcast. And so now they're doing podcasting. So maybe they want to talk about their podcast, new course. Maybe they're doing a course on how to, get more yeses in something. I don't know. The point is that you have to ride the wave. You have to just be culturally aware. We have this thing called the World Wide Web. The Net with Sandra Bullock. That's a great documentary on how to use the internet. And the thing about it is that you have to just, really be aware of what's happening around you. And that will definitely lead you to a successful opportunity. And I always like to say, there's no guarantees to any of this. However, if you put in the hard work, it will certainly pay off, because it has for me. The next thing is you have to find your guest. I always make a list. You can't see it, but over here to the side, I have a big board, basically. I wouldn't say it's like a vision board, but it's definitely something where I write down all the guests that I am interested in having on my show. So you have to make a list of potential interests. First of all, for me, it's who is going to interest me. And then I also rank from the most difficult to the easiest to get. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if I'm going to try and reach out to people, who's probably going to be the most challenging to get? I always tell this story. Matthew McConaughey is always the one that got away. I had him booked, and then he had to back out because of something else, and I got bumped. Clearly, what he was doing was probably more important than my tiny show. But the point is that you just have to envision it in order to make it be successful. So I rank from hardest to easiest. He might be the most difficult, but the easiest might be the next so-and-so or the next so-and-so. The other thing is maximizing my resources. We're going to talk about this. LinkedIn Pro, IMDb Pro are two of the most powerful resources that you can use when it comes to getting people on your podcast. The next thing is seeing who they've worked with. That's the other thing. Who else have they been on shows with? I always pod stock, as I like to call it, because I want to see where these people are showing up. It's interesting because, as I mentioned, although some numbers are important to some of these people, on the other hand, sometimes it's not so much about how many people are listening, and other people have shared about this before. I think Larry Roberts has in the past. It's also about how far is your reach? Where can people listen to your show? How many platforms is it on? And then, of course, Google. Google is going to be the most powerful resource that you can use. Practical tools. This is something that I feel that is underused, but very important. IMDb Pro. I use this quite regularly. It's $20 a month. And if you want to definitely be able to reach out to these people, IMDb Pro is the key. Now, you can send direct messages on Instagram. Also, you can, reach out on Twitter. Some people have had success with that. Personally, I like to go straight to the source and deal with the publicist. That is the number one place where I've found the most success. It controls the conversation, and there's never a moment where there's a misstep in getting somebody. The other thing is, again, I've mentioned this, seeing who they've worked with. What other shows are they appearing on, other podcasts? And then just the universal, there's just tons of resources. But IMDb Pro, LinkedIn Pro are definitely keys to success. Gather your data. This is what most people miss out on. But in every single pitch that I send, I put all my data, and we'll show you an example letter that I send out to my guest. How far is your reach? Where can people hear your show? How many platforms is it on? That is super important. Super, super important. A lot of times these publicists and managers want to know, how far is this podcast going to go? Now, they will ask questions like, how many listens do you get per episode? That is important to them, especially depending on the guest, but really the size of your reach is what really makes the difference in sometimes getting a yes and a no. It's just important. Like if I'm a data person, I'm in sales, so I'm constantly looking at the data of my show. I want to know where it's going, who's listening, what the top countries are. And depending on what host service you use, you can certainly see all that information and then just kind of compile it all together. And it goes into every single pitch that I do. How far is your reach? So this is a sample letter that I like to send out to people. And basically it goes, this is how I pitch people. This is the secret sauce. People ask me all the time, well, you guys are getting to see this for the first time, because I normally do not share this, not because I'm like, proprietary on this, but it's just not something I share. My name is Brett. This is old. I actually rebranded my show, the Open Mic Podcast. I'd like to invite so-and-so to be a guest. The scope of the interview would be his long and iconic career as an actor and performer, with all topics surrounding career highlights, keys to success. You can see here, the scope of the interview is important because it's putting it out right there out front what we're talking about. We're on 25 plus platforms, have a broad demographic and audience. We average over X number of downloads per episode. We stream in 5 countries, yada, yada. You can see that. The big thing here is the previous guest list. I will tell you, this has been so helpful. I put the big names that I've had on my show. All of that goes on there so people know what's up. The big thing is that you have to make them want you. When you're waiting for the customer to finally make a decision. So you've sent out your letter. I usually send out 1 letter. I follow up after a week, 2 weeks if I don't hear back, 3 weeks if I hear absolutely nothing. And then after that, I just kind of file it away and wait for them to respond back. But really, you have to make your show appealing to them. It's a sales process, right? Like when I was reaching out for Howie Mandel, I'm like very small in comparison to the type of press that he normally does, right? I have a decent size show. I have decent numbers, but really like that's not a guarantee in any of this. So I have to make them go, okay, why would we want to come on the Brett Allen Show? What would make that appealing? So I'm putting all the details in there of my show. I'm telling them what we're going to talk about. It makes the publicist feel safe. And it makes the guest feel safe. This is for anybody that you're trying to get on your podcast, whether it's an author. I saw Mark Cuban, whatever the case might be. It doesn't matter. You have to make them want you. And that is what I have found to be the most successful piece of this puzzle, is really giving them something to be interested in. The thing about it in podcasting, there's a lot of quid pro quo, which is not bad. Come on my show, I'll come on your show. But when it comes to booking celebrities and that sort of thing, it's very difficult because it's not so much quid pro quo. It's like, what can you offer us? And then what we'll do, essentially, you have to go, okay, they're coming. Their part of the process is just to show up on your show, and that's it. You can't expect any more out of them. Other than that, because that's really all their responsibility is. I don't expect Howie Mandel, Joel McHale, Eric Roberts, Dwayne Dog Chapman. I don't expect any of them to do anything other than to show up and give a good interview. The rest is up to me. I find the recipe to the cake. I put the ingredients in the cake. I bake the cake and I sell the cake. I do everything with the cake, right? I'm the cake boss. Really, it's like, Jenny says it's like pitching to an editor. I usually send out 3 emails tops. Now, if they've responded back to me and said we're interested, I might be a little more aggressive, because now I'm trying to get my schedule filled, and I'm sending out probably 20 to 30 emails a day. And so a lot of times I'll get no response. Sometimes I'll get some response. Some will respond back lately very quickly. Right now, I'm booking a couple comedians on my show. They're also touring and they're also promoting podcasts. So now I'm like, hey, let's get this settled down because I don't want to miss out on so-and-so. I've covered this already. Where is Waldo? Are they currently doing press? Again, that comes down to you doing the research. What are they promoting? If they are promoting a book or a TV show, but let's say they've been on something 20 years ago, I don't necessarily want to focus on what they've done 20 years ago, but I want to focus on what they're doing now, because that will make them want you, right? And also it will show them that you're not going to just hammer on something that they did a long time ago. Recently I had Richard Rail, who was on Office Space and Grounded for Life, all of that sort of thing. But really, he was promoting a new film. So we focused on the film. And when a guest is promoting something like a book, let's say John Acuff or Amy Morin, or, somebody who's promoting something solid, I'm going to talk about that first. And I'm going to let the publicist and manager know that. Are they on other smaller podcasts? Again, that comes down to pod stalking. Who's showing up where? Okay, so really, we covered a lot here in this seminar, but is your content getting the results you want? Oh, that's sorry, Crawler. The point is that we all want that dream guest, right? We all want that person on our show, but the question is, what are you doing to make that happen? Again, there's no 100% guarantees. But really, if you're doing everything you can to make your show appealing, to make your show attractive, you will get people on your show. I started out just interviewing friends and family, which is great. The pandemic hit, and that's where things started to blow up. I'm very thankful to all my pod community, Joe, Larry, Eric Hunley, all of you guys, Jenny, you know who you are, who have supported me along the way. And the best is yet to come. You can email me, openmicguest@gmail.com. And I will gladly chat with you for a couple minutes and answer any questions that you have. And that's about it, really. Again, just making your show attractive, doing the work, putting in the effort. IMDb Pro is a key source. And that's it for me, Joe. Thank you for having me on the show today. I appreciate it. And did Joe disappear?
No, I'm here.
There he is. Okay.
Sorry, I had to mute the speakers before I can do the thing. We got like 3 minutes left. Does anybody have any quick questions for Brett? Or you can always just email him at openmicguest or openmicguest@gmail.com. No, you're doing a great job, Brett. You really are. Really impressed with everything you got going on and all the amazing guests that you've been, getting on your show.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've really had a fun ride with all this, and there's always plenty of room to grow, and the best is yet to come, I always say. So stay tuned.
It absolutely is. It is the best. The best is always yet to come. Just like the best is. Well, I mean here, but also still coming for the rest of today with this free virtual conference podcasting for beginners. So feel free to share, comment, like, subscribe to the channel, especially if you like entrepreneur-based stuff. Biz Coach Reacts videos with me. Brett, you were in one of the Biz Coach Reacts videos.
One or two of them. Yeah, I was there for a couple. You were there. No, I was in a couple of them. It's a lot of fun, it's not my normal lane, but I had a blast doing it. So, and who doesn't love Shark Tank?
Yeah, ding, ding. Absolutely. In fact, they loved it. Everyone loves it so much. It's come back for season 13. So hopefully it doesn't crash and burn with Lucky 13. Yeah.
People are like, it's like an accident, they're just drawn to like the whole idea of the show. So yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch.
Let's see. Vane says, when I hunt for guests, do they need to be relevant to the content on my podcast?
I would say as much as possible. Like if you have a business podcast, I don't necessarily know that I would want to have, like say John Foreman from Switchfoot. I mean, you could, I guess anything can be relatable, but for me, I do film, television, radio, comedy. So the more relevant it can be, the more helpful it will be, especially when you're pitching the publicist and the manager and they're asking questions about your show. It needs to be pretty relevant, because otherwise, you'll probably get a no, because they don't want to put their talent, unless they're just a media whatever and are just trying to get as much press as possible. But I didn't mention this, but there's 3 kinds of press. There's tier 1, tier 2, and 3. Podcasting is technically considered tier 3. It's not like less than anything else, but even like Joe Rogan and all these guys that have, a billion listeners, it's still tier 3 press. So like podcasting is still new to a lot of people. And that's why you see so many celebrities starting up a podcast. I had one the other day and she actually confessed on the show. This is way harder than I ever could have imagined it to be, because she has a show and she has other things that she's doing, but like she's also doing editing and guesting and all of that. So to answer your question, yes, I would make it as relevant as possible. That will increase your chances exponentially. And I've seen it, so do what you can to make it appealing.
Yeah, I'd also say that you want to make sure that your guest is only there for one episode.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're not able to be entertaining enough or ask the right questions or do something that enables people to want to stick around to the next episode because they came to listen to that specific guest, like you gotta do something that makes stick it in their mind to be like, I gotta come back to the Brett Allen show because he's gonna, not just because he's gonna have another guest, but because Brett's there, right? Because
like I'm the brand, really. Like, and that was one of the hardest things. Like Joe is the brand of Biz Coach. People come to watch Joe and Larry, all of that stuff. So like, although I do have some amazing people, like as Dave Jackson would even say, you're the brand. People are listening to you, right? So yeah, if you're not engaging, it's going to be a tough battle to get people to want to listen. At least I think so.
Yeah, it is. You got to be engaging, build a community around it. But yeah, so Eric, we are out of time. Super Brett Allen, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day weekend. I hope it's a lot nicer than it is here because it's 50 and rainy outside right now.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like triple digits all weekend. So.
Oh wow, that would be great for the pool. I was hoping to do some of this conference out by the pool, but obviously. That ain't gonna happen. So I need some super claps in the chat for Super Brett Allen. Thank you so much, Brett. Take care. I'll talk to you soon, man. All right, so we're gonna jump right into our next speaker here. He's speaking on the topic of 10 things that your podcast website needs today. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Jeffrey Bradbury. Woo! Oh, I missed the click. There we go.
How are you today, Joe? It is so great to see you and to see everybody out there. How is everything with Super Joe Pardo?
Everything's going wonderful. I mean, outside of the crumminess outside, it is
what it is. It's not too super outside, but it is super in here today. I learned so much from all of our guests, and I love all the comments. Guys, if you are out there, put a big thumbs up. Tell Joe how much you love him. I would love to see all the interaction today going on because today we're going to be completely interactive in our session. So, Joe, you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Do you have a podcast website that needs to be updated? I want to hear from you guys.
Yes, you should. Yes, well, I thought you were asking me. I do not, but you. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching that do. So you're on the clock, sir. 20 minutes.
This is such an important topic that I know when we first looked at this, we said 10 things, but really, if we have 20 minutes, let's just focus down here on the 4 things here. So if you're going to write down anything, let's just look at 4 things. I want to know if you guys are out there on YouTube, on Facebook, on anything, leave a comment. I want to see it. What are your biggest pain points when it comes to your website? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? What are you looking to change? Because we know that your website is not just this thing. It is a static digital hub. And we know in order to have a great, amazing podcast, in order to get all those amazing guests, in order to get 1 billion people to subscribe to us, it's all about the plug. No. Sorry, this screen can't happen. Look, we know that plugins are important. We know that when we're talking about websites, it's all about, hey, how's it built and what's your plugins? But honestly, guys, that's like saying, Joe, it's a great show that you have. How many listeners? Doesn't matter how many listeners. Doesn't matter what the plugins are. Your website comes down to 2 things. What is the focus of your website? Listen up here, guys. Your website, if nothing else, needs a focus. And there's only two focuses of your website. Your website's either going to be all about me. It's my site. It's about who I am. It's about what I do. It's about why should you care about me? Look at me, 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 me. Let's work together. Contact me. Me focus, me central, me, me, me. And that's not a bad thing. Or your website's all about you. Knowing who your audience is, knowing what the problem is you're trying to solve, knowing how you're going to help solve that problem, knowing what you can do to work with them, and then how can they contact you so that way they can solve their problem. And again, there's still that little contact me, let's work together. So you tell me out in the chat, I've got it over here. What is your website's focus? Is it all about me or is it all about you? And it's okay. My website on TeacherCast is a combination of both of those things. Certain parts of this website is about me. It has to be. As Joe just said, I am the brand. I've got the shirt, I got the logo, I got the stuff. Look at me. On the other hand, this wouldn't exist if you didn't come here saying, I want help with something. So we're going to look today and figure out what we need for all of those things as we go through here. So the first thing that you absolutely need is a focus. Tell me what your focus is. Leave it on the chat over there. I'd love to work with you guys today. And at the end, I'm going to give you guys a link, and maybe Joe can help me put it into the chat here as we go through. That's going to get us connected as we go through here. So the first thing that we want to have is a focus. Now, the next thing that we want to be having here is a well-organized office suite. And you're like, whoa, Jeff, wait a minute. We're talking about websites. Why are we suddenly talking about productivity tools? Well, I'll tell you one thing here. You can't have a podcast unless you're organized. You can't be getting major guests unless you're organized. You can't be spending that precious time with your family, your friends, your work life, unless you're organized. So today I want to show off a little bit about some of the things that I've done here. For the last 10 years, Joe, can you believe it? 10 years we're coming up here on the anniversary of starting the TeacherCast Educational Network. And for about 9 of those years, I was a complete Google head. I had everything in Google Docs. I had everything in Google Slide Sheets. Everything that I was designing for TeacherCast, for the presentations, for all those amazing icon conferences, were all done in Google. Recently, I switched everything over into Microsoft. We put pre-built templates out. We came up with forms with automated responses. Let me show you how that works. Again, you can always find the information over at teachercast.net. If you've never seen Microsoft Teams, it is an amazing application. I think I can zoom it up. Here we go. So if I look over here on the left, I have taken every single thing about my brand, my podcast, and as you can see, even my family and my school, and I've pushed it into Teams. I have a team here for TeacherCast, and as you can see, as I drop down here, I've got channels for all the components that I have. Stuff for my tech coach, all my blog posts go in here for the podcasting, the Jeff Show, all my presentations. This very slide deck is being played from inside of Teams using PowerPoint. But I want to show you guys our Tech Coach channel. On Ask the Tech Coach, which drops every single Monday, we've got a channel for our podcast, our Tech Coach Mastermind Network. We've got our newsletters. If I click under here, under our podcast, this is where Sue and I have our conversations. But in here, you can see we've got our files. This has helped me keep my podcast organized, keep my website going. We've also got access to Microsoft Planner. This is where we're keeping everybody here. I've got my May shows, my June shows, my July shows. Everything here is organized. I've also got a tab up here for our show player. So if I'm doing something and I quickly need to figure out what the archive, what the embed is, all of that great stuff, it is all here. I also was able to create a guest form so I can quickly put this out. And as somebody comes in here and says, I want to be on this particular show, all that information is huddled into this list. Now, if there's a lot of stuff that you're kind of scratching, and you're like, wait a minute, I thought he was talking websites. Absolutely talking websites. Everything that we're doing here goes into this website. That is the next thing that we're going to talk about, is not just having a focus, not just having a well-organized suite here, but having all of this stuff on your clearly defined landing pages, knowing what's the intent of the page, what do you want the user to do, how do you get them to do it, how will Google find it? Well, let's talk about this. This is the page that I want you guys to go with, buildyouredubrand.com. You can see up on the top, I've got a nice call out for people that come to the show to look here and register. I've got all the information. I'm defining my audience. Let's face it, who are you? Do you want to do this, 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 this? And then over here, we've got a funnel that tracks you down to my email marketing strategy. We've got our 90-day email marketing challenge. If you guys want to kick up your email a notch, check out that 90-day course. It's free. And then down here, we have our podcast. And of course, you can subscribe. Making sure that people can get the information they want from you, when they want, how they want, is so important. And you need to make sure that everything on here is clean, it's organized. And here's another one. It looks the same, but it's a different topic. Notice, colors are different, but your environment is the same. Hey, you're looking to make a podcast? Let's work together. Do you want to subscribe? Do you want to do podcasting with your kids? Here's some great educational podcasts. Here's some free templates. And then again, who's your focus? I need help with. And of course, if you click on instructional technology, you get a very similar website, different theme, different colors, heck, even a different menu, but the experience for your users is absolutely the same. Having these things organized is extremely helpful, because then that's going to make people want to come back and find you and like, know, and trust and subscribe you onto here. And of course, the last thing that we're going to talk about is your email marketing. Your email marketing is so important. It is the only thing that you own. You can't take your Twitter subscribers over to Facebook. And no matter how much I try, I can't take my Facebook users onto TikTok. Nobody wants to see me do a TikTok. So I try to keep everything as focused as possible, making sure you have a clear call to action, enticing giveaways, automating everything, having a good email system. And my God, for if anything I can show you guys today, no pop-ups on your front page. If I show you guys this, we recently did a post all about Google Forms. My audience is educators. It's the end of the year. How do you get rid of your Google Forms? We put that in a post right here. And let's see here. We decided to put a nice little form together. We use ConvertKit. You can find more information at teachercast.net/ConvertKit. All that form and stuff goes onto our blog post. And here is a brand new video show inspired by the great Super Joe Pardo, all about how to archive Google Forms. We call it a Tech Coach Weekly. We have everything that we need here. Again, this video is great, but Google doesn't read videos. They're reading the word. So making sure you've got everything with your headers, with your header tags, and boom, look, there is that form. There's a lot of great things going on here. Making sure your website is safe, clean, and well organized. Having everything organized in a system. It doesn't matter if it's Google, Microsoft, Slack, doesn't matter, but having things organized for you is super important. And if you guys are interested, head on over to teachercast.net/build your EDU brand online course. I'm going to be your guide on the side. I'm going to give you guys all my checklists. I'm going to give you guys all of the work. Everything that you see here is free and so much more. And Joe, we're going to make sure that we can put that in the chat on all the things. Please make sure that you sign up. I'm here to help you guys out. And Joe, I wanted to cut this a little early. I see a lot of stuff going on in the chat. I know that there's questions. Joe, are you looking to take your website up today? Because we are here at the TeacherCast Educational Network to help you guys kick your brand up to that next level.
Yeah, well, yeah, you are. So you absolutely, I mean, so let's see. So you have the teachercast.net/build your EDU brand online course. That is one heck of a sentence there.
It is.
But yeah, I you know, one of the things that I always bring up when I do the the Biz Coach Reacts videos, whether it's the preview videos or after like a Shark Tank pitch or something, I always go on about how a lot of these websites seem to think that you don't have to put a face in your website, and it could not be further from the truth. You need to have at least one face because people identify with what they see.
I will tell you, Joe, something that I'm ashamed of, but I'm proud of it. But at the same time, for the TeacherCast is 10 years old. Did I mention that? For the first about 50 episodes, I never mentioned my name. And I didn't realize I didn't mention my name until a year later at a conference. Somebody came up and they're like, I heard your voice and I knew it was you. I just didn't know who you were because you never mention who you are. And it took me a while to go, oh, yeah, I never do that. It took me actually a while to put my name on TeacherCast. I know that sounds weird, but it took me a while then, even longer, to say things like founder of or CEO. And I just personally, I don't like those terms. That's when everything's flipped over, right around the time where you and I connected at the first conference and stuff. And that's why whenever you listen to the show, it's welcome to the TeacherCast Educational Network. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and we are here for whatever. So put yourself out there on that brand. Put that focus. My name is Jeff. I am here to serve you. This is who you are. If you're this type of person and you have these needs, I am here for you guys. And I hope you guys check all that stuff out over at buildyouredubrand.com. It's not just for teachers. It's for everybody here on the conference.
Yeah, no, it totally is. I mean, there's so many things to think about when putting together a website. Even one of the things I also see common is not putting the call to action and making it really, really clear. Like every single page needs a call to action. And now with Google being like tightening the straps, the restraints down on websites, being like, hey, if your website doesn't load in like a second and a half, then we are going to start ranking you even lower than we were before. So with that said, like you need to be really laser focused on every single page. Like, what's the intention here? What do I want them to do? What do I want them to click? And what's the goal? And stop like adding in a whole bunch of other stuff for the sake of like, oh well, if they just keep scrolling, it'll just be great.
And you couldn't be farther from the truth. And somebody just asked here on the comments, would you mind paying for a website or DIY? Look, if you have to DIY something, it's the best thing you can do because you're learning it. But if you know what you want, but you can't achieve that, go for it. Have a friend do it. This is our podcasting landing page, but if you want me to drill down even further, I've got it here to say, look, this landing page is for the studio podcasters. So this one here is actually educationalpodcasting.com. This one here is actually podcastingwithstudents.com. So it's a completely similar looking landing page. But again, this one here is for teachers. I want podcasting activities. I want classroom podcasting. I want simple recording versus this one, which is let's build a platform, start with the vision, take a theme, all of those good things. And you know what, to anybody that's out there, by the way, I've even got one for web design. If you're looking to get your podcast website designed by me, I'd be happy to sit down and talk. That's actually educationalwebdesign.com. So Joe, I think I'm challenging you for how many domains we have to purchase from GoDaddy every single year. But there's a lot of great stuff over here on TeacherCast. All you have to do is go check for it. And really what we're looking to help you guys do is build your EDU brand. So I hope that you guys are there. And Joe, you're amazing. Definitely an icon. I'm looking forward to, you said Mark Cuban's going to be, are we doing that?
I don't know anything about Mark Cuban there.
We're going to have FOMOC. Okay. I'm going to make sure.
But I do know that the in-person event is happening September 11th in just outside of Philadelphia here, and I think it's actually as good of a time as any to give the. It's a bit of a tease because I'm not going to say where this is happening, and if you might know this place,
Wawa,
Jeff. No,
Wawa?
not Wawa, not Wawa. But yeah, don't spoil it and say the name of the place just because it's not confirmed, but we may be moving the location for where Icon 7 is going to be happening, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes down the street from where the Holiday Inn is, where we've had 3 of our 5 in-person events over the years. And to give a little bit of a tease of what it would look like, let me see. Let me flick to the cinema. No, this one. So this is a screenshot of where of the interior of this potential place that we might be moving the event to.
Does Statler and Waldorf get a chance to attend this?
You know what? It would be. I actually know.
Please
people
tell me
that
that
could
Statler and
maybe
Waldorf
make
have a
that
podcasting session upstairs.
I know that it's not impossible. I know some people that could actually make this happen. That may make that happen. And there's a second.
That is amazing.
Image there. Yeah, it would be amazing. There's a good potential. Like the contract hasn't been signed yet, but we're working out. Like we're hammering out the details.
I think I've conducted in that venue before.
Yeah, like I said, you might quite know where this is, what place this is. Please don't say it, because we haven't gone out and actually signed the contract yet, or told the Holiday Inn that we would be moving the event this year. How cool would it be?
I think I've conducted in that theater before. That is a beautiful, beautiful place.
It is. It's almost 100 years old. Abbott and Costello have performed here as a vaudeville stage originally. George Carlin has been on that stage. Bob Hope has been on that stage. A number of big names. Apparently, you've been on that stage. So it's one of those things where we're just trying to figure out the details and all of that. Rafi, I may apply to speak. Yes, if you want to apply to speak, like I said, here's one of the reasons I wanted to move to potentially this location is this venue has 1,100 seats, and currently, and this might change, only allowing 150 people into the venue. So the thought process is that we have a lot more space to move, spread out and all that. But also it's a crazy awesome place. And from a food perspective, usually when you come to an Icon event, I feed you, right? It's like coming to my house. We're going to feed.
No, Joe, you provide food.
I provide food. My wife is either making it or we're ordering it. I'm not the one that's going to be cooking it. But when in this case, because of COVID, it kind of makes it a little more difficult to provide food in that situation. So my thought process is, if we move the event to somewhere like this, now we have the whole town. When you leave that theater, there is restaurants up and down that street, that block right there. So you can eat outside, you can eat inside, and we can kind of spread out even more. Or, it just gives more flexibility. Whereas at the Holiday Inn, it's awesome, but you have to drive to the food locations. So. Plus, how cool would it be to have some footage of you speaking up on an amazing stage, like a historic stage like this? That's what I'm thinking. So, with that said, if you want to apply, go over to indieconference.org/apply. Jeff, I don't know. Were you around when I announced that it's no longer IndiePod conference? It's Indie Creator Conference now. To kind of expand the everything that we do here, because we are live streaming, we are creating those TikToks, even if you're not, Jeff. We are creating YouTube videos, we are creating podcasts, we're writing blog posts, we're writing those show notes, we're doing the SEO, we're building websites. We are creators. That's what we are at the core. So, to me, it's just an opportunity to expand the message and expand the branding. Still Icons, but we, we're just opening it up a little bit more beyond just podcasting. So,
well, Joe,
Jeff,
congratulations to all the great stuff. I remember being at the first one, and it's come such a long way. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thanks for having me on. And guys, until next time, keep up the great work in your podcast and continue sharing your passions with your audiences.
Send my love to the triplets.
Can hear them.
Yes, yes, I can. It's all good. That's one of the great things about being live. You never know what's going to happen. So, what also is great is I can ask for super claps in the chat for Super Jeff Bradbury. Give it up for him. Thank you so much, Jeff. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you soon, man. All right, our next speaker, we're going to jump right in now that we've made the announcement to this whole awesomeness, is speaking on the topic of your brand, your podcast, your message. You probably have known him. You probably have talked with him. If you haven't, you should. He's another person in the education space. Everyone, give it up for Super Stephen Green. Woo! Welcome, Stephen. How are you today?
I'm excited. I'm going old school today. I actually took notes on a piece of paper.
Did you do that all the time?
I know I do it. I mean, for myself.
Yeah.
I didn't. I'm going low tech today because it's a podcast. It's audio, so I'm not going to do a whatever PowerPoint thing. Where was
that's
the
all
theater,
good.
Joe? I came in right as you were saying.
I can't disclose
Okay,
the
I can't
theater because we haven't signed the
Northeast
contract.
United States, I guess. That's all.
It is not. It's about 15 minutes away from the Holiday Inn where we are officially still holding the event now.
Velvet? I like velvet seats.
I don't know if they're velvet, but they are awesome, and it would
It's
be
pretty cool.
it's going to be awesome if we
Isn't that your
absolutely
birthday,
can hold it.
September 11th? Oh, yours is-
No, that is actually Jeanette Pellegrini's birthday. Ding,
Okay.
ding. Our official photographer for all of our Icon events, who comes all the way out of Long Island to be there every single year, about 3.5 hour drive each way. Absolutely love her. She's down in Disney World right now, having the time of her life. Wish I was, but it's okay. This is a great second position to be here. Speaking with all of you today. So, Stephen, I'm going to get out of your way. You are on the clock for 20 minutes, sir.
20 minutes, okay.
Well,
Ready?
15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay.
However long you need.
It'll
Just
be
call me.
what
I'll be
it'll be.
here.
It'll be what it'll be. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Steve Green. I am coming to you from outside of Philadelphia, a town called Drescher. Most people know.
Actually, Stephen, can you change go to your
Yeah,
settings, the
What
gear, and make sure your input's right, because you sound like you're underwater. And
Where's
you have
the
this
gear?
awesome mic in front of you. So
I do have a
there's no
nice mic.
reason-
Where's the gear? I don't see
So the
it.
gear is like at the bottom of the screen, middle bottom. There's like
here
a
it is.
microphone.
Yeah, Roadcast. It's the right one.
Is it? Oh, you just were sounding like you were underwater. Maybe turn off your echo cancel. If you hit the advanced settings after you click on the gear, maybe.
Off. How's that?
Yeah, that's
that
probably
better?
better. Yeah, it's
Okay.
better. All right, I'm out of
Sorry,
here.
everyone. Well, hey, this is not about audio quality in a podcast, but maybe it could be. Listen, I'm going to talk about my view on your brand, your podcast, your message. And the reason I believe this is important is because, at least in my space, I think that I use my podcast to promote my larger brand. As Joe mentioned, I am in the education world. I run an education company. I run a training company. I work with a lot of families that have kids in school. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. But my common thread with that from a business standpoint is I'm trying to provide them with information. I'm trying to provide them with actions, plans, strategies that they can use, that they can do daily. That's my whole thing. It's actions to maximize your education, actions to maximize your business, actions to maximize what's going on. And I'll give you a little quick history. So I started out when I've had this business almost 30 years. It's been a long time, but somewhere around 2004, I started blogging. I had written articles, actual articles that went in newspapers and magazines. You can believe that. Not sure that's happened much lately, at least not on paper. And the natural progression was again to blogging. So I took a lot of my ideas and I put them into a blog. And the blog was, of course, web hosted, adding to it. And somewhere I said, you know what, there must be a way to get this out to people more. And the whole podcasting thing was coming along. I said, well, this is a good way to kind of bring my blog to life. So The idea was I'm going to take the same message I'm putting into my blog, and I'm now going to bring it to life live with a little more emotion, a little more energy, a little more maybe storyline in the podcast. Now this, by the time it actually came to the point where I got around to doing it and doing it correctly, at this point was about 1.5 years ago. And it was in August 2019, just before one of the big Icon events, which I'm really glad I plugged into. And a lot of my success, I'm going to credit to the mentorship I got through this community. So my mission right from the get-go, which I've never veered from, was to use the podcast as a way to promote my larger brand, to promote Make the Grade. Got it around my shirt, Brandon, right? I want people to, when they see the podcast, they think of what is the mission of what's going on here. Now, of course, you have to support that with your content. And there's a lot of ways you can do that, which I'm going to get into a little bit. So I'm going to kind of rhetorically ask this question. Why do you want to podcast? Okay. A, you want to build your brand. And you got to do that a number of ways, but it's a good way to do it. 2, you want to reach your audience. Some of them you already know who they are, and you might be interested to know. People just find your podcast. It's pretty cool. My podcast is hosted on my website. At least there's access to it that way. It's also on Apple and all those things, Spotify, whatever. But my goal is to get them to listen to it on my website. Why? Because I want them to see everything else that's already there. Email sign-up lists, capture pages, giveaways, information, so on and so on. The other thing that's great about a podcast is it creates evergreen content. Once it's on your site, once it's in your hosting, it's always there. Regardless of where people come in, I could be at episode 90. Somebody could just find it episode 90, but they have access to all the other ones that came before it. Also, on the other side is you can repurpose what's in there. There's some great programs. This is not really about technical, I guess, but Joe's had speakers talk about how to take your podcast, 30-minute podcast, take little clips, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 60 seconds, little sound bites. You can use them in social media. You use them wherever. And it's great. It all just helps drive the brand and drive your message. Also, why do you podcast? Build a network. Build a network. Obviously, I'm not the only one in the world that has an educational podcast. Jeff Bradbury, right before me, he's got a couple of them. Very strong. And but you can now have something in common with those people. So I'm kind of here. Somebody else is here. We can help each other. We can collaborate. I have had roughly a third, maybe 35% of my podcasts have guests. But every time I bring a guest on, it opens up new connections. It's reached a point where I'm not even searching for guests because I'm getting them referred by the people who have been guests, which is great. It's a challenge sometimes getting guests. But I had a teacher come on as a guest. She referred me to her principal, who referred me to a college admissions person, who referred me to there, all the way down the lane. It's great. So why do you podcast, at least in my opinion, especially if you're just getting started, is what is your message? Is it going to help you build your brand? Who's your audience? Pretty simple questions, but questions you do want to ask yourself before you get too deep in it, especially if it's business related. I've seen all sorts of podcasts that are just fun. Sports ones. There was somebody at the conference I went to in Atlantic City that had a podcast where they pretend they're going someplace and pretend they have $20,000 to spend when they get there. They just kind of make it up. Hey, we went here and spent $4,000 on dinner. They just talk about it. It's pretty entertaining. People do podcasts just for fun. You know, they're just comedy, their music. They're talking about their hobbies. So what I'm talking about is kind of in the isolated cell of if you're using it as an extension of your business for branding. So like I said, let me kind of finish my journey here. Started out with a bunch of ideas. I was writing articles for magazines. I was writing articles for newspapers, turned them into a blog, turned the blog into a podcast. More recently, I've converted a lot of them doing the podcast additionally into live streaming. So now I'm taking the same idea. I got one idea, 3 or 4 places. 1 into a blog, written form. 2 into a podcast, audio form. 3 into live stream, video form. And all of them, even if they have the same message, seem to come out differently. And even better, I can repurpose all that into social media, into emails I send to my lists of people, my followers. I've developed a nice sized email list over many years, and it just works really, really well. So I would encourage you, if you're new, to consider some of these things. It shouldn't hold you back from starting a podcast at all. But if you're tying it to your business interests and you want people to circle back around, because you can also use a podcast to establish yourself as a subject matter expert in your field. Plenty of people do what I do. What makes me stand out? Well, hopefully a lot of things, but at least one of them is I am very open to sharing ideas, to sharing, basically giving away things that a lot of other people want to charge for through the podcast, through the live streaming, etc., because I want people to build up a trust in what I'm doing. Now, when they've come to make a buying decision or a consulting decision or engaging with someone, hey, I know this guy from his podcast. And I've had people say that. I never met you, but I've heard your podcast or I've seen your live streams. And I feel like, I feel kind of a connection in a business sense. So the key with branding, and I know enough about branding to be dangerous, but the key is consistency. Everything should be the same. Colors of my logo are the same in the blog. They're the same in the podcast. They're the same in the live stream. I use music in my podcast. Guess what? Here it is. I use the same music in my live stream. How about that? See, so it's consistency. Everything is so important with consistency. Your message. The other thing you can do, and I would encourage people to do this, is I tend to think of podcasts in sets of 5 or 6. So I know what's coming next. I know what came before, I know what came next. So I'm going to refer to them a lot in the present one. So let's say I got a podcast and I'm talking about whatever. Hey, those of you who listened to the podcast before this will remember blah, 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 blah. Well, people say, I didn't listen to the one before this. Oh, maybe I better go check it out. Towards the end, you want to anticipate what's coming next. Hey, in the next podcast and the one after, we're going to get into this and this. Stay tuned. They're going to be released this day. Get ready. So you always want to kind of keep your information flow coordinated. You want to keep it purposeful. And if you can, intersperse guests into all that. So in my view, the key to your message is consistency, number one. You want to be consistent in what you're projecting out there. Not boring, not redundant, just consistent ideas. Get a good tag. My tagline is, hey, this is Steve Green on the Make to Read podcast, giving you actions that will help you to maximize your success. I say that 3-4 times every podcast. I practiced it. I wasn't always so good at it. And that's the idea. Number 2 is sequencing. You don't have to jam everything into one podcast. That was a mistake I made early. I got all this to say. I got to keep talking. I realized, why do that? Instead of doing a 45-minute podcast where I feel like rushed, I feel rushed because I'm getting so much stuff I'm trying to get out. I said, no, let's do 8 15-minute ones. Slow it down, take it easy, give people time to digest it. Again, get back to that sequencing idea where you're referring to what's coming next. Hey, today I am kicking off an 8 podcast series. This is number 1. We're going to talk about everything having to do with getting ready for the SATs. Big, important college admissions test. Today, we're going to talk about this one component, but over the next 7, I'm going to address this, and this. Brought to you by Make the Grade. Actions to help you maximize your success. And it all bundles around. So the key to your message is consistency, trying to sequence everything so people know what came before and after, put it into context. And 3, be open to feedback. Everybody wants to hear positive feedback. Well, oh my God, your podcast is so awesome. Can't wait for the next one. But sometimes the negative or critical feedback is a lot more valuable. Hey, the one you did before, blah, blah, blah. And some people are like, I don't care what these people think. I think you got to be open to that. They've got to be open to that because your audience is who gives life to the podcast as soon as you release it. Nobody wants to have a podcast where they spend all kinds of time on it, producing it, make sure the sound's right, making sure the production is right, make sure everything's cool, and then you get 4 downloads. It's not fun. Well, you got to be able to listen to your people, listen to your audience, and get feedback from them. I feel that that's probably helped not just my podcast, but definitely my live streaming and really my blogs and really everything in this whole sort of idea more than almost anything else. And sometimes you got to ask for it. I poll in my emails people, what would you like me to talk about in the podcast? I am planning out the next quarter. Okay. I'm planning out the next quarter. I need 12 topics for podcast, 12 to 20. What do you want to hear about? And secondly, I ask people if they have potential guests they want me to meet. And most people do. Hey, there's this guy over here. You really get to know him. This woman over here we worked with. So use your audience as I don't say taking advantage of it all, but they're your community. Try to help, get them to help you. Ask for feedback. Hey, I did this podcast. Really like some honest feedback about it. First 10 people to comment, get 10% off something, whatever you want to give a little bit of an incentive. But I think, let me kind of circle back around. Your message, go for consistency and go for what you stand for. It's okay to veer off of that, have some fun with it, let people get to know you a little bit, but stay with your core message overall. You really got to get off a message, start another podcast. I've thought about starting one about music, because obviously I can't really blend music and education. I'm a big music fan, all kinds of music. And number 2 is your brand. And again, I'm going to tell you, our people out there better than talk about branding than me. It's professional branding people. But I do know this for sure. Branding must involve consistency. And if you're going to podcast, keep that in the circle of everything else you're doing. The message, again, the word again, message, the colors, the font, all that stuff is important. It's detail, but it's really important. And then, your podcast. Your podcast is an extension of you. It really is. And people will kind of relate that to you. Hey, aren't you the guy that does that education podcast? Aren't you the person that does that podcast about the Eagles or whatever? It becomes part of your sort of social identity, especially if you're marketing a lot on social media and things like this. So that is more or less what I got going on. Let's see if there's any comments in it. Yes, Larry Roberts, my man Larry Roberts, all the way from Texas. Yes, I am going old school. Yeah, paper. Can't do a podcast on paper, but you can certainly take notes. And again, content is big. Yes, that is true. Flexibility. Be current, be relatable. This has been a hellish year in education. If you're a parent, you got kids in school like I do, and I work with them all day. This has been a tough year in education. Kids are home, maybe not as much in the last few months. Finally, things are opening up a little bit. Parents are trying to work in one room. Kids are in another room trying to study on a computer. It was tough. There was a lot to talk about in education this last year and continues to be. But people don't want to hear the same thing over and over. Yeah, we're stuck inside, virtual school stinks. So you got to keep it fresh, right? You got to keep it interesting. You got to keep it current. You got to keep it relatable for people. So again, I'm coming from the space of, I kind of taught myself to podcast, but I got some advice for some really good people like Joe, like Tim Gillette, who's one of the speakers today. Larry Roberts, I've seen him speak multiple times. I don't know if he's talking today, but always be open to listening to people who've got the experience. You never know what you're going to learn. That's why coming to these conferences in this incredibly beautiful, velour-laden seat theater somewhere in the wilds of Northeast United States is really valuable. I didn't really want to make this a commercial for Joe, but it's really good. I went to one conference. I would have been to a few more if they weren't canceled. There it is. Look at that. I say it and it happens. Thank you, lords of the conference. But I if you really want to grow these things, I would suggest, because this is what worked for me, focus on your brand larger to include your podcast, focus on your message and your consistency, and enjoy the process. Have some fun with it and things like this. So I don't even know how long I spoke. I got to be very honest. It was kind of extemporaneizing, whatever word. I think I pronounced it wrong. But yeah, so that is looking good, Joe. That's a beautiful picture anyway of that theater.
Well, thank you.
Is it like dating where everybody looks good in their online dating picture? Then you meet them and they don't look as, they're 20 pounds heavier. It's one of those things. I don't know.
20 years younger in the picture. Yeah,
right.
they're
You
20
don't
years
look like
older
your
than
picture.
the
I never do.
Well, I
Famous
did at
line
one
from,
point.
I'm not saying it is true. I'm just saying it's. I'm whatever. But
No, it is. It's a special. This is an opportunity. You were talking about this year and how difficult it's been. I mean, this is an opportunity, and I don't know if this is definitely going to happen. We might still be at the Holiday Inn in just outside of Philadelphia here in South Jersey. In Swedesboro, but I see it as an opportunity to spread out a little bit more, do something a little bit different, and try something different, because it's only a 1-day event versus like putting people in a room for 2 or 3 days where, the classroom style at that point is more advantageous for a multi-day event, because you can, have your stuff in front of you. But yeah, I see it as an opportunity. We'll see if it pans out that way. I don't have anything signed just yet.
I hope this
but
is
we
going
are
to make
talks.
the price go from like $50 to $700 because of the.
Well, the price is right. So current price for tickets is $199. The price will go up.
It's a steal.
Yeah, I mean, the price will go up regardless to $299 by the time we get to the conference in September. But yeah, it is more expensive than where we are going to be at the Holiday Inn. So. We'll see. Hopefully, I was hoping to have everything signed like for today, so I can make this big announcement. But I can't divulge where this is or anything like that just yet. So, but it's not far.
Could
from
I ask
where
you a question? You
the
could
hotel
just
is.
answer no or something.
Okay, go ahead.
Nah, I'm kind of joking, but we got more important things to talk about than the theater. But
We do.
I do. I've said this publicly before. I really owe a lot of thanks to Joe and his crew, and a lot of people I've met through these conferences, like Ross Brand and Tim Gillette, and some of these people are consistent speakers, and I've heard them speak before, and I make a point. Hey, this person's speaking. I want to make sure I'm going to hear it. And I look at the roster. I listen to these things, and Joe was kind of make a joke. I usually take 15, 20 pages of notes at these things. And I think I'm only up to about page 7 today, but I'm going to throw it.
We're not even halfway through yet, I don't think.
I know,
so.
but well, because I it's so much patient. I want to look at it and review it, and it's kind of the educator in me. I like having a collection of it. So yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Stephen. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Stephen Green. Stephen, hopefully we'll be chatting soon. That was a great joke. Yes.
Push the wrong button.
Oh, different effect. Just what the difference one button can make, right?
That's the story of my life.
Please give it up for Super Stephen Green. Stephen, I will talk to you soon, man. And if I don't, for some crazy reason, have a great time in Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. You're very welcome. All right. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of how to be your guest's favorite podcast interview experience. Now, I hope I don't butcher her name. We're going to say I need some super claps in the chat for Super Aiden Nepom.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Nepom. It's here's how you can remember.
Nepom.
Nepom.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you sharing any screens? Sharing any slides?
Yes and no. I'm going to be sharing them through my camera lens because I'm fancy like that. So I got everything.
Sweet.
It should be working. We'll do a test with this slide right here.
And in the meantime, Vane, what Joe should try to pull in Grant Cardone. I honestly, I don't. Well, considering we are limited at how many seats we can sell, most likely still by then, I think it would be a really difficult thing to probably be able to afford a Grant Cardone or the Gary V's or the Casey Neistats of the world. As I've tried to go after and get Casey Neistat to speak once before, and it's just way too darn expensive. Anyway, I'm going to get out of your way. It looks like it's working. You are on the clock for 20 minutes.
Awesome. Let me start my timer then. All right, cool. Hello. I am Aiden Nepom, as we just established. And before I do anything, I just wanted to say that I think you're all really smart for being here. And I wish I had been smarter before I started podcasting. I learned all my lessons through my first podcast. You're always learning. I've learned stuff today, but it's super cool that you're here. I just wanted to applaud you for being smart human beings. Some of you probably haven't started podcasting yet. Others of you are like me, you're podcasters and you're just here to learn more. So here is what I would love is in the chat, if just so I know a little bit better of who's here, if you could just throw in the chat a little bit of like, yes, I have a podcast, or no, this is new, just so I know. And there's, or if you want to throw in, I don't know, some emojis or something, just so I know you're all there. That's awesome. Awesome. I see Tim's got a podcast. Hi, Tim. Very cool. And the rest of you are thinking about whether you're going to respond. Well, while you're doing that, I just want to give you a little sense of who I am, just to give you a sense of why I'm so fancy. So I am a professional speaker. I am also an improv theater performer. I'm in a show called USS Improvise: The Next Generation in this picture where I'm playing Deanna Troi. And we are scheduled to be performing in Las Vegas, which is going to be scary and cool and exciting. Feel free to hit me up with questions after this if you want. I'm also a senior facilitator for On Your Feet Improv for Business. I'm the president of the Art of Change Skills for Life. And like you, I am a podcaster. This is my podcast, but I'm not just the host. I'm just like you guys. I'm a one-woman show. I'm art production, editing, booking, all those things. And I'm also a podcast guest, and I've been enjoying doing that. I loved sharing my expertise on the Happier at Work podcast, Kuinua Coaching podcast, ROI Online podcast, and InnovaBuzz. And I've also been on some podcasts that I did not enjoy the experience. Maybe some of you have as well. I will not be sharing the names of those podcasts. I did contemplate using one of them as an example of what not to do, but instead of that, we're going to focus on the positive. So here is what we're going to do. As an expert on stage presence and creating a sense of ensemble with your colleagues and your audience and on workplace communication and leadership, I wanted to tell you that I'm reading my notes under my camera lens in case you're curious what's happening. I am told by 100% of my guests that they have enjoyed being on my show. And at least 80% of my guests give me the feedback that my show is their favorite podcast experience. And so that's what we're going to focus on now, is how to be your guest's favorite podcast experience for the next 15 minutes. And then I want to leave room for at least one question at the end. So here's the thing. If you want to grow your audience, I am told that what you want is for your guests to get excited about sharing your content to their networks of people. And if you want them to do that, then you can bet your bottom dollar that they need to have a positive experience, right? You want them to want to share. I actually really loved the analogy. If you were here earlier this morning for Tamara Ann Bell, she talked about inviting people to a party. You want your guests to feel that way. It's not just about your listeners feeling that way. You want your guests to feel like they're part of something special, something fun, something rewarding to them. So there are 3 things that you need to do reasonably well to really be a favorite. And I want to say you don't have to be perfect at these things. I started out, I got a yes from my first guest, and I was figuring it all out on the fly. And I think it's okay to do those things, but you want to really think about these 3 areas, even if you're only doing them reasonably well, right? The communication before, during, and after the recording process. You want to have really clear communication with your guests. You want to think about the experience inside that conversation while you're recording. What's it like for them? And you want to think about the quality of the content you're putting out to your audience, because and I'm betting you hear this a million times a day. I actually haven't heard anybody say this particular phrase yet this morning, but content is king. And you've all heard that before. So if you want your guests to feel really super excited about being on your show and talking with you, then you need to have a show that looks, if you do video, and sounds and is great. So that's something that's really, really important. All right. So let's get into what it takes to do those things. So I come from this background of improvisation, and I do a lot of facilitation and training. And mindset is a huge piece of helping people get unstuck in certain areas of their communication and relationships. It's a huge unlock for simply being a great presenter. So I've actually brought a lot of mindset tools to the table here today, because I think, and by a lot, I mean like one really important one. So let's get into that. So we're going to talk about how your communication will start. We'll just go down the list. Here we go. Your mantra needs to be for your audience. If you think of your audience member, sorry, I'm talking about your guest when I'm saying audience member. Think about your guest as an audience member. Like they're an audience member of one. So what you want to do is you want to set them up for success, and you want to make it as easy as possible. I'm forgetting the presenter's name who talked about automating and having your systems in place. That's what I mean by making it easy. And I'm going to share just a sneak peek at some of my tools that I use to automate my processes, because I think it's helpful to see those things. But here's the mantra, and I want you to adopt this. Set them up for success. You'll notice them is in all caps here. A lot of times as podcasters, we're really worried, like, am I doing okay? How do people like me? Is my show going to be all right? Is my mic plugged in all right? Is my lighting good? And all of those things matter. And I'm sure you're going to get more tips and tools on how to get your equipment set up and do it at a budget and all those things. But you want to think about, when you have a guest coming on your show, you want to think about setting them up for success. I cannot tell you what a pet peeve it is when I see in these podcasting groups on Facebook, people complaining about how their guests were so terrible. If your guest is giving bad interview, if they're not showing up on their scheduled time, if they're not sharing your podcast out to their audiences, that's not their fault. You failed to set them up to be successful on your show. So that really, 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 I can't emphasize that enough. You want to set them up for success. Okay, so let's give you a little peek here at some of what I do. Now, these are just the tools that I've decided are good for me. I'm not an affiliate for any of these things, so do what works best for you. But my process works like this. I send out a booking email, and then they get sent to a Calendly page. That's what I'm using because it's what I use for my one-on-one coaching clients. And so they book that, and then they automatically, let's see if I can show you this. Nope. I don't know if you guys can read that. That is super tiny print. All of this is to say that I have a template here that tells them, like, thing one, go fill out this form. And that form, by the way, is here. I make it super easy for them to fill out the form. And what the form is it's an intake where they're going to answer the questions, like their name and their social handle. And they're going to sign the waiver that gives me permission to use their face and voice on the show. They're going to upload their picture for my promo materials. It's all a one-stop shop, and it takes 2 minutes, and they just fill it out in this form. The other stuff that's in this email that I send out is like, thing two, you're going to be recorded on video. Here's a tip on looking great on video. If you don't want to be recorded on video, let me know. All that stuff. So I set them up for success with really clearly delineated things. You'll see some of that stuff. Even if you can't read the text, good Lord, you'll see that some of that stuff is in bold. That's because if somebody's skimming, which I guarantee you, if anybody opens this email, they're skimming, it just draws their eyes to the main point. I also send out an extremely detailed, but again, highlighted email after a show is published. And it's like, these are 12 ways to share to your network. These are done for you links. And I'll tell you that I got and changed this template from Neil Patel. And if you aren't already following Neil Patel, he's got a ton of content out there for free that's great for SEO, great for podcasters, great for email communication. So I say all of this not so that you can be like, wow, look at all those tools. It's because what I want you to see here, the takeaway is that I am always, always, always setting them up for success. I'm very clear about what's expected of them, and I'm very clear about what they should expect from me, which is an unscripted, organic conversation that hits 3 basic areas. And that, so they get the outline of the show. I have them prep a story. I give them resources on telling great stories. And that's what my process is. Okay, I want to talk about the interview experience. This is exciting because my timer on my watch is telling me I have limited time. Okay, so here's your mantra, really important mantra for the interview experience itself. You want to give them a good time. Notice once again, I am emphasizing them in capital letters. And the nice thing about this is when you are thinking about yourself, you get really hung up on how do you look, sound, whatever, how's everything working, as I mentioned before. But when you give them a good time, when you're really attentive, really present, really listening to what they have to say, then you're going to have a better interview for your listeners as well. So giving them a good time is good for your listeners, which is good for building your overall podcast community and so on. Before you hit record, take time to connect on a human level with your guest. Imagine you're on a date or at lunch with an acquaintance that you might be trying to up-level to friend status, and be human. But don't just be like, I always say being human is incomplete because being selfish and self-centered and rude and all those things are also part of being human. So be the best part of being human. Don't just be yourself. Be charming. Give them opportunities to ask you questions so that they feel comfortable before you hit the record button, and tell them what they need to know. Like, for example, I'm using Zencastr Video to record my conversations. And so before I hit record, I let them know that because it's in beta, we're going to see lowered video quality for each other, but that they're being recorded in the highest possible quality video to look really nice. And then I tell them how I use that video, which is an excerpt from the show is going to land on YouTube. The full conversation lands for my Patreon subscribers. So I let them know what's going to happen, ask them if they have questions, and then I hit record. I see Larry is making a joke about being charming. I can't speak for how charming you are, Larry, but it's charming that you commented. So I'll take that. Do enough homework to ask the right questions, but there's literally nothing worse than when a guest or your host keeps referring to their cards instead of hearing what you say. I always tell this story of watching an episode of Jeopardy! My husband and I watched a lot of TV during the pandemic, like most of you. And there's this one episode where, normally he goes and he talks to all the guests and he asks them a single question about like some fun fact they gave him before the show. And most of the time he's kind of on the ball with his responses. It's like a little one-line quip about like, that's great, or good for you, or whatever. This one episode, one of the ladies shared some like really personal thing, like I have cancer, or I just lost my dad in a fire, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. And Alex said, that must have been great. All right, on to Double Jeopardy. And I thought, oh my God, that is in a nutshell exactly what it's like to be on a show as a guest where the person doesn't hear your answers and just refers to their questions. So doing homework is good, but not if it gets in the way of you being really present with your guests. Because remember, you're giving them a good time, and listening to people is the best gift you can give. That being said, you definitely want to mind the clock. And keep that clock in the back of your mind. A great show has a good cadence, just like I've got my clock here on my wrist telling me that it's time to talk about your show quality. And we don't have to talk about this much. I just want to give you this mantra. This is my mantra that I use, which is, would I love to listen to this? I am a really judgmental person when it comes to other people's podcasts. Just true confessions. And I bet a lot of you are too. So when you're putting out a show, you want to put something out that you feel proud of, something you would actually consume. In that way, you're ensuring that at least one person thinks it's good. Now, there are certain things that you're going to learn along the way. And when you go back and look at some of your early stuff, you're going to be like, oh my God, I thought that was good. And that's normal and fine and part of the growth experience. But you want to, at least as you're hitting publish, feel good about what you're putting out there, so that when you invite a guest to come on the show, they can hear in your voice that you actually love what you do. So this is what we covered. We talked about these 3 areas at like lightning speed. I could have spent an entire day on each of these, I think. As a thank you, I put together a page of just these resources and a simple download. You don't have to subscribe to anything to get it. I'm going to post that link. Where am I? I'm going to give that to Joe here. And have him share that with you, because I think that it's great to have those resources. I think that those will help you. So if there is time, if there are questions, I want to answer those specific questions. Can you explain the video quality you mentioned? You recorded a different quality. Oh yeah, so that's just a feature of Zencastr Beta. So right now, Zencastr Video is in beta, and it's great because you can use it for free and record really high quality video and really high quality audio, depending on what you're plugging into the system. And it's all online, so you just send a link to your guests. It's very cool. But the downside is what happens when you hit record, because of the way they record sort of locally, temporarily on your machine, and then they upload it slowly over bits and bytes. Not that slow, because the internet's pretty fast. But what happens is your little view screen for each other sometimes gets a little bit pixelated. You don't see that high quality video that you see before you hit record. And so it's just something to be aware of, because if you're not expecting it, and sometimes it doesn't happen, if somebody's internet speed is like really amazing, it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, it can be quite jarring. Larry wants to know what I'm using. Oh yeah, traditional SlideShare sucks over Zoom, doesn't it? We're not on Zoom, but it sucks. So yeah, I use Prezi. I'm all about them fun, fancy tools. So that's what I'm using, is Prezi. All right, cool. So Super Joe Pardo put the link in the chat for you guys. Go to that link. The password is favorite. You're going to need a password to get that free stuff without subscribing. Prezi, Prezi. Prezi Video. Are there any other questions?
Yes,
Fantastic.
we have about
Super
2 minutes. So if you have any second questions, drop them in the comments, and we can get some answers.
And Super Joe, while people are thinking about what they might like to ask, I definitely want to say thank you to you. It's nice to be able to help other folks who are starting out. Like, I wish I had asked for help for people, and taken advantage of this I didn't even know this existed when I was first starting out. So this is a really awesome resource. The other thing I want to say is the other offer when you go to the password protected page is I've made a special, if you want to keep this conversation going, just a special little Calendly link just for you guys. That's a 10-minute get a question answered. So if you want to spend 10 minutes getting a little bit of help for $0, then go to there and use the link.
I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah. That's my caffeinated early morning on the West Coast offer. There you go.
See, Vane says, would you put that application for a guest on the website only, or could you put that on your Facebook business page?
Yeah, so I think I've seen people do these in a lot of ways. And so I will tell you that people who apply to be guests on my show don't often actually get to be on my show, because I curate my guests. I have a silly ceiling on my standard of guests. It's not that silly, actually, because as I mentioned, content is king. So I curate my guests and I reach out to people directly. And I tell them why I want them to be guests on my show. And I saw somebody gave a talk on that already. So I won't go into great detail about that. There is a form on my website for people who want to apply. It's a Google form. I'm going to switch that out for a type form probably, which is what I use for my guest intake. Yeah, it's part of my automated email process for booking guests. So I reach out to guests personally, either LinkedIn Messenger, Facebook Messenger, email, or whatever. And then if they're interested, then they get sent that booking link. From there, they're going to get automated emails that take them to the necessary forms.
Awesome. Yes. I'm a big fan of putting the forms on the website, not using Google Forms and things of that nature. I use Smart Forms on WordPress personally, just so I can put it right on the page, in which, it's just one less step, one less thing to break or sending them somewhere else.
You can embed a Google form on your WordPress website, which is what I've done. But I gotta tell you, they look like crap. And the type form or like whatever you're using, I'm gonna have to now look at the tool you just mentioned, Joe, because I'm always looking for good tools. But yeah, you want to embed something that people are excited to fill out.
The embedding a Google form, frames, from back in the day, building websites, you're doing the different frames of the page. It just doesn't, and it's especially bad on mobile, like doubly bad.
Totally. Okay. The last question was, is it necessary to have them fill out forms? Legally speaking, you don't have to have people sign a podcast waiver, but I think it's a good idea. My father-in-law is a lawyer, and so not only do I do that, but when I hit record, I also have them say in the recording, so that I have them on, like if they were ever like, I didn't sign that, my assistant did, then I also have them being like, yes, my voice and face are here in service of your podcast.
Yeah, it's not a bit. It depends, depending on like the level of guest and things that you're going for. It's not a bad idea to have some kind of agreement and all that. But with that said, like it's a podcast that you can just delete it. Like you gotta take down notice or whatever. Like okay, click, you're gone. It's gone. It's no big deal.
Totally.
So
and I say, as part of the guest experience, like for giving them a good time, be cool about whatever shows up. If somebody's like, I'm not signing that waiver, but I'm happy to do your show, if that's a breaker, blah, 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 which happened to me really recently, I was like, not a breaker. If you hear the show and you don't want it up anymore, I'll just take it down. I don't feel attached. I want you to have a good time. So you really want to set them up for success, make them feel good, let them be the rock star. They are doing you a favor by showing up to your show, helping you build your audience by just them sharing their thoughts. So you want them to feel really, really thankful for, you want to feel gratitude towards them for doing that.
110%. Just like 110%, we need 110% super claps in the chat for, let me see if I get it right. Aiden Nepom.
Yeah, right? You got
Nepom. It. Yes. Awesome. Ding, ding. Thank you so much, Aiden, for being here. Hopefully, we've got to get connected and talk more. And I'm glad that you found us or really any resources, because there's plenty of opportunity to learn out there for free and paid opportunities too. But it's just one of those things. Like, don't be afraid to like learn from other people. You don't have to necessarily follow the ABC steps of what they did, but be open to it.
Totally. This is awesome. Thanks, Super Joe.
Thank you so much.
Remember
Aiden.
the password for that link is favorite.
All
lowercase.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Take care. I'm laughing because Stephen Green is still in the green room, and his cat is walking by this camera. So it's it's like right up against it. All right. So now our next speaker is speaking on the topic of how to become well known when starting out. He is a sponsor of this event with his Simple Easy Events. Thank you so much, Vane, for the claps in the super claps in the chat. And you should go check out simpleeasyevents.com. Their next event is June 12th of June this year. Anyway, I need some super claps to chat for Super Tim Gillette. Woo!
Hey, man.
Tim, how are you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm sitting here listening to our last two guests and listening to some stuff going on. And just Steve, so you know, Steve, yeah, I get it, Steve. Yep. And Aiden, oh my gosh, I thought I had one of the most refined systems. I actually oh wow, I can add that. Oh wow, I can tweak that. All right, because I have one of the coolest podcasts you can ever be on. Just saying.
Ding ding, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna jump out of your way, Tim.
You have. So how do I put them up, buddy?
Share your screen at the bottom. In the middle, there's a little screen image icon. Just click that, and you should be able to share out your screen.
Oh wow, I'm trying to find it now. This is different. This is different than the other one.
It is. I've made the switch to StreamYard or Restream from StreamYard. Mostly because I already own Restream for life through AppSumo. If you're not using AppSumo, you should. And that's one of the reasons I decided to ditch StreamYard, because I didn't want to pay $240 a year anymore. When I already bought it once, so.
An unsupported format, it says.
Unsupported format.
Mm-hmm.
It
doesn't give me the opportunity to share my screens. It sends me right to the.
Are you using Chrome or are you using Safari?
I was trying to use a PowerPoint, but it's not letting me do PowerPoint.
When you click the share button, it doesn't come up with a window? It says choose what to share, and then there's window.
It comes up. It sends me to my files on my computer.
Oh! You're clicking on the plus sign, right?
Oh, okay. I think I found it. There we go.
Yeah, you're looking for the computer screen, not the plus sign.
All right. So let me set this out again and go. I found it finally.
There we go. All right. You're on the clock, sir.
All right, my friends. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tim Gillette with Simple Easy Marketing. And let's ask why today you want to be well known. Why? Why do you want to be well known? Do you have a reason why you want to be well known? Not as a kid, I want to be a celebrity. Oh man, I want to be famous. Why? Why? Do you know why? When you know why, trust me, you're going to find ways that's going to go down the list that I'm going to share with you today and make that list even longer. The point is when you find out a reason for what you want to do and where you want to go in this world, you will find a way. Bottom line. Today, I'm going to go with this too and actually make you think about this. Someone has a bigger story than you. If you don't have a why, you're not going to get out there. Someone has been through a bigger struggle than you. I know. And COVID, believe me, everybody's been through something, but somebody's been through a bigger struggle. Someone has a bigger success story. That's why they make TV shows. Somebody has a bigger success story. But my question is to you. Is it you? Do you have the bigger success story? Do you have the bigger struggle? Do you have the bigger story? Do you? Well, imagine this. What if your story could be the next movie maker? What if your story could be the next fancy thing out there? Are you telling it? What if you could be a celebrity? I mean, are you picturing this? Red carpet, showing off at Joe Pardo's fancy event, being in that fancy studio or that fancy theater. Come on, share it. You can say you shared the stage, all right, with George Carlin. Think about this. What if? How about this? What if you could be in high demand in your niche right now? Would you? Would you like to be in that spot? I know some of you are just starting out. Some of you are just kicking the tires and going, maybe I'm going to start a podcast. I know I've watched the comments on who has had a podcast and who did it. All right, I'm our last speaker. But We're going to ask you today, what if you could be in high demand? See, when it comes to being a celebrity and being in demand as a celebrity, there are some things that you're going to need to know. Number one, it's not the microphone that you get that's going to make you a celebrity. It's not the camera you get that's going to make you a celebrity. Not the lights you have on that's going to be a celebrity. It ain't going to matter whether you have a Mac or a PC as to whether you're a celebrity. When it comes to your online status, a lot of those things that most people focus on will not get them to celebrity status and get them in high demand. They will not become well known. Well, you, I'm sure, want to become well known. Why? Because you want to help people, right? You want to get to a people in niche. You want to be known for doing something. Guys, I'm Tim Gillette, Simple Easy Marketing. I like to create simple, easy steps to get people the results they want. Trademark the name, Simple Easy Marketing, because of the fact that I was always looking for, in my personal life, the simplest, easiest way to do something. I knew as a kid, by watching my father get laid off, that I did not want to work a job. So I knew that I was going to have to be out there creating businesses my whole life, which is much harder than getting a job. I've always tried to find what's the simplest, easiest task that you can get there. And believe very firmly in simple, easy success. If you create enough steps, all right, and take it one step at a time, you can achieve any goal or dream you want. So I used to look like Tom Petty. I had this very fancy, hairdo. I was well known for this whole thing in the industry. So some of the things that I'm going to share with you today are actually things that I do. I'm a speaker. I'm an author. I'm a coach, like 7-time Amazon #1 best-selling author, blah, 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 blah. Award-winning podcast. See, I got awards up here for being podcaster of the year, blogger of the year, all right, celebrity guru, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Because I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes along the way, and I learned from the mistakes. I love how in our previous conversation here was just sharing about steps you can take to be have a fun podcast. I thought I had the funnest podcast in the world, so I sat there and took notes to improve it because I've made mistakes. But I also have had fun. I've also had fun, loads of fun. I enjoy my life. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy the great times I have. It's just, you got to enjoy the ride. So today, I'm going to share with you, all right, 7 simple, easy ways that you can become well-known and become well-known really fast. I'm going to share with you all 7 so you know with it, and then I'm going to break down 2 of them for you. Sound like a deal? We've got 15 minutes left, so let me get going on this. Number 1, all right, of the 7, right, become a voice for or against something that has meaning. In other words, all right, become someone who's out there in the world hammering on a topic that is very sensitive or controversial in our world. Good things to it, all right, you become well-known in that industry for helping people not believe in whatever it is that's going on out there. Bad part is, all right, in our world now where we are now starting to see censorship on many, many platforms, you're going to have to build up an audience to your email list fast. There's a good chance certain public ideas or public sites that are out there in the social world may not like your side of the opinion, and they may cancel you. So there's good and bad. The second one, create a show that's a he said, she said. He said, she said, all right? In other words, it's 2 people opposing points. Another great idea to become well-known. I've watched people create this show idea out of the hat and all of a sudden have hundreds and thousands of people show up and become part of their community. The problem is I watched one of them that was a very great running show and a good show about 5 years ago. And the 2 people got in a fight and decided that they were not going to do this anymore. And both, not one, both of their audiences died. That they went away. So if you create this concept, know that you're going to have to make a long-term commitment. All right. Think about it. The Eagles, great band in the 1970s. They said, that's it. We're not going to do it. They came back and they're one of the greatest selling bands of all time because they learned to put their differences aside and they realized together they will make it, separately they won't. Number 3, this one here I'm going to cover a little bit more in detail later on, but create celebrity attachment. Create celebrity attachment. Become known with a celebrity. Become telling you look like a celebrity. Things like that will actually work to help you in advantage. But use celebrities, all right, to get your brand out there. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a little bit. Become a colorful character. Let's face it, all right? Treat your podcast or thing like a show. You're a character on a show. Your character could be real you, but your character is a character. Treat it as a character and get it out there so people will actually get to know you. I have a friend who's actually, I knew him from our days of washing cars. Got put on a TV show, and the camera and crew behind the show told him, Brian, you want to get on shows and become well-known, do something with your character that makes people recognize you no matter where you go. He literally immediately grew a spiked, what do they call it, was mohawk, all right, and spiked it out in blonde and became known as Buff Monkey Brian. And went out there. Number 5, create PR stunts that get people's attention. We did this in the Blab days. In the Blab days, I created, if you notice the green check marks, because most people from Blab remember me as the guy who created the certified green. I was a certified Blab or official Blab with a green check mark. And, you know, it was a publicity stunt that basically got Sean over at Blab to call me up and say, Tim, will you stop? All right. People are emailing me, asking how to get this. It was a PR stunt. Got me a little well-known in that field. Another publicity stunt I've done is I sold a box of air. Again, a stunt. It got a bunch of people to go, yeah, I got to see this. This guy's funny. I got to go check him out. Just to say that. Number 6. Now, I've used this one like you wouldn't believe, but you've got to use it consistently because it's a ooh, up and down. Use pop culture stories and news events to create your content. In other words, in the 2012, 2013, Jennifer Lawrence was walking up the stairs at the Oscars and she fell. I immediately grabbed my camera and took a picture of the TV set and froze it, sent that picture over to one of my guys to have him enhance it to make it look like I was in the audience. I took that picture, and I immediately the next morning did a blog post saying Jennifer Lawrence falls to the Oscars. Thousands of people came. Why? Because the next morning they were Google searching it. It's how to use pop culture. The bad thing about this is you have to create every day because the news cycle runs so much that today's story is history by 4:30 this afternoon. And number 7, the biggest one that I will actually cover today in detail is take advantage of every opportunities that come your way. So many people are seeking to be famous and have no idea why, or seeking to be well known. They have no idea why. When you actually realize your goal, your purpose, your mission, and you're set onto it, you take advantage of every opportunity. A little bit about me, and so you know, it's how I use this. I was a car wash guy. When I sold my business, I sat down across the table from the Zig Ziglar. He was a friend of mine. I didn't know Zig as the speaker. I knew Zig as the guy who was a dad, a husband, and a normal guy. And Zig Ziglar said to me, Tim, you need to be a speaker, you need to be a coach, you need to be out there helping people. And when I came back and I got my first speaking gig, I actually went to Zig and I said, hey, I got my first speaking gig. You know what Zig said? Great. Take every other one that's offered to you from here on out until I tell you different. Take advantage of every opportunity, and we'll cover that more. So I'm going to do this by just focusing on 2 points, all right, in the 8 minutes we have left. 2 points I want to focus on, all right, and let you dig in depth in just 2 of them. Because all 7 of them are great ideas, and trust me, I've got a list with over 30 of them here. I just decided to put 7 on there today. Number 1, celebrity attachment. Celebrity attachment. This is the hugest thing that will actually get you out there as fast as you want to know. Most people actually, when they go out there in celebrity attachment, what they do is they go to events where celebrities are and they get their pictures taken and they put them up. I've got pictures with me and Mickey Dolenz, me and Eddie Money, God rest his soul, rest in peace, my friend, me and John Waite, me and Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses, me and Dean Cain, me and Chris Harrison. All right, the list goes on and on. Where did I meet these people? I went to events and got to meet them. Because of doing that, all right, and getting pictures taken and building relationships with these people, one of them has become a close friend, and I actually can call him personally on the phone right now, and that is actor Glenn Morshower. Glenn's a great guy. I know Glenn more off camera than I know him on camera. The person you see on camera, trust me, is not the person I'm attracted to. I got to meet him because I got in a picture with him, and I've had him speak at my events. Number 2, you can get these pictures by attending most of the events these celebrities are at. Hint, why you want to get a ticket to Joe Pardo's event? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Who's Joe Pardo going to have there? You get a picture that might be a celebrity in this industry of podcasting, content creation, and you get a picture with them and you can use that. Hey, I met this guy, Tim Gillette. All right. He's weird. He used to have long hair, but hey, I knew Tim Gillette back when he was a nobody. You can get those pictures by attending events that the celebrities are at. You can reach out to the celebrities and ask them to be on your podcast. Many celebrities, all right, throughout the past year, I actually reached out to a few people who literally who got on my podcast with me last year that, sure, because I had a mutual contact and I did it right and did it everything, but I reached out and they're on the podcast. Now, this next one here is one that most people won't do, these next two, but I'm going to share them with you, and I want you to have an open mind as I share them with you. You can pay a celebrity to be on your podcast. Now, Gene Simmons from KISS, I think it's $50,000. I personally am not paying $50,000 to have a podcast guest. But there's some celebrities out there that for a nominal fee will be on your podcast, and their name will carry your podcast with SEO. Again, think back to the celebrity thing. All right, are the celebrity and Jennifer Lawrence falling up the steps? When you actually have them and you use their name, all right, you can actually get out there and reach a little further audience because people are going to search finding their name, not yours. And now you've attached your name to them. This next one here, I've done it. You can pay to be on a celebrity's podcast. I've been interviewed by actor Dean Cain. I paid for that position. Not going to hide it. I'm going to let you guys know in this world. On the outside world, most people don't know. Oh my God, they're like, Dean Cain. Hey, Tim, how can I get in touch with Dean Cain? It's easy. Look for the opportunity when he offers it at my friend Craig's event, all right, and take advantage of it. I paid a decent fee for that, but that has gotten me more places than you want to know. And I happen to know Dean personally because of seeing him backstage at events. And most of the time, people don't know. But if you look at my speaker reel, it's the opening is Dean Cain going, hey, I hear you know Tim Gillette. So do I. It started off with me paying to be part of his thing. You can even pay to be in a coaching program where coaches use their connections to get you celebrity contacts. There is a coach out there, all right, that I'm not going to tell you. A friend of mine here in Dallas used it because she actually realized that coach had connections to someone she wanted to interview. So she joined his coaching program and she got to interview this celebrity that she wanted on his stage in front of thousands of people. And she's got a video of it now. Celebrity attachment, celebrity in her field. And here's the wing dinger. You ready for this next one? This is I love this one. This is my favorite one. If you look like a certain celebrity, then buy the not domain name. 2014, I am walking through the airport at LAX airport. And a TSA agent walks up to me after checking out a TSA and walks up, grabs my arm and goes, hey, you're Tom Petty. Now, I had long hair. I looked like Tom Petty. I didn't have short hair like I do now. The TSA agent did not believe I was Tom Petty. I told him, I'm not Tom Petty, man. Sorry, I just look like him. He followed me all the way to my gate, talking to me, telling me about how he loves all the songs that Tom Petty did. Eventually, I just took a pen and signed a piece of paper, all right, Tom Petty, and let him go. So I call my coach up and I said, man, this guy just thought it was Tom Petty. And my coach goes, hey, Tim, have you looked to see if the domain name nottompetty.com is available? And it was. So now I bought the domain name nottompetty.com. And every time I spoke at an event like this, looking like Tom Petty, my last slide was always, hey, you want to find out more about me? Was a picture of me, a picture of Tom Petty, and the big words, go to nottompetty.com. Can I tell you, 2015 that we started doing that to 2020 when I kind of cut my hair off. The nottompetty.com page was responsible for 75% of my opt-ins online. Because it's a well-done page. And it's still there. You can go check it out. It's still up there with the old video and everything like that. But it's nottompetty.com. And it was in my call to action. People will remember Tom Petty more than they're going to remember Tim Gillette. Just a fact. So let me give you the second one real quick. Wrapping up here in a matter of a minute and a half. Take advantage of every opportunity you get. Start by attending events where you can shine at. Go to Joe, be at Joe Pardo, be at the Indie pod or indie, what is it called now, Joe? Indie creators? Sorry.
Indie creator.
Indie creators, all right? You got to be there. I'm going to be there, all right? Start by attending every event and shine wherever you're at that event. Shine. Be the guy that everybody wants to connect with. Be on every podcast as a guest that will let you. Every podcast will let you do it. Don't matter how little or how small or how big their podcast is. They give you an opportunity, jump, go, be on it. Be on every live show you can. Again, they give you an opportunity, jump. Apply to speak at every event you can. Joe said, I'm having an event June 12th, and actually I'm doing a thing called Simple Easy Talks, a whole other subject. Anybody can apply if you can do a Simple Easy Talk. Go to my website, check it out. Next, be the person at the event that is known for helping people. Be the person at the event that is known for helping people. Always and always, always support the goals of the people of the event you're at, or the podcast you're at, or whatever it is. Support their goals, and they're going to tell everybody about you. Let's review real quick. Celebrity attachment. All right, people know who you are. Get to connect to celebrities. Use the celebrities to get people to who you are. Number 2, take advantage of every opportunity that you are offered. Stop looking and go, well, I want to get such and such. Great. What steps are in front of you right now to get it? Because my simple, easy is you can reach any goal or dream, and if you just break it down into bite-sized steps and take it one step at a time. In closing, let me give you an opportunity. Look, this is an opportunity. You ready for this? Again, I told you, take advantage of every opportunity that comes to you. TimGillette.com/podcast interview. I have an automated process like our previous speaker did. All right. You can actually go be on a fun podcast. Be a guest on it. I guarantee it's the funnest podcast you will ever be on about your business. Be on a podcast that will create information about your business and use the recording everywhere. Go to TimGillette.com/podcast interview, and I want you to apply to be on my show. All right. There's a few requirements. If you check out the website, it'll tell you. I've got a video process that's automated, walk you whole through. The next time we speak, we'll be on camera, you and I. Go to TimGillette.com/podcast interview and take advantage of this opportunity. It's staring you right in the face. Why not be on my podcast? Joe, that's all I have for the day. I appreciate you letting me be part of this community, and I look forward to seeing you guys live in September, the day after my birthday, by the way.
Oh, well, there's a lot of birthdays that we have that we'll all be celebrating together when we're together. Jeanette, our photographer's birthday is September 11th. You're on the 10th. I think Scott Mulvaney, assuming he'll be in the house, I think he's on the 12th. I think I'm on the 15th. There's a lot of birthdays to be celebrated there.
Yeah, for me, Joe, it's an advantage because my daughter lives in the Philadelphia area, so I'll be able to come up and spend my birthday with my daughter for the first time in years. And then I might even bring her to the indie content creators.
That would be Icon 7. He's
Icon 7.
Indie Creator Conference. Icon 7.
Icon 7, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, it's the place to be.
I wonder, podcastersdirectory.com. What's up? Thank you for watching and being a part of it with us today here. Wondered if the domain name notsuperjoepardo.com is available. LOL. Look, I already own I think I'm getting close to 60 domain names. I don't need to go and register more, the versions of
Never buy a domain name that doesn't serve your ultimate purpose, ladies and gentlemen. Never buy a domain name that does not serve your ultimate purpose.
Yeah, I went on a spending spree right before changing this to Indie Creator Conference and now landing on indieconference.org. But yeah. So anyway, and we also changed our social media to @Indie Conference. So it's the same, it's one.
Indie Conference was available on all platforms?
Well, Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, yeah.
Good deal. Good.
Yeah,
I have I'm trying to get mine on all platforms, and I'm trying to find one that's available on all, and it's not. I'm going against the thing with mine, but
yeah. So you got to take some time and really plan out and look for what is the opportunity, and it makes it easier, right? Like if you want to get at me, it's @SuperJoePardo on everywhere, anywhere and anywhere.com, email Joe@SuperJoePardo.com, Instagram, TikTok, all of them. So anyway. Joe needs all these domain names in order to change his con name every year. Oh, come on. Come on. We just look.
That's a Facebook user who won't sign up and let us know who they are.
Yeah, they
What's
got to
up
go
with
over
that,
to where's it at? indieconference.org/chat. Will enable you to be able to have your name seen. It's okay. You know what? I'll just look over here on the producer. That's Steve Stewart. What is up, Steve Stewart? He'll be speaking later
Steve,
today.
I will be giving you a hard time for that now, Steve.
You're asking for trouble there. Playing with fire, Steve. All right. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Tim Gillette speaking here today. We're now running a few minutes behind. Thank you so much, Tim, for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Yep.
Oh, hey, are we still meeting Monday?
We are not meeting on Monday.
Okay, cool. I didn't think so, but I figured I'd ask. All right.
Yep.
See you soon.
See you soon.
See you soon. All right. We're going to jump right into our next speaker who's speaking on this topic of storytelling. Storytelling your guest. It is all about planning. I need some super claps in the chat, and I didn't ask ahead of time. I was going to ask how to pronounce her first name, but I'm going to take a stab at it. It's Veronique.
Yeah, it's Veronique.
Veronique. Oh, man.
Not bad at all.
I did Google it to see, and then I think that was like maybe 10 minutes ago, and I think it slipped my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Very excited, and in fact, I apologize. I had to babysit my very young first grandson at the last minute in Brooklyn. So I'm not at home. I'm not in the studio. Just like everything is falling apart around me. But I'm like, you know what? That's life, and that's the life of a podcaster, right? You have always like to make it happen, no matter what, even if you are in a sinking ship. So, right?
110%, 110%. Yeah. So I'm gonna jump out of your way, and you are on the clock for 20 minutes. It's for Veronique, right?
Veronique.
Ah, man, I'm gonna forget in 20 minutes. I'm gonna write it down.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me. You know, when I applied, I was a little bit surprised, but very proud that I was selected. A little bit about myself. My podcast is Make Your Brain Happy, and I decided to make my brain happy and make everybody's else brain happy as my goal in life, having gone through something, not easy to deal with. And my background, which is relevant to this talk, is I've been a marketer in pharma and biotechnology forever. So all my training has always been about telling stories and setting up the stage for making things you want to share relevant and exciting and driving people to action. So I'm also writing books. So when you write books, at least when you write them with a certain form of discipline, what you do is you have the end goal in vision, and then you start to create your story. So, and you write, it's almost very unique. You write, I wish I was very unique, but at least I'm Veronique. So, in those marketing roles, you always have so many trainings, and you get access to the best speakers from Stanford and Harvard, you name it. I started a TV show at the Princeton Community TV in 2018. I live in Princeton, New Jersey. And this is where I really learned to become an interviewer. And the format is you have only 30 minutes. And there is no leeway. There is no, you have to do it this way, 30 minutes, not even 28 minutes. So you have to be like super organized about the way you are going to conduct this interview. And then when COVID hit, also the studio started to really not being able to do my shows. I was like, well, I'm gonna have a try. I'm gonna do podcasts. Why not? And I continued on the theme of Make Your Brain Happy. So of course, I am not like Tim before me. I am not at that level of expertise and fame, but when it comes to storytelling, I think I've done something not so bad. So I used what I call the the methods of make it stick. So remember this from me, make it stick. And you use an acronym that's called SUCCESS. So what do you do when you are preparing your interview and you want to make sure you are going to have an engaging, exciting, life-transforming discussion with your guest? So it's called the SUCCESS acronym. So S is for simple, U is for unexpected, C is for concrete, the second C is for credible, E is for emotional, and everybody in communication right now is talking a lot about emotions, especially after COVID-19 and everything we've been going through. And then S at the end is for the story. So remember this: SUCCESS, simple, unexpected, concrete, credible, emotional story. And that is what I follow when I organize my interview. I know some people like to wing it, but I really like and feel better when I really research the person who's going to be on my podcast. If they wrote a book, I will at least try to skim the book. If they have YouTube videos or have been on other podcasts. So really, it's a question of how am I going to engage this person and make it a story in 30 or 45 minutes. So 5% of people, when they listen to you, only 5% will remember the stats and the numbers and the hard facts. They don't want to hear this. They want to hear story. And 63% will remember the story, but they will remember only very few elements of the story. So I always use the rule of three. What are the three things you want to communicate? What are the three things you want people to remember? And in fact, I ask my guests when I have my pre-interview call with them, what are the three things you want people to remember about you or about your experience? So simple is really going, let's start with the S of success, like simple is going really to the core of the story and not letting yourself meandering too much around the core story. If it's a story like I had recently about a cancer, a stage 4 or 5, like you are going to die type of ovarian cancer with a psychologist, I was interested to find how she was able to dig into her own psychology training to endure this journey and also to build resilience. So it was all about resilience, and we stuck to it. The unexpected is that's how you're going to get people to really be interested about what you say or what your guest is saying. Like, what is bizarre? What is mysterious? What is even, why not secret about the person you are interviewing? And then I like to see my guest as a very appealing and juicy orange, and I'm an orange onion. I am unpeeling the layers until I get to the core of what I want them to share. And yes, sometimes you surprise them, like if you had to describe your emotion with a color, what would that color be? Or if you were depressed on the moon, how would you deal with it? So you throw some of those unexpected questions that it's like, they're waking up the people who are listening to your podcast. And in concrete, that has to do with maybe my training as a businesswoman and as an engineer, is I really like to have actions. I don't want people to talk about, this is what happened to me and this is how I dealt with this. This is my story. This was my journey. Yes, okay. So what are a couple of things that people in my audience can listen to? And again, the 3 steps, 3 things they can remember that they can apply today. So the concreteness or the steps that you share must be woven in your story. And then, without saying the second C is credible. Of course, you want credible people. You want people who are going to establish a trust between you and the audience, so that people will really listen to them. So I'm not going to dwell on this one, but the emotion is really where now, and when you look at even what's happening on Facebook, on Instagram, TikTok, or even LinkedIn has become a more emotional platform, because people have been living this bottled up life for more than 1 year, living in a very small universe, even if we were all connected with Zoom and all that stuff. But really getting into what joy, what anger, what frustration, or any feeling you've been experiencing in your life has been driving you to some of your decisions or some of the things you've done. And some guests are really very reluctant to this, right? So how, yes, you had to deal with COVID, and you are in fact an extremely how you call them, extreme endurance athlete. I've had a fabulous woman, Isabella de la Houssaye, on my podcast. In fact, she's very famous. She's an endurance athlete. She has climbed every mountain on the planet Earth. She has walked and run in the deserts and anywhere in the world. And then 2 years ago, she was hit with lung cancer, being the most athletic, healthy, whatever person you can imagine. So the whole interview was how she internalized the emotion that she was feeling initially, that was extremely negative. Why me? Why am I punished when I am so healthy? But then she decided to embark on, she knew, well, I have 2 or 3 years to live. She's still alive, but it's getting tough. But she decided with her 5 kids to have a lesson of endurance and do one last trip with them. She also biked across the US to raise awareness about lung cancer. So she was not shy about speaking about her emotion. And that really drove people into the story, because it was not just about, well, I kicked myself in the butt and I went to climb the Aconcagua in Chile. No, it was, how did I stop every 1 hour because I was so exhausted? And how did I dig into my mind and my heart to continue? And finally, the stories. The stories is, I was recently interviewing Sean Hudson, who is a Black leader, extremely involved in his community, also a very highly successful person in the corporate world. But it was all about, how do you raise 2 boys today in America? And instead of going into all the usual stuff, he started to tell the story about how his 2 kids have expressed their struggle, but also have become advocates and engaged in their own journey to change the world through their own medium. And one was really using art to make it happen. So we really digged into what they were doing to change the world, but according to what was dear to their heart. And I'm very proud to say my daughter, who's a psychiatrist in Pittsburgh, is also the founder of Bakers for Change. So this is a group of young people, women, who decided to create an Instagram and raise money for anybody or any organization that has been left behind. They have almost 6,000 followers on Instagram now. They have created a story. They raised over $60,000 since June last year. But their storytelling is what they write on their cakes. So it's being engaged, in the community through just decoration of cakes in shapes or in colors and whatever. And the whole story, when I interviewed them, was how they related to the food and the cake and the process of baking, while at the same time being able to put another hat and then make it a political statement. Now they are very extremely progressive. You could say they are like on the very left side, but it doesn't matter. Everybody has their own opinion, but they've been very successful. And the whole interview was about how they put their heart in their cakes, but as well as in their stories. So remember this: the simple, unexpected, concrete, credible, emotional story. And when I call my guests for my podcast and we start to outline what we would like to discuss with them, what they would like to share, and where I guide them, I think in a subtle way, but I follow those simple principles of success. And I always ask them, what is the message you want to share, but also what is the thing that you want people to remember about yourself? What's going to make you, as a guest on my podcast, become somebody that people will want to follow, that they will want to write your books or listen to your own podcast or follow you on YouTube? That's, it's 12:58. And I'm very proud to say that I have stuck to my timing. So Joe, if there's questions or if you want to know, the name of the book that I use is Made to Stick, and it's been written by a guy called Chip Heath and Dan Heath. Now it's adapted for business, but I adapted it to my podcast.
That's phenomenal. I love hearing about people that utilize social media, utilize building a community around a cause, and that's what a cause we're talking about, right? Donating to Give Kids the World Today. Go over to indieconference.org/kids to help them out. They've had a rough year this past year. Anyway, no, I appreciate you being here and filling in about storytelling, because storytelling to me is so powerful. Have you read the Story Branding book by chance?
I haven't read it, but I'm constantly getting into those training programs or conferences, and the storytelling. If remember the success acronym, but emotions is really like pushing people to dig deep into their emotions, because then they really become, in a way, they become more vulnerable, but they also become more likable or I hate to say credible, but this is what the world is craving now. It is authenticity, real life, and inspiring stories where, of course, you've run through a tough time, or you have met with amazing fame, and then how are you dealing with this graciously, keeping your heart open and listening to other people or caring about other people? I mean, the caring for the community now and others is very important.
Oh, absolutely. I think that having those kinds of, I think I said this earlier on in the live stream, like having those caring or having those conversations, even when difficult, right? And even when you might not necessarily see it the same way as other people see it in your community, but just having those conversations and opening up the lines of communication is so important for everybody to be able to at least look. You might not agree with what everybody says, but at least you're understanding why they're saying it and where they're coming from. And again, you really might not agree or even downright hate where they're coming, the understand their logic to it. But you have to understand it, because if you don't understand it, then it just creates a bigger divide between you and the people that are either in your community or literally like where you live in your where you live, the community that you live in.
But you see, my whole I really broke my brain in 2006 because of stress. I mean, you can break your muscle because you run too much or you have a car accident. I broke my brain. It took me a long time on the road of rebuilding the resilience and then recreate all those neural pathways. And that, I think, made me obsessed with the brain. I went back to study the brain. I used neuroplasticity and a lot of things that we are discovering now on the brain to advance my self healing. It looks complicated, but it's simple. But I believe that I call my podcast "Make Your Brain Happy," because this is where everything starts, right? But if I'm happy, but the rest of the world is not happy, you cannot really reach true happiness, right? It's a question of really caring and being compassionate and feeling empathy for everybody around you. So that's what I try to capture in my podcast, is how you can seize all the good things that you can do in your life for yourself, but also for others.
Absolutely. And Podcasters Directory mentions that that their hope is to rally the podcasting community around the nonprofit we've adopted to restore hearing to kids born deaf, which is absolutely ding ding worthy. I just knocked my drink over there. That is awesome. So let me ask the chat. Please give some super claps in the chat for Super Veronique. Did I get it right?
Very good.
Woo, did it. Good. Awesome. Veronique, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope up in New York it's not raining and
it's terrible.
50 degrees outside.
It's not nice. It's not nice. I feel bad for my kids who are trying to have a day without the baby.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that does suck. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to connecting with you more in the near future here.
And me too. Very excited to be in this community. Bye. Have a nice Memorial weekend.
You too. Take care. All right. So, thank you so much for the super claps in the chat. Let me see here. Fortunately, our next speaker, our next speaker is actually not in the room. Hopefully, we can leapfrog one for now and move on. Awesome. All right, so our next speaker is speaking on the topic of From Mind to Mic, using meditation to increase creative flow. Everyone, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Sarah Bright. Woo! Good.
Thank
It's
you.
afternoon now. It's afternoon here. Where are you coming from, Sarah?
I'm in Virginia, so it's afternoon here as well.
Awesome.
And
Is
cold
it-
and rainy, so you know.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's 50 degrees here in Jersey, so
It's fine.
it's probably 55 degrees there.
But yeah, something like that. But it was 80 yesterday, so
Yeah.
you know, it feels like a huge bummer. Like I feel like something was taken away from me.
It wasn't even that warm here. I think it got up to like 73 or something like that. But the day before was warm, and I actually cut out early and went out in to enjoy the pool with the kids because I knew that this weekend was going to be terrible. So, plus we're here today, so
But here we are.
missing on Saturday. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any slides you're sharing?
I do. Let me pull them up.
Meanwhile, Podcasters Director, you are so welcome. I love your mission, and I'm glad to be able to help support it, and we'll get more people to rally around that. All right, Sarah, I'm gonna drop out. You're on the clock for 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to From Mind to Mic. My name is Sarah Bright. I'm a meditation teacher and I'm the host of the podcast your chakra coach, where we explore how personal energy can be used to improve overall wellness and lead you closer to where you want to be in life, whether that's simply being happier and healthier, or the host of a successful, creative, interesting podcast. So today we're going to talk about how you can use meditation to increase your creative flow. Now, when we hear the word meditation, I think people have all kinds of reactions. We feel like, oh, I could never meditate, or meditation is for yogis, or meditation is religious, or you have to go sit in a cave in Tibet for 6 months or something like that. So before we get started today, let's talk about what meditation is not, because I think there are two things that turn people off to meditation before they even try it. So what meditation is not? For some reason my slides went away. Can you still see them or no? Let's see if I can get them up.
No. Can you
Yeah,
reshare your screen?
They just disappeared. It's no big deal. It's no problem. I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to keep going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not going to worry about it. So meditation is not about sitting for hours with your thoughts and just thinking. Most people are thinking all the time anyway, so that wouldn't be different from our normal experience. We're just thinking all the time, whether we want to be or not. Meditation isn't a chance to be alone with your thoughts, which is something that terrifies a lot of people. So it's not that. It's also not trying to clear your mind and not think anything. I mean, have you ever tried to not think anything? It's pretty much impossible. So, but every week I have someone tell me that they can't meditate because their mind won't quit racing. They can't stop thinking random thoughts, but that's what brains do. They think. So we're not going to be able to stop them. So if meditation isn't those two things, what is it? Meditation is a tool to help us see our thoughts and let them go without trying to chase them down a rabbit hole or just fall into spiral thinking. It's like sitting on the bank of a river and watching the leaves and the twigs float by. We can notice them, acknowledge them, and then we just let them keep going. We don't have to chase down every single thought, every single leaf, every single twig, which is exhausting. And it doesn't help us with creative flow for our podcasts. Meditation, for our purposes today, is a tool to help us get our brains into a state where ideas flow more easily, and the ideas themselves are more interesting. This is when we explore a wide range of thinking, right? The way we do this is to develop our divergent thinking skills. We use nonlinear thinking and non-judgment to just kind of see where creative thinking takes us. We're looking for ways to reduce rigid thinking, the belief that things have to be done a certain way. We want to be open to new ideas. If you're doing an interview on your podcast, how can you learn to ask surprising, thoughtful questions in the moment rather than just rehashing the same information that everyone else has already covered? If you're doing a solo cast, how can you open yourself to tackling a traditional topic in a non-traditional way? Are there unconventional approaches to your subject? Are you thinking about new and exciting ways to synthesize information to come up with something fresh and interesting that your listeners can come back to week after week and month after month and get massive value every single time? That's what divergent thinking can do. And the great news is you already have every tool you need to do it. And that's just your brain. What we're going to do today is teach our brains some skills that can help you develop the creativity you need to have the most interesting content possible on your podcast. Because all the amazing editing in the world won't cover up boring. And a guest won't share your episode if they don't feel like it will bring value to their followers. And the best promotion, the best social media in the world won't keep a new listener engaged if your content is uninteresting, or dated. Now, there are 4 skills that this particular meditation practice can help you develop and that are key to creative thinking. In fact, study after study after study shows that these skills are the only consistently reliable predictor of creativity. The first one is observation, the ability to notice, truly notice what's happening around you and inside you. Seeing what's around you, hearing the sounds, smelling, using your senses to experience your surrounding, being aware of bodily sensations, where your body is. How does it feel in whatever position it's in? Do you feel tension? Do you feel ease? Awareness of your thoughts. We tend to have an internal narrative that just runs without our knowledge, without anything organizing it. And what do we feel when that narrative is running? We want to be aware of our thoughts and aware of the emotions that it creates in them. How do those emotions feel in our body? Now, it sounds really simple, but if you really sit down and observe your surroundings and observe your internal state, you'll be amazed at the information that we just tune out on a regular basis. Observation is the most important skill in creativity. Not only does it open us to new experiences, it increases our willingness to experience new things, which is key for creativity. Number 2, acting with awareness. This is the step I think that a lot of us really struggle with. Being aware of exactly what we're doing when we're doing it. When you sit down to prep for an interview, is that the only thing you're doing? Or are you also checking your email or answering texts or waiting for your dinner to finish cooking or getting another cup of coffee? Being fully aware of what we're doing and involved in it is critical for creativity because it keeps the parts of our brain responsible for output like that in that zone, in the flow. You hear athletes and artists and all kinds of creative people talking about those moments where they're simply fully engaged in that present moment, free from distraction. And once you've turned on your creative flow with this observational meditation, you want the skill and the discipline to keep it going. That's what this practice teaches you. Number 3, description. Noticing things without overthinking them. Being able to describe an experience or a sensation or a thing without getting too involved in it, without trying to analyze it too much. Accepting that whatever is happening is what's happening. It's what's happening in that moment. Stepping away from what we think it should be or could be or might be or what we thought it would be. Simple description. You've heard the phrase, it is what it is, right? I mean, of course it is. What else could it be? But we don't actually always believe that's true. I think, in fact, most of the time when people say that, it's because they wish something was another way or you thought it would be another way. So learning to describe the experience without analysis. And then number 4, accepting without judgment. Self-judgment and self-criticism and doubt are your greatest enemy as a podcaster at any point, but especially in the beginning. They will hamper your creativity by stopping it before it even gets going. Learning not to censor ourselves during the creative process is the final step in stepping into that flow. If every time you have an idea, you notice that 10 thoughts pop into your head about why it won't work or why that's not a good idea or how someone else is already doing that better than you, that's judgment. And it's stopping you from getting to your best stuff. The ideas that are inside your brain already that you haven't even tapped into. So during the meditation exercise, we want to avoid judging the present moment experience. Ideas are a flow and they come one right after another. But if you build a dam of self-judgment, you stop that flow. You won't use every idea you come up with. Of course, some of my ideas are outlandish, and some of them won't even work according to the known laws of physics. But we want to let them come. We want to let them flow, because you never know when that's the idea that's going to lead you to a breakthrough. So those are the 4 creativity skills that are enhanced with this meditation practice. And I'm going to take you through a short open monitoring meditation practice right now that you can use the next time you sit down to work on your podcast or on any project that needs a little extra creative flow. I also invite you to go to my website at yourchakracoach.com/creativity. And then you can access this meditation anytime that you like, and you can use it when you are working on your podcast. So if you're willing, if you're feeling brave, like trying something new, go ahead and take a moment to just find a comfortable seat wherever you are. And when you're comfortable, take a deep, easy breath in. And as you sigh it out, just let your eyes close gently. Just take a few breaths in and out through your nose if possible. Now, as we move through this exercise, thoughts will come up. No worries. See if you can just let them float down that river like leaves. Start to turn your attention to what you can hear. Notice the thing that is farthest away. And then name it. Car, bird, your neighbor, whatever it is, simply name it. And then bring your attention a little closer. What do you hear in the room with you? Just notice it. And then bring your attention to the sound of your own breath. Thoughts float by, no need to chase them. Now let your awareness come to the parts of you that are touching the surface underneath you. A chair, couch, bed, anything at all. Just become aware of where your feet, legs, hips are connecting with the ground. Notice it and name the sensation. Hard, soft, cold, warm. None of it is good or bad. It simply is. Awareness moves to your torso, to your stomach, chest, back. No need to change anything. We're simply taking time to observe. If emotions come up, name them. This is sadness. This is joy. This is boredom. That's worry. That's love. And just see what they create in your body. Looseness, tightness, space, constriction. No moral judgment needed. None of this is right or wrong. Just is. Notice your shoulders and neck and head and face. And just sit for a moment, being aware of all the sounds around you, any smells in the room. There may even be a taste inside your mouth. Feel the air on your skin, the touch of your clothing. Fully aware, present in this moment. And when you feel ready, open your eyes to take in the sights. Experience your surroundings visually now. Acknowledge what you see as being exactly what it is: a phone, a computer, a glass of water, anything at all. Take a deep breath in, and then sigh it out through your mouth once more. So at this point in the meditation practice, you're fully aware, your senses are heightened and they're turned on. The next step would be set yourself a timer for 5 or 10 or 20 minutes to fully engage with your podcast work or whatever creative project needs your attention. And with practice, this gets a little easier and it takes less and less time for that creative state to come, but you will be amazed at all the ideas that start to flow. So don't forget, I do have a version of this meditation available at yourchakracoach.com/creativity. Also on my website, you can sign up for a free creativity workshop that I'm hosting next month. It's a 7-day long workshop. It's free. I host it a couple times a year and you can sign up for it there. So thank you so much for having me. I hope you're feeling a little bit relaxed and a little bit more engaged with your day.
Thank you so much for that, Sarah. That was awesome. I had never really meditated until about, I guess it was about 5-6 months ago. One of our Icon community members, good friend of mine, Samantha Riley, turned me on to this money meditation thing, and it was great. It's great. It's like, I don't know, it's like 10 minutes long or something like that. You just like lay there and listen, and I'm a somewhat of a skeptical person. I like to believe that there's, the universe provides and all this stuff, but like, I never really saw like, this is a thing. This is a thing for me. But after doing it, it was worth whatever it was doing. It was doing its job.
Yeah. Game changer. Meditation is game changer. And I think people get
really
very weirded out and they think, oh gosh, it's like a religious, I have to believe in the universe, and honestly, at its very base level, it's simply about your brain chemistry. And that's, very scientifically rooted, and meditation changes how your brain works. And with practice, you can absolutely use it to come up with better ideas, more interesting ideas. And then the content of your podcast improves. And when the content improves, then all of a sudden the listenership improves. So it's really an excellent tool for those of us creating shows or creating anything. Honestly, if the only reason that you meditate is to have better ideas and get more listeners, then you've done it.
I'll tell you, it's one of the, outside of those experiences, running and listening to music was the only, one of the other big things. I mean, other than everybody gets the idea in the shower or you're driving, but to me, the closest thing I've ever gotten outside of doing the physical, lay down, get comfortable, do a 10 or 12 minute meditation session, is running and listening to music and just solving all kinds of problems and coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise. I mean, maybe if I had narcotics or something in my system, maybe, I don't know. It's not me, so I wouldn't know. But But running, the running high or whatever you want to call it, is very much a real thing, and very much has helped give way to so many things that I've created over the years. So yeah, you got to find what works for you for meditation, and do that, and then try the money meditation one.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
There's all kinds of them out there for various purposes. So you just want to find the one that works for you and just get your brain engaged in your life. Don't let your life run you.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Sarah, thank you so much for being here. That was so awesome. I hope it was inspiring to somebody who never gave this a try before, and maybe that you find something out about yourself, or find something out about your brain that you didn't know, or was able to help unlock, or something to that effect. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. I'm looking forward to connecting more with you.
Sounds good.
All right. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too. Bye now.
Bye. I need some super claps in chat for Super Sarah Bright. It's been an incredible day so far. We are, I don't know if are we halfway through? I think we're over halfway through at this point. We're winding down to the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, last 7 speakers of the day, which is absolutely incredible. I love doing these events, even though they take up the entirety of the day, getting to connect with people from all over the planet, getting to learn myself through all the different speakers, and getting to bring other awesome people together in the chat. So thank you all for being here today, and being a part of this. This is always an amazing time. So, real quick, for anybody who didn't hear, September 11th, we are doing the in-person conference, Icon 7. It's taking place in person September 11th, just outside of Philadelphia. But Philadelphia is, if you're going to fly, that's where you're going to fly into. Speaker submissions are open now. They will only be open until June 18th. And unlike previous events, we will not be loading up the speaker roster. It's pretty much 12 to 14 speakers, featured speakers, and then we will only have 3 spotlight speakers this year due to the fact that we're just a one-day event. I really want people to have plenty of time for networking and getting to hang out, especially because of the whole virus thing, and having that time to get to reconnect with people we may not have seen in a year or 2 years or more at this point. So really looking forward to that. If you didn't hear earlier, we've changed the name will be changing the name over from Indie Podcast Conference to Indie Creator Conference, still ICON for short. So we can encompass more of the creation process, not just the podcasting process, because it's all content creation at the end of the day. And we have people speak on all different fronts throughout our conferences here. So from live streaming to, TikTok to Instagram to LinkedIn to, all these things require content to be created, and it really fits the bill for where we are, where we're headed. And I'm looking forward to the future. So yeah, podcasting, absolutely huge piece of this. I mean, it's in our DNA, but at the end of the day, even podcasters are creating show notes for SEO and, promotional posts and thumbnails and that kind of stuff. So I'm really, really excited about the name change. I'm excited about the conference getting to be in person, and IndiePod. The Indie Pod University is changing to Indie Creator University, IndieCreatorU.com. If you want to work with me one-on-one on growing your podcast, growing your YouTube channel, growing your content creation process as a whole, go over, check that out. The price will be going up after Monday, so if you've been on the fence about it, I would take advantage of it before the price goes up after Monday. So, with all that said, I'm going to need some super claps in the chat for our next speaker, who is speaking on the topic of 5 ways to grow your audience. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Justin Shank.
Woo! Yo, dude, how are you, man? Are you making it through? You making it through this monster of an event?
I am. Well, the weather outside helps, with it being so rainy and was it 50 degrees outside? So yeah, it definitely helps me feel like I'm not missing out on too much with like the kids playing out or in the pool and I'm here in the studio. Though if it was nice, I would take the laptop out there and do some of the live streaming from out there by the poolside, but it's
so real quick.
unfortunate
I know
for
we're
that.
live. How do I share my screen? It's not letting me. It says I need to give it permissions.
Nobody's said that before. Are you hitting the little screen at the bottom in the circles?
I'm doing all that stuff. It says unable to share screen. Please update system permissions to allow screen recording for the browser.
Are you in? Oh, are you in Safari or?
No, I'm in Google Chrome.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. No one's brought that up.
Perfect. Hold on. I'm going to reload. I'll be right back. So
yeah, why don't you? Yeah, why don't you try that?
Masses.
No problem. So, if you haven't yet, go check out indieconference.org/kids to donate to Give Kids the World. They help when kids who are ill, gravely, terminally ill or severely ill, when their wish to make a wish is to go like to Disney World, Universal down in Orlando, they go to Give Kids the World, and they help provide an amazing time for both the kids and the families. Spending a week going to the parks, getting the ice cream for breakfast, celebrating parties and stuff at night. They have such a great community down there. I have lots of friends that routinely donate their time to Give Kids the World. So they have been shut down for a while. They just opened up, I think, about 3 or 4 months ago. I think the email came through. Maybe it was 2 months ago, actually. So it'd be great if you could shoot them some money. We've over the years, I've raised several $1,000s for Give Kids the World. They're a wonderful organization down there. So yeah, go to indieconference.org/kids to do that. Real quick, if you are an entrepreneur and you're looking for more sales in your business, go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind. It's the first ever that I'm putting together super sales training and mastermind. It's 12 weeks long. We meet every Wednesday except for the second Wednesday. It's going to be on a Tuesday because I'm getting laser eye surgery for anybody who missed it earlier. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll have pew eyes, and as my daughter told me, I need to be careful where I aim those eyes so I don't burn down our house or the trees around us or create lava in our pool. So go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind to learn more. Like I said, it starts actually this upcoming Wednesday. You could book a time with me to get to go over the program and see if it's a good fit for you and where you're at with your business. So I'm looking for, we already have half the program sold out. There's a maximum of 20 seats and 10 of those seats are already claimed. So check that out. Don't forget that sharing is caring and that you should comment, like, and subscribe and share this free virtual conference out to help us grow the community. Plus my channel here where it's streaming on YouTube, currently at 888 subscribers. I'm just getting ever so close to that 1,000 sub mark, which would be absolutely awesome to reach. My hope is that by the end of this weekend, I'll be at 900, and then it'll be the 100 sub march to 1,000, looking onward. So without further ado, it looks like Justin's back in the room here, and his screen is shared. Awesome.
Look at that.
Awesome.
So, Joe, first of all, thank you so much, man, for being a legend and really putting this whole thing on. So I haven't given this talk in a really long time. I don't really talk about podcasting as much as I used to, but I'm really excited to be a part of this event. But I wanted to share with you guys the 5 steps to growing your podcast audience. So first fact I want to share with you is that 80% of shows are doing less than 100 downloads an episode in their first week. And whenever I say this to podcasters or people who think that every podcast has this massive following, their mind is kind of blown. Or if you're a podcaster, a lot of times you're like, wow, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. So that's a great starting point for us to sit there and go, okay, good. If I'm there, or if I'm a little bit over there, or if I'm a little bit below there, I'm with the masses, right? But just a warning about this presentation, it's not intended for all audiences. This is for the podcaster who is willing to put in the work needed to make their show a success. The steps I'm going to share with you today are very practical steps proven to double, triple, or even 10x your audience. Now, obviously, if you want to fake it, go somewhere else, right? Don't watch this. These are practical steps you have to put into place and you have to put in the work. The one thing that I love about podcasting is that it's all very organic growth driven. Like there's no real way to hack podcasting. And so these steps I'm going to share with you, I've shared with my clients, I've shared in my courses, I've done all these things. And as people implemented them, they've seen absolute growth almost overnight. So highly recommend you guys sit, pay attention, take some notes, do all the fun stuff. And at the end, I'm going to share a free giveaway for you guys as well. But who am I, right? Who is Justin Schenk? I'm actually a top 8 podcaster chosen by Inc. magazine. That was back in 2018 and just blessed to have that title and that reward given to me. Top 25 podcast by CIO and New Theory. Been chosen as an icon of influence in the new media space. I'm the founder of a live event. Actually, it's called Growth Now Summit Live Now. I told you these are old slides. I updated the link down there, but I did not update the name. But Growth Now Summit Live, which is actually finally coming back May of 2022, which is an incredible live event that lasts 3 days, and it's amazing. So Joe knows all about the live event space. It's a ton of fun. And I'm a growth coach. I help people build their platforms, get on stages, build their brand, all that stuff. And I also help people with podcasting as well. So this is where I began in podcasting. I started about 5.5 years ago. A lot of my friends, and I know Joe's an OG as well, but a lot of my friends say I'm the OG of podcasting. But this is the old branding. I had a co-host when I started the show. And this is where we began. And the idea behind the podcast was we wanted to connect with entrepreneurs and influencers and all these things in order to interview them and learn how to become better entrepreneurs. At this point, I had 3 failed businesses under my belt, and it wasn't going well. So I was like, let me connect and grow. So fast forward 5.5 years later, I am the sole host of the show again, and I've had all these accolades, over 2 million plus downloads on my show, and I've implemented these 5 steps. And these are the things that I make sure that I do to ensure success for my show as well as everything else. But you guys can check out my podcast if you're interested. It's called The Growth Now Movement. So the first question I ask you, though, is does your branding match your message? This is something that when we first started, we were with the masses. We were doing 60, 70 downloads an episode, and we knew we wanted to grow, but people weren't sticking around. We had noticed certain spikes with big guests, but then they wouldn't stick around. And so I realized that my branding and my messaging wasn't matching because it was really my brand, my identity, and everything I wanted to talk about. But I had a co-host who wasn't really on brand. And now he's still one of my best friends today, but it just didn't work in the podcast space. And so when I actually asked him to leave, I saw an instant growth within my week-to-week episodes. And I really believe that is because my branding and my messaging finally aligned. I went on to start coaching other podcasters how to do this. And this is a really good example. The logo you see on the left-hand side, which says own it, every meal, every workout, every day. This guy came to me and said, hey, Justin, nobody's listening to my podcast. I'm like 40 episodes in. What do I do? And we ended up rebranding his show because I said, what are you doing? What are you doing in podcasting? What are you trying to get across? What's your mission? What's your purpose? All these things. And he goes, well, I personally lost 100 pounds. I helped my hometown lose 35,000 pounds. And I want to help the world lose 1 million pounds. And I said, it's the $1 Million Mission podcast. And his show actually 10x'd in growth just from the rebranding and the steps that I've shared here. So start asking yourself, does my branding match what I'm talking about in the show, right? Like we know what is sold in Target. So on the outside, we know we're going to, once we walk in, because the branding is there, we know what we're going to get inside. If overnight they start selling dog treats, you're going to be really, and only dog treats, you're going to be really confused when you walk into Target. So make sure that when you are, whatever you're showing to the audience out there before they click, you need to make sure they know what they're going to get when they enter your podcast and start listening. So take a look at your branding, make sure it's high end, make sure it looks professional, and present yourself in that way, because there's too much branding that just doesn't look professional. So I highly recommend pay somebody good money to do that for you. When my branding aligned with my message, my audience began to grow organically. Obviously, I was super blessed to see some instant growth once everything started to align. People would start to click and subscribe. And then I was listed by Inc. Magazine as a 8 podcast every entrepreneur should follow in 2018. Lucky to say that they're still following me now in 2021. So super exciting that ended up happening in my life. And I was able to go on and interview some of the top people in the world. These are some older slides. I'm in episode 380 now. But you see Ed Milet and Bert Kreischer and Fabio Viviani and Cindy Whitehead. And I've gone on to interview Diamond Dallas Page just this last week and Ricky Williams. And it really gave me the opportunity to start shaking hands with some of the top people in the world. And I've gone on to become friends. And some of these people have even become my clients. But I certainly never thought I'd be giving a talk, whether it be on a stage or virtually now. And I'd have a large shirtless man on my slides. But I'm happy to say that Bert's been on the show and hopefully he'll be back on soon. So always exciting things. So there is a method to grow your audience. And these are 5 things that I teach. Also, the free share that I'm giving you at the end. If you're looking to interview high-end individuals, I'm actually giving away the exact email template that I send every single one of them. It's how I get them on my show. It works almost every single time. I'm going to be giving that away. So make sure you hang around with me and wait till the end, and I'll tell you how to download that, and it'll be good for you. So number 1 in growing your show is consistency. Consistency is key. And what I mean by that is consistency across everything. Pick your format, however you're going to do that. Are you interviewing guests? Is it a solo episode? But pick your format, stick to it. Pick your schedule, stick to it. I show up every single Tuesday at 3 a.m. Eastern time. There's a new interview that comes out, and I show up every single week, and here's why. Because podcast listeners are creatures of habit. You become a part of their routine, right? So on Tuesdays, when somebody's going to the gym, they're listening to me. On Tuesdays, when they're driving the kids to school, they're listening to me. When they're driving to work, when they're doing all these things, I become a part of their routine. They decide to make you part of their day, whatever day that is. They have made a conscious choice to say, hey, I want to hang out with 45 minutes to an hour with Justin or Joe or whoever to listen to your show. So make sure you show up for them. They become accustomed to your style, right? Like if you just show up randomly and it's a completely different show, they're not going to stick around. The idea with growth is to serve the audience you have and continuously have them tell their friends about you, right? So make sure you stick to a style and feel honored that they chose you. I found out that most podcasters think that, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but most podcasters think they're the greatest gift to their guests, they're the greatest gift to their audience. But the reality is the audience is a gift to you. So respect them, show up for them every single week, and don't be late. Show up on time and make sure you're out there for them. Number 2, utilize your guest's audience, right? So obviously taking your guests and having them share it out and across their social media platforms, in their emails, all of that stuff is super key. Now, you're probably thinking most of my guests don't share it out, right? And obviously we've all run into that issue. And I want to make sure you guys want to make sure they do share it out. And here is how. Everybody has an ego, right? And so we want to tap into their ego in some way, shape, or form. So I'm going to share this secret formula with you that I do with every single guest once they're on my show. They come on my show. Obviously, I create the artwork just like you guys do. And you send it to them and say, hey, your episode is live. And here's what I say. I go, you have done an incredible job. As a matter of fact, my audience is already loving the episode. And then I say, they really love the part where you talked about X. And tap into that ego and say, wow, you really nailed it. And then here's the key line. I say, this episode's so good, the whole entire world needs to hear it. I would love it if you could share it out. This episode's so good, the entire world needs to hear it. I would love it if you would share it out. And that's how you tap into their ego, because I found even some of the biggest celebrities in the world question whether they've done a good job on a show. So they don't know if they should share it out. Tell them they've done a good job and have them share it out. I'll give an example of this. I had Ed Milet on the show, and I tapped into his ego. I did the same thing I do with everybody else. And he talked about the reticular activating system and Blue Hondas. And so what I said was the audience is loving the Blue Honda effect. And I really tapped into that, and obviously connecting with him on the interview and then being able to tap into that ego, he shared it out to his email list of 1 million people. So you can imagine that if you can do this with the highest of guests, which I'm going to give you the secret formula at the end of how to get them. But if you can do this with the highest of guests, your reach is going to grow exponentially. Number 3, get featured on other podcasts, right? So you grab a hold of their audience. Start being a guest on as many shows as you possibly can. I've been on hundreds of shows, and I feel honored to be able to do that. But the thing is, in order to go find an audience, just go where podcast listeners already are. They're already listening to shows, right? So you want to make sure that you niche into whatever you're talking about. Don't go on shows that have nothing to do with your show, unless it's fun. I did that one show with Joe, which was a ton of fun. But unless it's a super fun show, stick to your niche. and tap into that, right? So here's how you get featured on the podcast. Number one, formulate your story. Everybody has a story, right? But it's your job to tell it where it's exciting. Podcasters, 9 times out of 10, want a story and they want information, right? So formulate your story where it grabs their attention. Number 2, provide valuable content. Teach something. Teach them, teach their audience, do all of these things. That's super important. And number 3, don't sell as a guest on a show. Do not sell anything. If your goal is to grow your podcast, get on that podcast, kill the interview by telling a great story, providing a massive value. And at the end, say, when they ask, hey, how does my audience find you? Simply say, wherever they're listening to this show right now, they can go and search the Growth Now movement and they can click the subscribe button. I would love it if they checked out my podcast. That's going to be the best way. And then you sell them on your podcast, right? With your ads or whatever you talk about. Sell them on your podcast, not as a guest on other people's podcasts. So the real question is, how do I get on more podcasts? Well, the cool thing is, as a podcaster, you have the ultimate tool to connect with podcasters. You have a podcast. So I get pitched constantly, 50 to 60 times a week. I'm getting emails in the inbox, sometimes 100 times a week. I'm getting emails of, hey, this guest wants to be on your show. I very, very rarely accept them. There's only been about 3 or 4 times where I've accepted a pitch of a person. And it's been like Sean T from Beachbody, Nicole Lapin, who's a multiple times New York Times bestselling author, people like that. Most of the time, I just immediately delete the emails or the messages when people try and pitch me. But as a podcaster, you have a tool. So here's what I do. I would go out and reach out to your favorite podcasters that are in your niche and say, hey, Mary, I love what you're doing with your podcast. I'd be honored if you'd come on my show and share your story, and invite them on the show and leave it at that. Don't ask for anything. Have them on your show, build rapport. And if you do build the building of the rapport the right way, they're going to ask you to be on their show. That's how I've been on some of the world's top podcasts. That's how you can too. So think a little bit differently, think outside of the box, get them on your show, build the rapport, build a relationship, and you'll be asked to be on theirs. It's a GIF. I forgot that it moved. Don't say, give me something, give them something, and you will receive in return. Number 4, write. One thing I found out was video doesn't always translate to audio listeners. It's 2 different types of people. We learn differently. But I found that podcast listeners love reading. So a way to get them to driven to your podcast is to guest blog, right? So you want to get guest blog on some major blogs out there. Do research. What are some of the top blogs that are in your field? These bloggers have a hard time coming up with content every single day. So they look for guest bloggers just like you. And at the end, you're able to pitch yourself. So it's a great way, right? And I just said all that. So, but make sure, again, it is your target audience. You want to make sure that you're niching to exactly who it is you're trying to reach. Because otherwise, you're just wasting your time. Number 5, and the last tip I want to share with you before I give you the free thing, and then I'll open it up to some Q&A if we got some questions. But number 5, always learn something new. Right? The podcast world is always changing. So invest in your passion, whether it's to go to Indie PodCon or PodFest or buy a course. Learn something new every single time. Join a mastermind that's focused around podcasting. That's what I ended up doing. I invested in my craft by learning more and understanding what's next, what's around the corner in the podcast world that so you make sure that you're a step ahead of the game, right? Like I was one of the first 100 podcasts that were on not Spotify, but the other one, that Pandora. So I was one of the first 100 podcasts on Pandora. I was one of the first 100 podcasts on the new Samsung app that they have. So if you're able to stay ahead of the curve, they're going to make sure that you're in the right spot to win every single time. So in order to get to grab my effect email. That's great. It's supposed to say grab my effective email that I use for every single big name celebrity and entrepreneur I've had on my show. Just go to purposedrivenpodcaster.com/invite, purposedrivenpodcaster.com/invite. You can download it right there. All the information that you need is the exact template that I've used to have every single big name guest on my show. It's how I've been able to really nurture that relationship. It's literally the same exact message to every single person. And again, let's stay connected. Follow me on Instagram at Justin T. Shank. That's the best place. And don't forget to grab that free purposedrivenpodcaster.com/invite. And I look forward to staying connected with you guys.
That was great, man. They should absolutely get the template.
I haven't done that in forever.
Yeah, you got about 5 minutes left. Is there any questions for Justin? Drop it in the chat below. So having said all that, what's been the biggest driving force for you, Justin, with your podcast as far as helping your business grow, right? Because this is, I mean, this isn't the indie creator community, but this is also on the Super Joe Pardo channel, right, where we talk about business. So what has that done for you?
Yeah. I mean, it's done everything for me. I mean, everything that I've done with my business has been built around the podcast itself, right? So it's helped me land speaking engagements. It's obviously built my live event where people have come from all over the country in Canada. It's pretty much gotten me everything, right? I also accidentally started using it as a lead magnet. So I've interviewed people that I work with a lot of multiple 7-figure entrepreneurs, and I help with their brand. And I end up having them on my show, and they're like, what do you do? And I tell them, and it's the ultimate lead magnet for that as well, right? And so it's literally everything. It's the vehicle I use to, impact as many lives as I possibly can on a weekly, yearly, whatever basis. And if it weren't for the podcast, I'd be employed somewhere. And that's not good for me or for the company that I was employed by. So it's really everything. And I use it through ads and just really relationship building. I think the thing is a lot of podcasters have a hard time really connecting with their audience. So like, I know people are listening. I see the numbers, whether it's 100 people or 10,000 people, but they're like, I don't know who they are. And so what I ended up doing is when people follow me on Instagram, I send them a quick voice memo and I say, Hey, Joe, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. If there's any way I can add value in your life, please let me know. Other than that, just super appreciative of the follow. And they usually get back to me like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you sent me a voice memo. I love your podcast. I love doing this. And it's a way to understand who's listening and who is this audience. And it really becomes the greatest relationship builder that I have.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It really is a door opener for your industry, for your business, and and if you're not, if you don't have a business and you're not trying to use it for marketing, then that's one thing, right? But if you do, your podcast really needs to really feed in with that message and connect you with the right people to help you grow the business with the direction. Otherwise, it's like, oh, cool, it's a hobby podcast, which is great and awesome, and we celebrate that here in the indie creator community. But if you have a business and you're not hitting that on brand target of having the right people on, having it speak to the right people for the messaging so they keep you top of mind, if nothing else, for the services you offer or products that you sell, then you're really missing a big opportunity there.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you said that, because that's a lot of the world of pod fade, right? Like people stop podcasting because they're not seeing some sort of result, whether it's through audience or monetization or whatever. Pod fade is a real thing, and I feel like if you can really somehow, one of two things, right? The course that I sell is the Purpose Driven Podcaster Masterclass, and the reason I say purpose driven is because I feel like it should align with something that's really deep down in your soul. And if not, you're going to fade out, or if you're not monetizing it, you're going to fade out. So those are really the two things as far as if you want to stick to podcasting and not be one of the many, many shows that have disappeared over time, you have to really be in your niche. People miss that. They think that they want to cast this wide net, and that's just not the case. And that's just so true.
Yeah. Rebecca, what's up, Rebecca? Good to see you here on a Saturday on Memorial Day weekend. Says, your energy level is so high, do you find standing while speaking elevates your power?
Yeah, but fun fact, I used to do these virtual things sitting down, but I have one of those desks that raise. And when I got a new computer, the camera was too high for when I was sitting down, and I didn't like what it looked like. So I started standing up virtually, and it certainly helped. But I feel like I drink 19 cups of coffee a day, but I swear I only drink 2. This is just who I am. I mean, Joe and I have hung out before. Literally, this is my personality. 24/7. But I imagine it would help standing up if I wasn't constantly jacked up like this, for sure.
What I find, so for me, my back starts hurting if I stand for too long. So that's why, when I speak, I love to stand, obviously, but I move around so my back doesn't start to hurt. Because if I stand, and with that said, I do want to get an electric variable desk, because there's not all the time, but there's times where I would like to be able to stand. Today would be nice to be able to stand up through some of this event and sit down through some of it, but it's not it's not the end of the world. There's a question here from Aiden. I have a highly rated podcast, but not a large number of listeners. Does that matter when I pitch?
So Adam, it does not. It does not matter at all. I don't tell my numbers to any of my guests. They very, very, very rarely ask. go and get that free thing, the purposedrivenpodcaster.com/invite. Go get that free thing. There's actually a line in the message that I send every single person that bypasses all of what's your numbers, who's your reach, what, etc. And it's really about that being heart-centered and understanding like, hey, we're in this together. You'll see it once you download it. Just go check that out. And very, very rarely do they ask. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 times has somebody said, sure, what's your reach like? And I mean, obviously my show does well enough with over 2 million lifetime downloads that it helps. But it doesn't really ever come into play. I had big names from almost day one.
Yeah, I mean, they generally don't. I think as long as the message aligns with what you're doing. What's that guy that does that dad podcast? I think we're both connected to him. He's had like Matthew McConaughey on his show.
Wagner.
Is that his name? Yeah, like he has like all kinds of crazy names, and it's like, well, why would they go on his show? Well, they're dads who want to talk about dad stuff, and they're not gonna, you go on Ellen, you get maybe 40 seconds, a minute to talk about your dad story or whatever, versus like you could really expand upon being, that next level dad and being, Matthew McConaughey at the same time, right? Right.
Yeah, I mean, he nailed that one. I mean, to be able to get him, but the other thing is like you said, it gives them an opportunity. And if I was watching this thing earlier, somebody talked about getting big guests, and timing is important too. Like he had shared that as a tip. And I was like, that's spot on. I mean, if they're promoting a book, whatever, they're more likely to say yes right then and there.
Absolutely. Well, Justin, thank you so much for being here today. There's some other questions in the chat. If you could jump in I think some of the questions are on YouTube. Some of them are in the Facebook group. If you could jump in on there and answer some of those questions, would be awesome. But we are pretty much out of time because we're going to be pressing up against our next speaker
Dude, I appreciate
in a few minutes here. I appreciate you, Justin. Thank you so much for being here. I need some super claps in the chat for Super Justin Shank. Thank you so much, Justin. I hope you have a great weekend. All right, so let's see. How do you find the content for the guests you want? That's a great question. That is a great question. I'll let Justin go and answer that. Or if Brent Allen's still around, he'd be another great one to ask that question too, as well. Let's see here. So our next speaker is not going to be speaking for a few more minutes, but I wanted to bring him up early to talk a little bit about podcast history. Since we have a few minutes here, everybody, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Steve Stewart. That's 3 S's there. Woo!
Not so much podcast history, but a podcast history quiz. We're going to have people in the chat guessing which one came first. It's a very simple game if you're interested.
All right, yeah, let's do it. Let's hear it out.
All right. So which one? I've got like 10 of these. Which one came first? The term podcasting was mentioned by Ben Hemmersley in the Guardian newspaper. It's kind of the first print mention. Or Libsyn launched their service. Which one came first? The term podcasting was mentioned, or Libsyn launched their service? Which one? A or B?
Do you want me to guess?
Why don't you guess? Sure, and then see if there's people that jump in the chat.
I'm just going to throw it out there that by the time any newspaper mentions anything, it's already maybe jumped the shark. So I'm just throwing it out there to maybe throw a guess. My guess is Libsyn probably started.
Actually,
before.
No. It was February of 2004 that the Guardian mentioned the word podcast, and then it was October, so about 8 months later, when Libsyn launched their service.
Wow. How about that?
All right, next
one. How
one.
about that?
Apple releases 4.9, which supported podcasts. That was the big news, Or, which one came first? That one, or podcast is declared Word of the Year by the new Oxford American Dictionary. Which one came first? Apple iTunes or Word of the Year? A or B in the chat. A or B?
Probably the the word came from iPod, but I don't know that people were able to get podcasts prior to iTunes.
Chat is saying Apple.
It. I'm going to say Apple, yeah.
Actually, it was Apple. Apple released in June of 2005, and then Word of the Day was December. Yeah, mad claps. All right, next one. Steve Jobs demonstrates how to record a podcast by using GarageBand during a keynote speech. Was that first? Or George Bush becomes the first president to deliver his weekly address in the form of a podcast. So Steve Jobs, George Bush. Steve Jobs, GarageBand, George Bush. Which one's first, A or B?
I mean, I'm gonna say George Bush, but because it sounds too obvious that it would be Steve Jobs on stage talking about how to record a podcast using GarageBand.
Okay, those are good reasons, and you'd be correct, because it was July of 2005. Yeah, I'm trying to convert here.
All this stuff on top of your head, you don't even have.
No, I've got it here. It's just
okay.
Convert the numbers to months. Yeah,
and
George
by the way,
Bush was first.
I'm not sure who Facebook user was that said. Sonia says history makes podcasts sounds real old. And it does. And by the way, go if you're commenting through Facebook, go over to indieconference.org/chat so you can get your name and your image up here with us.
You ready? I got a few more.
All right, good.
All right, cool. Which one came first? Leo Laporte publishes his first episode of This Week in Tech, which is really kind of a big deal. It really started to blow up the podcasting space. Or Ricky Gervais's, Ricky Gervais? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Gervais. I think it's Gervais. I don't think it's Gervais. It's spelled like Gervais.
Yeah. He sets a world record for the most downloaded podcast. Was it Leo Laporte started his first show, or Ricky Gervais already hits it with his big name podcast?
Had to have been Leo Laporte. Has to be Leo, because I was watching Leo, in the '90s and loving the Tech TV, and before that ZD TV, and
see, now we're dating ourselves.
Oh, I know.
Leo Laporte.
I know.
Kevin Rose. And who's Leo Laporte's co-host on the Tech show?
Well, he had two different co-hosts. So he had the first guy,
Pete.
I don't remember what the second guy's name was.
He was the funny
the young kid.
No, that was Kevin Rose.
That's Kevin Rose. Oh,
I think so.
I don't remember. I remember him being kind of annoying. That's what I remember.
Right. Well, I got somebody said A. Somebody else said no idea. Somebody said Ricky in the chat. It was Leo Laporte published his first Tech Talk. I'm sorry, This Week in Tech. That was mid 2005, and Ricky Gervais didn't hit that 250,000 download mark until 2007. This is a good one, but it should be easy.
Patrick Norton.
Which one comes first? Apple hits 1 billion downloads, or Google buys FeedBurner? Which one? Apple announces 1 billion podcast subscribers. Was it? Oh, you know what? That might be a typo. I don't know if it's subscribers, because how do you know if it's subscribers? I think
1 billion subscribers or 1 billion downloads from iTunes?
No, I think it was 1 billion. Yeah, I think it was 1 billion users. Subscribers probably means to the app, not to a specific show. Or Google buys FeedBurner. Which one came first, Apple or Google FeedBurner? Patrick Norton. Thank you, Facebook user.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, yes.
Going back to that question.
Yes.
Patrick
Norton.
Norton.
I thought he was saying Edward Norton. That's why I was like, why is he like he was making a joke about Ricky Gervais, like something I wasn't aware of. Yes, Patrick Norton. And I love Patrick Norton. And then there was that, I guess, is it Kevin Rose? I don't know. I never cared for him. Once he came on the show, it was...
Well, there's a few guys on that.
Because then for a while, there was Patrick and the other kid.
Well, they were doing a whole network of shows, so we're totally off of the question.
Yeah, we're way off the question.
Apple announces 1 billion download podcast users, or Google buys FeedBurner, A or B?
I'm gonna go with Google buys FeedBurner because 1 billion users is an awful big number to hit.
Yeah, it was. Google bought FeedBurner back in 2007, and finally updated them. Or they're updating them this month or next month, I think, is what the big deal is with FeedBurner.
When did Apple hit the billion? Was it?
It was 2013.
I vaguely. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that.
Still 8
I was gonna
years
say
ago.
it wasn't close to when Apple or Google would have bought FeedBurner.
Yeah,
billion's a lot.
Yeah. Trivia question. Just answer this question. Whose birthday was it yesterday? And let's just say it's not a person. 21st birthday yesterday.
Okay, that helps. It's the iPod's birthday. No, wasn't the iPod birthday? No.
No. This thing turned 21 yesterday. It has something to do with what I'm talking about today, by the way.
Oh, WordPress.
No.
Actually,
WordPress
it turned 18,
Yeah,
and that was yesterday or the day before. But
that was
yeah,
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay.
Podcast director says the internet. Nope.
No. No.
All right, let's move on. It was Audacity turned 21 yesterday.
Oh, I should have known that. I've been using Audacity pretty much since it came out.
Yeah. I should have used that as my transition into my slides, but we'll just keep going with the trivia for a couple more minutes.
A couple more minutes here.
If you're enjoying this, hopefully everybody's enjoying this. Give me some claps or whatever.
Yes, dude, please do.
All right. What came first? President Obama?
Bono was president? Oh my! Oh man, we are going down the rabbit hole.
President Obama was on Mark Maron's WTF, or Podcast Movement launched.
Podcast Movement launched.
Yeah,
and I'm like 98% sure it was
definitely because Mark Maron was at Podcast Movement talking about
in 2015, which I was at. Yes,
having President Obama on the show. Yeah, I had these mixed up before. And then I sorted them so I could mix them up again for another game. And here we are. We're doing it. And I just didn't get that one right. Last one. The Academy of Podcasters Hall of Fame took place, which may have been the first, or there's only two of them. Yes, there have only been two of them. First, Academy of Podcasters Hall of Fame, or Spotify acquires Gimlet and Anchor.
Wait a second. There was more than two of them.
Were there three then?
There was 2015, 16, 17, and 18.
There wasn't one at 2015. The Academy of Podcasters Hall of Fame? Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, which one
because
came first?
because Todd Cochran got it that year.
Was that a podcast award, or was that the Hall of Fame awards?
That was the Hall of Fame awards.
You're probably right.
Yeah, it was 15, 16, 17, 18. Then after 18, because they had it in Philly, I was at that one. They didn't have it in 19. Didn't do it in 20, obviously. And I think they're talking about bringing it back for this year, though I don't know if they got the sponsorships for it.
Jenny says there are three. I'm going to trust that she's right. But anyway,
and
which one?
Maybe
came
they
first?
skipped a year in between. So
Well,
it was
stopped pretty much for a while.
Yeah. Well, no, they would have skipped one because it was 15, 16, 17, and 18 because there definitely was one in 18. And there definitely was one in 15 because Todd Cochran received one.
Okay. You're going to bump into my time for my presentation.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Okay. All right. What was the other? So it was either the
Academy
or
Hall of Fame, or Spotify acquired Gimlet and Anchor.
Oh, it was definitely the Podcaster Hall of Fame in 2015. Yeah. Gimlet didn't exist until 16 or 17,
which is when the Academy of Podcasters Hall of Fame started. I do have that date. Is July of 2016. So if you want to show me proof, anybody want to throw a link in the chat where we see the first one there, Todd Cochran won, which Joe's referring to, was 2015. I think it was 2016.
Maybe it was 16. But I was at that one. It was in Dallas, and I'm like 90% sure it was in 2015.
Well, there's Dallas and Fort Worth, which are kind of next to each other.
Yeah,
year after year. I really don't think Podcast Movement had it together enough the first year.
Okay. Well, I'm going to look this up while you guys share your slides or something.
I've got to share my slides with y'all, of course.
All right, share your slides.
You have to announce that too. I'm going to share. Oh, I need to tell you I'm sharing my slides, don't I? We tested this yesterday. I was actually there for the test, and I did it. And here I still can't do it right. How's that?
That's perfect. All right, you are on the everyone. Super claps for Super Steve Trivia Podcast Trivia Stewart over here. You're on the clock, sir, for 20 minutes.
Oh my goodness! All right, so we're going to talk today about the top 10 podcast editing programs. This is according to a poll that I recently did inside of my Facebook group, and I don't know why these slides are out advancing, so we're going to go back. I'm not going to do these in order of popularity. I'll give you that at the end if we have time. I'm going to just go through them in reverse alphabetical order because it just seems fair. So we're going to start off, first of all, what is involved with all of these? They're going to be all pretty much the same in these aspects. All will do well recording your podcast locally. Many have ways to customize them, mostly in the way of what we call keyboard shortcuts or hotkeys or creating macros. Most will allow you to use third-party plugins so that you can add things, functionalities to the DAWs or digital audio workstations, the software that we edit and do post-production podcasts with. And almost all of them are one-time purchases or free. I'll let you know when it's something that's not it's not a, I buy it one time, or it's like Audacity, which is just free. I will give you the prices here, at least for current day United States dollar amounts. And if you want to download these slides so you have them later, you can see at the bottom of the screen, it's at stevestewart.me/IPCV, which I thought was the name of your group, Joe. All right, let's move on to the next one. What you're going to learn today is, the age of the program, the operating systems that they'll work on, the costs, where to find them, and their unique features. That's really kind of a highlight. Why is this one different than the other? And then, of course, where you can find some support, training, community. Those are really helpful links you'll get inside of the download if you want to download those. And I'll give you this link again towards the end if you haven't had a chance to write it down, or if Joe hasn't put it into the chat. It's stevestewart.me/IPCV. International Podcasts. You know what it means. All right, let's go in reverse. Alphabetical order. Studio One by PreSonus. It was released in September 2009. It's compatible with both Windows and PC. That's good. I'm sorry, both Windows and Mac. The cost and where to find it. There's two main versions that podcasters would use. One is absolutely free. It's called Studio One Prime. But there are some features within Studio One Artist that is definitely worth a look. And that's just under $100 US. So if you go to the link there at the bottom, you can download a trial version or go ahead and buy, maybe try the Prime one for free. And then if you want to upgrade, get the extra features, if you think you need them, then you go for that additional, the price one. The unique features, it's a multi-tool editor, which means there's all kinds of it's hard to explain it without going too deep into this, but it's multi-tool. It's got this Melodyne integration, which is fantastic for audio engineering. It integrates with Notion. Now, that's not really an editing feature. It's just very interesting that Notion is this automation feature. People hear about Zapier and these other things. It's just very interesting to me. I haven't tried it, but I hear it works with Notion. Very interesting. Training. There's a course done by Don Barnes. He's very deep into teaching people how to use Studio One for editing and post-production. And it's at s1jumpstart.com. It is a paid course. And then there is a Facebook community for them as well. And you can see that in the link right there at the bottom of the slide. The next one I want to talk about is Reaper, released in 2006. It's compatible with Windows, Mac, and Linux. Now that's unique because a lot of these DAWs, they are not compatible with Linux. They just are Windows or Windows and Mac. And here it is. We got one for Linux too. There's a discounted license. You can try it for free, but discounted license for $60. Or if you're going to be a serious editor like I am, it's $225 to buy a commercial version. And the link is there at the bottom, of course. The unique features are 3 different ripple editing modes. It's hard to describe what ripple editing is. It's just basically if you make an edit, everything ripples together. Everything comes together the way it should. There's fully mappable keyboard shortcuts. And I know that there's a whole community that supports things like that. And there's a community that creates scripts so that you can automate some things inside of the program. Training, there's a Reaper. Reaper's got their own training at their site. A lot of videos there. And there's a Facebook group called Reaper for Podcasting, which is led by a really great guy named Daniel Ebendroth. He's really into using Reaper, and he can show you the Emily Debruth, the Deummer track cut. It's very interesting. But Reaper is a very interesting tool for podcast editing. Now let's go to the next one, Pro Tools by Avid. Pro Tools is a long-standing DAW. It's been used for many, many years. You can see it's been released January of 1989. It's compatible with Windows and Mac. Now this one can be pricey. It's $29.99 per month or $300 per year. So it is a subscription model. Now they do have a free version called Pro Tools First. Of course, there's some functionality that you won't get with that. So go take a look. If you want to try the Pro Tools First, since it's free, it won't hurt you. Of course, there's a learning curve to trying out any type of new DAW for editing your podcast. Of course, all these record the same way. Maybe have slight differences, but I'm talking specifically about what do you do when you're done recording? You've got to turn it into a show. How do you make it sound better? How do you take out the ums and ahs, those things? The unique features in Pro Tools: shuffle mode with track groupings for editing multiple mics, track playlisting for saving different versions of edits. And it may be the most powerful audio engineering DAW out there. There's lots of plugins. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, this thing's been around forever. If you ask people who use Pro Tools today for podcast post-production, they usually have a radio or a college background. They were taught how to use it from a job or an internship or something. And since it's the tool they knew, it's what they ended up going home and using. And there's tutorials at Avid's website. Avid is the creator of Pro Tools. Moving on to the next one, Logic Pro 10 or Logic Pro X as it's referred to, released actually in 1993, but Apple bought it in 2002. It is Mac only, so it's something you can only use on a Mac laptop or desktop. The cost is $200, and you can just buy it straight up from the App Store. Now, the unique features is it's GarageBand's big brother. And the reason why that's a unique feature is because if you're using GarageBand to record your podcast, but you want something that's going to be a better editor than GarageBand, then you just upgrade to this version, this new DAW. And it's going to be a lot easier for you to understand because it's built on the same kind of an engine. It has this thing called Flex Pitch, which is interesting, and then VariSpeed. These are more like playback features and ways that might help you to be able to edit your podcast faster, and all the training that I think is definitely worth looking at is on Apple's website. Hindenburg Journalist. This one is kind of a newer DAW on the scene. It is more than 10 years old though. It was born in 2008, but it's making waves, and that's not a pun. Definitely making waves in the podcasting space. It's available for Windows and Mac. There's a $95 version for Journalist, but Journalist Pro has some pretty cool features for $375. Some of them are specifically for podcasting, like you can actually use it to record multi-track Skype calls and things like that. So you don't have to use a third-party app, but there's other features in Journalist Pro as well, and you find that at shop.hindenburg.com. The unique features are auto leveling and magic levels. These are very cool features because auto leveling will, once you bring your files into Hindenburg, it will automatically level the audio for you. So you don't have to run it through Auphonic, you don't have to run it through Levelator, it does it for you. And then another one is called Magic Levels, which can help you to, if you've got two people, two different tracks, it magically levels each one so it's properly aligned, and not aligned, but to where the person who's supposed to be speaking is louder than the person who's not. That way if there's any kind of mic bleed, it helps take care of that. It has this clipboard feature on the right hand side of the DAW where it's basically where you can find your library of sound effects, audio tracks. You can store things over there. It's very interesting. And then it can also create chapters and images in your MP3 file that you export out and put out to the world. And apps like Overcast can read chapter markers. It's very cool. Training, there's tutorials at Hindenburg, and there's a course by Brian Ensminger, who's a very, very avid user of Hindenburg, at courses.toptieraudio.com. I think it's $100, but it's definitely worth it. He's a great teacher. All right, we're halfway there. If you haven't downloaded the slides because you want all those links, go to stevestewart.me/IPCV. It's just going to download right to your computer. You're not going to give your email or nothing. I just want you to have this information. stevestewart.me/IPCV. All right. GarageBand by Apple. A lot of people use this as their main DAW. Let's just move into it. Released in January 2004 as the standalone supported version in Apple. It's compatible on Mac, iPads, and iOS. So it's interesting. You can also use this to edit on an iPad or even your iPhone. Very interesting. That might be the most interesting feature that's inside of GarageBand. Find it for free at the App Store, but of course you have to have a Mac product to be able to use it on. The unique features are it's got this extensive sound library of loops and tracks. So if you're going to do more sound design type things, you're not just editing spoken word, this could come in very handy. Drum tracks and trumpet sounds and all kinds of stuff comes free with that, and you can use it for free. Virtual software instruments, and it works with Logic Remote, so you can actually control your GarageBand on your computer with your iPad. It's very interesting. So if you're recording, it's kind of like a remote. Very cool. And training. I've got a link here to this really great training tutorial from voices.com. And that's probably where you want to go to find out more. It's got some great screenshots, things like that, that'll help you through it all. All right, Descript. This is technically in my wheelhouse, not a DAW, but it has a lot of DAW features. And I've had a competitor, a DAW, a very serious DAW in this space, say that Descript is a DAW. It's a digital audio workstation, but you're actually not editing audio except that you're doing it through text. It's founded just a couple of years ago, 2017. Windows, Mac, and Linux supported via a browser. Cost is anywhere from $12 to $24 depending on the level of use you want for use of this. And what it does is you import the audio. It writes a transcript. So it's basically like Otter AI, Rev.com. It creates a transcript, and the transcripts are pretty good. Of course, it's not perfect because that's not your main reason for Descript. You can make it the main reason, but what happens is you can select words or sections, hit the delete key, and then once you're done with editing inside of Descript, you export the audio and it's edited. It edits the audio. So you're editing by text. It's very, very interesting. That's the main feature, edit by text. It's got voice matching and overdub. So you could actually, if you're the host, you could actually go through this exercise and then now you can recreate your own words in your own voice. So if you said something wrong, you can just overdub it by typing in the word over the word that's wrong and fix it that way. And then you can also record and edit screen capture recordings. So you can actually use this as a screen recorder. Very cool. Training, there's a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube. And this is the link actually to Descript's own YouTube channel that's inside this download for you. Cubase. Cubase has really been becoming popular, at least in what I've seen the past few years. It was released in 1989, so it's been around a long time. Windows or Mac, $99 or up. It's got a few different versions. It's created by Steinberg, so you'll see it's at steinberg.net. And the features, I can't even really go through many of the features that there aren't that many features that are that I found that were absolutely unique to this, but it is a really great, powerful DAW with a lot. You can see just by the screenshot of the image on the left. Lots of great stuff there. Let's go to Audition by Adobe. Audition by Adobe is the #1 most used DAW in the podcast editing space, at least by professional podcast editors. Released in August 2003. It was originally Cool Edit Pro before it became Audition, so it's actually been around longer than that. It's for Windows and Mac. Now, this is one of those that's not a one-time purchase. Not anymore. It used to be, but many years ago, they saw that they need to go to a subscription base and support it and keep developing it. So it's anywhere from $20.99 a month and up. But if you know Adobe, they've also got some other great creation tools. Photoshop is probably the most known. So maybe you go with the Creative Cloud suite and make it worth bundling it together like that. And the unique features for that is the Spectral Auto Heal. If you're looking at the screen here, you'll see some of these are colored, but that's not really a spectral view. I should probably bring one up, but if you're in a spectral view, you can kind of see inside of audio where the clicks are and things like that. And you can just take your mouse and erase it. And it's got this auto heal feature, which is really cool. It's got this built-in sound remover feature. And there's an incredible number of audio repair features already built in for audio engineering and post-production. And the training, you can see there's a whole bunch of stuff over at adobe.com. Very cool stuff. All right. The last one. Wait, is this the last one? Yes. The last one I've got for you is Audacity, released yesterday, would be the 21st birthday. So 21 years ago yesterday. Another one that's Mac, Windows, and Linux. And that was a main feature. They wanted to be available on all platforms. And you can download it at audacityteam.org. Very simple, very easy. Now, it was recently acquired by the Muse Group, but they say that it's not going to really change the way that it's free, and they're just going to continue to develop it more. The unique features here are what's called @0 crossings, this amazing, really quick, it's this keyboard shortcut Z, or you can find it through the menu bar, which slightly adjusts the boundaries of your selection. So let's say you want to cut something. You want to make it sound as good as you can. You got to make sure that you get the lines at the 0 crossings whenever possible. And this @0 crossings just slightly aligns everything perfectly, so that when you delete it and it ripple deletes together, then there's no bump in the audio. Now, there still could be a bad edit, but that's just because we selected to cut out something that was And you know, when we're trying to get out the or something like that, it's just going to be impossible to get out the without messing everything up. But the @0 crossings is an amazing feature. You got to learn what that is if you're going to use Audacity. It's very customizable. You can assign hotkeys or you know, your keyboard shortcuts. I've got it where all of my keyboard shortcuts, almost all of them, are on my left hand of the keyboard. So everything from, you know, like the letter, the number 7 and the letter Y to the left. And then my hand on my right hand can stay on my mouse the entire time. Never have to stop to look down at my keyboard. I don't have to stop and move my hands to try and figure out where that shortcut is. Left hand is keyboard shortcuts that I wanted to be programmed the way I use it. My right hand is for the mouse, and I can just keep going. Just click, click, click. It's amazing. You can also change the menu layout very easily and remove some of the tools that you won't be using. I found that to be very great because I like to have a lot of real estate I'm working on and not waste it with things like the timer. I don't use that. And it can import almost any audio or video file. You can use this to import movies and strip out the audio. You know, so like if you've got a video you recorded on a Facebook Live and you want to strip out the audio, pretty easy. You might need to install a plugin, but it's just simple drag and drop into a new program, a new Audacity project, and it strips the audio out and you can just start using it from there. Training at audacityteam.org, and there's a great community on Facebook called Podcast Editors. You can just go there and get some support, not just for Audacity, but all of the DAWs that I've been mentioning here today. So which one is right for you? Here's a list on the right-hand side of the ones that I just went through. There's a couple more that I didn't go through. I don't think I went through Ableton Live. That one is also gaining some popularity, mostly used for creating music, similar to Cubase, very much used for creating music, but why not use it for editing spoken word audio? So which one's right for you? I'm going to go ahead and show you what the top used DAWs for podcast editors are. The most popular, what do you think they are? And here's the link at the bottom of the screen. You can download this again if you want. And this is by a poll inside the Podcast Editors Club on Facebook. In this order, it's Audition number 1. And actually this morning, the ranks changed. Actually now Reaper's number 3 and Audacity's number 2, but they're just slightly off by 1 or 2 votes. So it's Audition's number 1, but it's a number 1 by a factor of 2, meaning it got twice as many votes as Reaper in the second place position. So by far, Audition's the most used in the podcast editing space, at least by professionals in the podcast editing space. Number 2 is Reaper, number 3 is Audacity. And then it gets down to where, okay, we're jumping down the popularity line quite a bit. Hindenburg and Pro Tools. And actually overnight, Pro Tools jumped up to number 4 by a large margin. I'm not sure why that is. All of a sudden people woke up, oh, I better vote. Logic Pro, which is Mac only, Studio One, Cubase, GarageBand, and then Descript. Descript is becoming a main DAW for some people because it makes it easy to single click, take out all the ums, single click, take out all the you knows. And then they could do a little more of the, I think for narrative podcasts, Descript would be coming very handy because you can just take out swaths of audio, move them around. Very interesting, Descript. So I'm going to suggest, if you don't want to learn how to edit yourself, that you outsource the pain of podcast editing. And I have a community of Facebook people in my Facebook group that want to help podcasters by editing the shows for them. So if you want to go and find an editor, but you don't want to go in a Facebook group and raise your hand and say, hey, I'm here, I want to find an editor. Don't do that, because you'll get pummeled with DMs and questions from complete strangers. You have no idea who they are. I've got a process for you to find an editor. Go to stevestewart.me/find an editor. Got a short video there that shows you how to create a Google form, how I submit the Google form, or not submit it. I take the form that you give me, I put it in my Facebook group. People apply there. They don't know who you are until you contact them if they look interesting, like they filled out all the questions properly. That way you can get 100 submissions, filter it down, find the 2 or 3 people you want to talk to, and you find yourself an editor to work with. So that is my presentation. Joe, Super Joe.
Hey, that I missed the one part where you talked about Audacity being bought.
Not bought, acquired. I don't know if there's money exchange or not because it's a free program. So
okay, acquired.
Yeah.
And they said it's going to continue to remain free, I assume, right?
Yeah, I don't know much about Muse Group, but it sounds like it's a really good fit for the group of things that they're building. And there's a really great YouTube video this guy put up. It's called I'm in charge of Audacity now, really, or something like that. And it's funny, by the way. It's a good video. But what their plans are is just to now incorporate in their group of software offerings. It's still going to remain free. It's still going to remain open source. And they're expecting to continue to develop it further. In fact, one thing that they're talking about doing, Audacity is a destructive editor, meaning when you make the edits, except for hitting Control-Z undo 100 times, once you hit save or once you export it, that's it. It's done. You can't fix it anymore. You can't go back and undo things. What they're thinking about doing is creating VST plugins, which is like adding a feature, and third party can do this as well. Third party plugin that is non-destructive, meaning you could go in and change things even after you've hit the save button. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't see how it's going to work because I've been using Audacity probably as long as it's been out. But I'm interested to see how they're going to do that.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, because one of the questions it asks you when you first import a file is do you want to edit the original file or do you want to copy that file? Which you
always
definitely, always make the copy. But yeah,
I produce 100 shows a week, 100 episodes a month for my clients. I've never been to a point where I couldn't recover something. I might have to go back to the original recording, but it's still there in my client's Dropbox or Google Drive folder. And then I make a copy when I create my Audacity file.
Oh, so while you were speaking, I went ahead and looked up the podcast. It actually took a minute to find the right section. But 2018, that was
the last one.
Dave Jackson was 2018, and it was in Philly.
Yep.
And then it goes 2017, where we have our community member Rob Greenlee.
Yeah.
Gary Leland in 2016. Rob Walsh.
The first one, wasn't it? No.
2015.
Really?
Danny Pena, Todd Cochran, Adam Curry, Leo Laporte.
I stand corrected.
I was there. I was there for it. It was exciting. Because I think in 2015 they had Aisha Taylor spoke as well,
right?
Which was pretty cool. The one in 2018 had what's his face? The guy from Mystery Science Theater 3000. Joel. I can't think of his last name. Was there?
When you say Joel, I can think of as Joel Sharpton, who's an editor. Because I'm an editor.
Well, from Mystery Science Theater 3000, Joel, I don't recall his name.
I don't either.
But anyway, he was there, and he actually, I forget whose award he gave his, he presented the award to somebody. But yeah. Anyway, I'm a bit of a fan of MST3K. If you couldn't tell, let's see. Audacity is fun. I'm a Reaper user, but I'm playing with Audacity right now, trying all leveling plugins. I would say that the reason I love Audacity and have used it since the beginning is because I am a Windows and Mac user, so it's great having a cross-platform program that I can use without like having to learn something else. Plus, maybe I'm mistaken, but GarageBand changed like 6 years ago, and because I think out of the gate, I might have used GarageBand a little bit here and there to try to edit a few shows, but then they changed, and I was like, wow, I have no idea how to use this now. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stick to Audacity.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, GarageBand is for creating music.
Yeah.
I mean, it actually has a 4/4 time beat or whatever you call that.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to actually get out of that to be able to edit dialogue, do minute edits. You can't just take out an when it's on a 4/4 beat. It just doesn't work. So there's a lot of problems with GarageBand being a main editing program. Now, for recording your podcast, for podcasting, it makes sense. It could be an easier edit. They all record the same quality. As long as you're set up right, your recording quality is going to be fine. It's the editing that I'm talking about. GarageBand is in my opinion, is the worst. There's so many great
I would
tools out
agree.
there. And I use Audacity, and I'm saying that GarageBand is worse. I mean, what does that say about?
I mean, I would use iMovie before I use GarageBand to edit. I'm being serious. Before I would use a GarageBand to edit audio, and then obviously Audacity being number one. But it just is. It's just so much. It's helpful that it's free. It's cross-platform, and it does. It doesn't have all the cool features that some of these other ones do, like the ums and ah thing. Like I remember editing way back when I was first started podcasting back in 2014, like going through and taking out all the ums and all the ahs and any little, any big pause that was more than like a second from my show. And, ultimately I feel like I kind of wasted a lot of that time.
Yeah.
In retrospect, right? Because it's like when you look back, it's like, okay, that was 7 years ago now. Did it really make a difference? Did it really move the needle, me taking out all those ums and ahs when I was just getting started and really needed a lot of work on the mic and a lot of work eventually on the camera and all of that,
Well, that's why you hire somebody else to do it for you.
Well, ding, ding, hey, and absolutely. Then you can sound as terrible as you want, and it'll be somebody else's problem.
Don't do that to my friends, please. Yeah.
Oh, man.
If you're going to start with a new DAW, if you're going to start from scratch on editing, I mean, you can still record with GarageBand or whatever you're used to, but if you want to learn how to edit something, I would try Reaper or Hindenburg first, because they really do have some especially if for Hindenburg, if you're doing a narrative type show where you're really moving sections of audio around, or if you're doing something with multiple segments and you've got sound bites, Hindenburg might be the way to start there. But if you're looking at editing, like detail editing, taking out the ums or ahs or the and the flubs, there's a lot of stop and starts for whatever reason, then maybe Reaper will be the one to start with. Audacity, of course, is still, in my mind, a great wave editor. But if you're looking to graduate into something even more powerful, Reaper, Hindenburg, the non-destructive DAWs, they also work. This is really weird. Descript. When you're done with the script, you can export the timeline of the audio along with the audio, meaning when you bring it into Reaper or you bring it into Hindenburg, which reads audition files, it has those timestamps along with it, meaning if you have a bad edited by Descript, you can bring it back. You can undo it right there in Hindenburg or Reaper. You can't do that with Audacity. So if you do Descript and then you export audio, it's done. You have to do something else to fix the audio, the bad Descript edit. That's my pain with Descript right now, is I want to use it more, but I can't.
Yeah. Let's see. Facebook user says Reaper is amazing custom actions, working with Daniel
Abendroth.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Right now on releasing a small free pack of custom actions for podcast editors. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right. So yeah. SoundForge wasn't out. You know what? I used SoundForge way before, like probably in like 98, 99, messing with audio and early DJing years. Was it what's the other one? What was it? Was it like Acid Pro or something from was it from Sony? Was that from Sony? Or SoundForge was from Sony? Sony Acid Pro, I think, was another audio editing program out there. It has been around since 19. One thing I didn't realize was that Cubase had been around since 89. That's that I didn't know.
That's what Wikipedia says.
Crazy.
So everything Wikipedia says is true, right?
Must be true, right? Must be right.
Yeah, anyway, I'm not gonna look it up because we're live.
There you go.
That's
Fruity
boring
Loops. And you know what? That's I run into that all the time with Fruity Loops and then Ableton. Absolutely. I run that all the time where people are like, "Oh, you didn't look up Amazon reviews when you were at the end of your Shark Tank Biz Coach Reacts videos," and I'm like, okay, I missed it, but at the same time, like, I'm trying not to make the video, like, I don't want to start Googling and going down a path and then have to edit that video. It's like I do a one take and done type of thing. So I try to get everything I possibly can from every angle, but sometimes it doesn't happen. It just you miss
only
it.
got 20 minutes.
Well, sometimes here it's 20 minutes, but like in my videos, it could be 16 minutes, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 25 minutes, it could be 30 minutes. Try not to get to that level, but it just sometimes it just happens. Oh yeah, FL Studios is still crazy popular. People ask
they're
about
mentioning
it.
some of those that aren't in the top 10, according to the poll that I put into my Facebook group of podcast editors.
And podcastersdirectory.com, great presentation and content. Shout out to 2 resource members in our marketplace, Hindenburg and Descript. Absolutely. Acid Pro was more like a DAW. SoundForge was originally from Sonic Foundry. Yes, it was, which I might still have a zip file floating around somewhere
On the floppy disk somewhere.
Yeah. And then sold to Sony and then sold to Magix. Oh, wow. It's a whole big rabbit hole. Steve, thank you so much again for being here. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Hopefully, maybe I'll see you in September.
You did it again. You put it really close to FinCon, so I would like to, and I'm going to try to, but I can't promise that.
They did it again. We are the same weekend every single year since 2015, sir. They did it again.
Okay, but FinCon is my priority, so I apologize. I'll see what I can do, because getting to all the different podcast conferences is one of my goals. It was for 2020, but then...
Wow, yeah. That was dumpster fire.
Hopefully you all enjoyed your history lessons before and after. We learned a lot about DAW history afterwards as well, with SoundForge and Acid Pro, and this has been fun. Thank you, Joe.
Oh, thank you. And thank you to your crew for sponsoring the event with Podcast Editors. What's the club? Academy.
Academy, excuse me. Yes, we have a podcast.
Yeah. See, I'm not the only one who gets it wrong. I don't have to feel bad now. Like, thank you so much for sponsoring. You should go and check them out over at podcasteditoracademy.com if you want to fill the people in.
Podcast Editor Academy is the place where we put all of the educational resources. We have forums, we have support, we have office hours on a monthly basis to help people who want to start or grow a side hustle or a serious career in the podcast editing space. podcasteditoracademy.com.
Ding, ding. You absolutely should go and check that out. So thank you again, Steve, for being here. Always a pleasure again. And maybe, hopefully, when is FinCon, by the way?
September 22nd.
Oh, is it really? I thought they were in October, or maybe that was supposed to be last year's.
Hey, we'll take whatever we can get after 2020.
Yeah, this February. And where are they at this year? I'm looking.
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. So it's not even like that close to.
I was really tempted in 2019 to drive the 3 hours to yours, but it was the last day of FinCon.
I know. We had some long long-term icons like Dave Jackson, Chris Krimitsos, and Jessica Kupferman were all there. They were all like, should we drive up? Should we not? They would have drove up, hung out for like 2 hours, and then turned around and drove back the 3 hours to get there. It didn't help that we were in Atlantic City that year, which, you had to drive up and then down versus DC is usually about a 2 hour drive. Sometimes an hour and a half, depending on your driving preferences and traffic and stuff. But it just didn't help the situation that we were like, oh, you got to drive up to Philly and then an hour down to Atlantic City and then drive that extra hour. So we are right off of 295 this year, right off of, not too far off the turnpike, and right over the bridge from Philadelphia this year. So it's like, like a 10-15 minute drive, maybe 20 minutes tops. So
The important thing is I can Uber from the airport to get there.
That you can, I think some people did Uber from the airport to Atlantic City, and it was quite expensive to do that Uber. This is right, literally you can pretty much see, if you stood on the roof of where we are, at least where we're currently scheduled to be, you could see the airport from there. So it's over the bridge, but it's like right there. And if we do wind up moving to the amazing look, did you see the pictures from earlier?
Which ones?
The pictures, so there's a chance that we might be moving the location from the Holiday Inn to a theater that is nearly 100 years old.
Oh, that's cool.
It is pretty cool. We'll see if it works out. The contracts haven't been signed yet, but you can see the pictures of the theater right here. and you would be gracing the stage that Abbott and Costello once graced, George Carlin once graced, Bob Hope once graced, and a number of other people throughout history. So yeah, it's a really cool place. I'm not going to give out the name of the place yet because we haven't signed any contracts. It still may or may not happen. Fingers crossed, but we'll see. It's not far from where we are going to be currently scheduled to. So if we change from the Holiday Inn, this would be the place we would change it to.
Well, you're definitely tempting me even more to be there, whether it's at that spot or not. I definitely want to be there. So I'm looking at it. It's on my calendar. Just haven't pulled the trigger yet. I'm going to be there if I can.
I hope you can. Hopefully, and for next year, hopefully FinCon can push their event like October or something.
Oh, well, I can tell you, but we don't want to bore the listeners. So.
You already know when
they've
they're going to be.
Got 2020 scheduled. Yeah.
Where's that going to be?
It's going to be in Long Beach, which is where it was supposed to be last year.
Long Beach, California.
Yes. I do not have it in front of me. Sorry.
Oh.
I can find it if you want to give me another minute. But...
Sure. In the meantime, if you want to come hang out with us in person, September 11th, 2021, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the speaker submissions are now open. So if you want to speak, there is only going to be 12 to 14 spots. Oh, it will be November 2nd to the 5th is the Long Beach FinCon event. No problem. You didn't find it yet?
No.
I am a master Googler, sir. I've been doing this a long time. What could I say? Thank you. So that should hopefully won't be a problem because guess what? We're still going to be the same weekend, second weekend of September. Why? Because it's cheaper to do it that weekend. That's why. That's why. Because it's not quite wedding season yet. So that's one of the reasons why. Though apparently the wedding season thing is kind of eroding into like every weekend and even days that aren't like a Friday, a Saturday, or a Sunday, including like Thursday weddings. Because it's cheaper. So people just do like, oh, we're having a Tuesday wedding now. Okay, well, it's cheaper. So I don't blame you. Save that money. All right, everybody, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Steve podcast history knowledge trivia guy, Stuart. Please.
Thank you, Google. Thank you,
Joe. You're very welcome. Talk to you later, Steve. All right. Way cool stage. It is a cool stage. It's not the Ford Theater, no balcony seating. There is balcony seating in this theater right up here. So we will have, and there's a whole second level to the theater. One of the main reasons is to open up the space to enable us to be able to have so many people and be able to spread out. There's 1,100 seats in this theater, so it enables a lot of openness and things like that. And especially when it comes to food, normally I would be feeding all of the people that come to the event as part of your ticket, but this event, this space costs a bit more money. But it's right outside of it is a whole main street of food and options and things. So I feel like that would be really good. It's a good option for people to get the spread out more, eat outside. Looks like VIP seating up front. Yes, there is no VIP seating tickets just yet, but if this does happen, there likely will be VIP seating tickets for maybe the balcony and or the front seats. So we'll see. I thought I was going to have it all locked down for this event or for today. I was fingers crossed, but didn't quite pan out that way. But it's all good. It's all good. We're here. Let's see. I'll do it if you sponsor my flight tickets and visa, Joe. I'm much more better on stage than in front of a camera. I would like to. I would love to. We'll see. We'll see what we can do there, Sonia. We'll see what we can do. Can you say upgrade? LOL. Who want to sponsor me to come? As Gordon Firemark says, woo, looking forward to September. Yes, I am looking forward to September as well. I'm looking forward to the virus to be looking, having us all looking in the rearview mirror and saying, oh man, I don't remember. It was so long ago. I don't even remember what putting a mask on feels like. I don't even remember what not being able to stand on top of other people feels like. Like that's what I'm looking forward to. All right, so our next speaker is speaking on the topic of get legit, legal and business basics every podcaster should know. He is one of the foremost experts that I know of, at least, in the podcast legality space. I'm honored to have him here. Everyone, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Gordon Firemark. Woo!
Woohoo!
What is going on, Gordon? How are you feeling today?
I'm good, Joe. I am super excited to be here. Thank you. Who's having a good time?
I know I am. My bell is too.
Say so in the chat, guys. Joe puts this thing together. This is an amazing service to the podcasting community. I want to say thank you, and I think we all owe Joe lots of claps in the chat.
Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
My pleasure.
To answer podcastersdirectory.com, if it's not at the theater, we already have the Holiday Inn, but it'll probably be even less people that we can have at the event. So I haven't gotten a final total from the hotel yet. I mean, honestly, they probably don't even know yet. As far as I know, pretty much Jersey at this point this weekend has opened up. Like, no, you don't need masks anymore unless the business requires it. So it really comes down to how people feel confident and comfortable at that point, as well as my own comfortability. Because my son, he is still kind of vulnerable to this whole thing, which does even though I'm vaccinated, my wife's vaccinated, there's still potential for us to carry it and give it to him. I would love to say that he at 3 years old could get the vaccine sooner, but I don't know. I don't know where we're going to be with that. So from a comfortability of myself, it's either going to be, less people, or we get to the theater and we can spread out a good chunk. We can eat outside. We can do all these things. And we'll still want to eat outside, even if we're at the Holiday Inn. But so we will see. We will see. There's still some questions left to be answered. Talking with other friends of mine in the industry of conferences and stuff, they are still trying to figure it out too, with events coming up in both August and October. So we're all in this together. We will figure it out. Thank you. Oh, Diane asked, got that flooding issue taken care of? I did get the flooding issue taken care of. It just required some caulk around the door, apparently.
Diane may be asking about my flooding issue.
Oh, you're flooding. Oh, cool background check.
And yes, we got it taken care of. We're moving back into the house this week. My office, the space I'm in, is the first one we've moved back into. So if you're hearing a little echo and stuff, it's because we haven't got all the furniture back in the room. But anyway, so we both had flood issues. That's funny.
Yes, yeah. Well, whenever it would rain, it would leak through the door and then come into the room, and then the back or the front of the garage where the door, main garage door is I had to put a gap or a rubber stopper under the door to stop the rain from coming up and into the studio, which was not good. But hey, it was a $50 fix. It wasn't that, it's not world changing. But anyway, I'm going to get out of your way. I'm going to share your slides here. You are on the clock for 20 minutes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to have some time for Q&A at the end, Joe. And if you can help me out by sort of monitoring the questions and feeding them to me when we do that would be helpful.
Of course.
I will keep an eye on the chat as well, but the more you can do, the better. Okay, great. Well, as I said, I'm excited to be here. And the conversation today is about the key legal aspects, the elements that every podcaster really needs to have in order to get legit, to bring professionalism to your podcast. And I say professionalism because that's what you need so you can be taken seriously as an influencer and by your audiences and by colleagues and peers and clients, customers, sponsors, advertisers, you name it. So you can have the kind of impact and influence that really is the promise of podcasting and grow your podcast into something that's profitable if that's what you want. Not everybody is looking to make money from it, but it's possible. Now, I know you're going to recognize the value of these ideas and strategies I'm going to share with you. So you grab a pen and paper, make sure you're able to take some notes about action steps you might want to take after we're done today. And be sure to jot down those questions or drop them in the chat, and I will leave some time at the end for Q&A. So we can look forward to that. Now, this session is going to be a little bit different from what you might have expected when you heard the podcast lawyer is going to be here to talk about legal stuff. And it's different because I'm not going to lecture you about all the different areas of the law. I'll give you a little bit of that, but mainly I'm here to give you a framework, a roadmap that you can use to get legit and go pro with your podcasting, to bring that professionalism to everything you're doing, especially if you don't want to have to hire a lawyer to get you set up and protected against all those little threats that are out there, just sort of waiting for you if you're not ready for it. So the fact is, there are a ton of these things that you can do yourself, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. Does that sound good? Who wants to save themselves the hassle, the unease, and the thousands of dollars that it costs to hire a lawyer? So give me an amen in the chat if you like saving money and you want to learn how to do this stuff yourself. The goal of the talk is to give you this roadmap so you can start getting legit yourself right away. Now, I've only got a short time with you today, so I'm going to dive right in, but understand this is just a quick overview. When I'm done, I'm going to tell you I have a free Facebook group where we can do deeper dives into this kind of stuff, and you're invited to join. So don't let me forget about that. But ultimately, I want you to take some action to get protected. So who here considers yourself to be an action taker? Type action if you are an action taker, because that's what we want. We got to look, everybody here is a podcaster that's taking action. Yeah. All right. So I know everybody knows that is this legal side to this podcasting thing, and that there's stuff that you should do to protect yourself, right? But the challenge is that it's kind of opaque and intimidating knowing what to do, right? And even if you did know what to do, you might not feel too confident that you'd know how to do it or that you'd do it right. And I'm guessing that most of us would just love to just get this kind of stuff done once and for all, so you can really sort of forget about it and move on to the more interesting and fun stuff and stop worrying and feel comfortable taking the kinds of risks, the smart risks that can really springboard your growth and success. So let me know, am I right about that? Just type right or something like that in the comments there. All right, so if you're going to be successful with podcasting, you have to bring the professional attitude and approach. You got to think legit. You got to get into the headspace, the mindset of the pro. You've got to believe that you are that professional and really feel what it's like to be that successful professional. Get into the role. Inside my group, about once every quarter or so, I lead a sort of meditation exercise that helps us get there. It's called View from the Mountaintop exercise, and I love doing it. People get a lot out of it, so that's something to look forward to. But this is the first step. You've got to get in that mindset. Be the pro in your mind and in your heart first. And then you got to plan legit. True successful pros have a plan. No seat of the pants stuff here. After all, if you don't know where you're going, any path will take you there. But having a plan is the professional way. Even if you ultimately have to change your plan, it's the act of planning that's important, not the plan itself. Planning helps you clarify what you want, where you're going, how you're getting there, what you have to do along the way to achieve those goals, and what you're going to do if you encounter problems. So you want to have a business plan and a marketing plan and a growth plan and a content plan. It sounds kind of boring, all this planning and not just getting to it, but it really will pay off in the end. And it doesn't have to take a long time to assemble this planning part of things. And then if you're going to be a legit pro, not only do you have to think legit and act legit, you've got to, and plan legit. You've got to behave like a professional and act like it. Behave legit. Do the things that the pros do. And I'm not saying you copy or you mimic professionalism. You actually have to be professional. That means that you do the steps that are necessary to establish your legit professional credentials. That means having a legit business structure. I'm going to drill down into all of these in just a second, but here's the overview. You got to have a legit team structure and strategy. You've got to have a legit intellectual property and content strategy, and you have to have a legit client and customer strategy if you're going to monetize this thing. Yeah, Aiden, you see what I'm doing here. Okay, cool. So let's drill down into these a little bit. I said you have to have a legit business structure. This is the professional approach to your operations. Now, whether you view your podcast as a business or not, I want you to consider, don't have to do it, but give some thought to setting up a legit business structure, a corporation or limited liability company, to protect the business and to protect yourself and your personal stuff. Podcasting is media. Media is big business with all the risks and media that media companies face. And you may be small, but when you have the reach that a podcast can have, your audience will perceive you as big. So you need the entity structure to shield your personal assets from those business risks and liabilities. An entity can also help you by providing an organizational and ownership framework. It can maybe reduce your tax liability. I'm not a tax guy, so you got to talk to your tax planners about that. But it can allow for capitalization by taking on investors. And it adds just a little bit of credibility. People like the solidity of doing business with companies. Businesses especially like to do business with other businesses. And that's especially true of your sponsors and your advertisers. So got to have some consideration for that legit business structure. Then you have to have a legit team strategy and structure. Now, when you're just starting out, it is very tempting to try to do everything yourself, to wear all the hats. But I'm telling you, you can't succeed if you don't build a team to help you do all the things. But as you build this team, you're taking on people who may think of themselves as partners and co-owners. You get that family vibe that a lot of us go for. It feels like a partnership, like a team effort, and that's great. But they may think of themselves as co-owners. So if you take away only one thing from today, let it be this. Every single person who contributes to your show should sign a contract, some kind of a document, a release that clearly states who owns the show, what they're supposed to be paid, if anything, and when they're supposed to be paid, and that the producers have total full control. And this document, this contract needs to, this permission and transfer needs to be irrevocable. So here's the thing. Samuel Goldwyn said it. Oral contracts aren't worth the paper they're printed on. That implied permission that we all think about, you get a guest to come on your show and there's this implied consent to record them and use them. So guess what? If you don't have it in writing that says it's irrevocable, it can be revoked. It's not cool, but it happens. So get it in writing. And this is important. It's so important to me that I am giving away, and I've been giving this away for a long time now, a free lawyer-drafted podcast guest release. You go to podcastrelease.com, give me your email address, and get it. Use this every single time. Practice safe guest. Now, there is always someone in every group, someone who knows better than the experienced 30 years as an entertainment and media lawyer. Usually someone ready to talk about his or her 30 years in the radio business and how they never used a release once, never needed it. Well, here it is. Podcasting ain't radio. It's a different medium. There are different risks, different rules. Podcasting is evergreen. Radio is ephemeral. It happens, it's done, it's gone. Podcasting sticks around. That's one major difference. Honestly, if you ask that radio station's lawyer, they want you to use those releases too at the radio station. It's the exigencies of live real-time radio that make that really hard. And radio stations, let's face it, they have bigger budgets. They have lawyers on staff or on retainer to deal with the problems as they arise. And these problems do arise, believe me. So if you've got the budget and the stomach for handling things that way, give me a call. I would love to be your lawyer and handle those things for you. But for those who don't, get the release. And for those who've been podcasting for a while, maybe you've done hundreds of interviews and never had a single problem. Well, here's what I say to that. Congratulations. It hasn't happened to you yet. But the day will come, at least for some of you. I've seen this. I've been paid lots of money to fix it. And I hate it when it happens. It's painful that you have to take an episode down or somebody gets upset because you don't want to take your episode down. I've seen these lawsuits come up and turn into real fights over something that could have been resolved or handled if there'd been a release. Pros don't take stupid risks, and they're not afraid to do what business requires. If you act like a pro and treat things professionally, your guests will sign the release, and they'll respect you for taking what you're doing seriously enough to get the numbers, get the T's crossed and the I's dotted. All right? Here's the thing. Because of the way intellectual property law works, your co-host, your hired gun editor, your producer, your researcher, your production folks may actually wind up owning or co-owning your show unless you get the deals papered correctly. Now, don't panic. This isn't hard to do, but it does require a clear understanding of how things work and a thoughtful approach. And that's why I say you need what I call, kind of jokingly, a podcast prenup. You're getting into relationships with people. You're making stuff together, building things, creating a family, right? Creating episodes on intellectual property, building an audience, a brand, a reputation. Your audience is like your family. They're the kids. And the podcast, the episodes, the infrastructure, that's the house, right? You have to be responsible and plan for the what ifs. Who gets the house? Who gets the kids? That RSS feed, probably the most valuable asset you have in a podcast. That's access to your audience, your email list, your websites and social media accounts, and much more. Bottom line, you got to get all this stuff in writing. That free release is a great start. And for all the other stuff, we have courses and templates and all kinds of good stuff. You can get that stuff done very quickly and easily. Trust me, you do not want to leave this to be worked out later. That's the kind of headache nobody needs, the ugly divorce. And ultimately, it'll be a court or lawyers that do most of the deciding for you. And I don't think any of us really wants that. Okay, next you have to have a legit intellectual property and content strategy. This means, first, protect your own intellectual property. Copyrights in all your episodes, your artwork, any other content and material that you create. You own it from the moment you create it, but it does need to be protected. Easy to do, just needs to be taken care of. Your show's title and segment titles too can be protected as trademarks. They can be tremendous assets if you go to the trouble of protecting them, so others won't be able to steal, copy, or cause confusion in the marketplace by adopting similar titles. So choose that show title carefully if you haven't already got it going, so that it's distinctive and not just descriptive. My own show title, Entertainment Law Update, is the exact example of what not to do. It's purely descriptive of what you get. Now, if you've got a descriptive title, after a while of using it and being sort of in the marketplace, you'll acquire a secondary meaning. That's acquired distinctiveness. But if you're choosing new from the beginning, try to find something distinctive that sets you apart and stands as a real brand identifier for your show. Something that isn't already in use. And we can show you how to make sure of all this and how to register your trademarks for the show titles and things, the best kind of protection you can get. But just as important as protecting your intellectual property is understanding and respecting other people's copyrights and trademarks, and having a strategy for licensing, clearing, and determining when you don't need to get permission to use their stuff. Copyright attaches to the work the moment it's created. That means if you're using something someone else made, you better have permission or an excuse, a legal excuse not to. And you follow me on social media, and I talk about those legal excuses a lot. One of them is called fair use, that you've probably heard of. It's not as easy or simple as people make it sound. Be thoughtful about this. Okay. And you have to understand these other areas. This is your content side of the strategy. As you create your content, it's important to understand the laws of privacy, rights of publicity, defamation, libel, and slander, so you don't wind up being sued for something you or your guest might say on the show. And you also need to have your website documents, the privacy policy, the terms of service, maybe disclaimers, those kinds of things in place, so that you're in compliance with those privacy rules, both here and in other countries. Let's face it, podcasting is international. Your show can be heard anywhere. You might have listeners in other countries. You might have guests from other countries. So that's that. I'm getting the cue that I've only got 5 minutes left, and I'm behind schedule, so I'm going to race through this here. I'm pretty close to the end. Anyway, you also need to have your legit client and customer strategy. And finally, this is where the rubber really meets the road. Monetizing a podcast. There are dozens of different ways to do this, but all of them, advertising, sponsorship, and all the others, they all involve a contract of one kind or another, someone paying for some kind of value. That contract needs to be as clear as possible. So know what you're selling and to whom, and know the value of the transaction you're getting into. Plan for the contingencies so you don't get blindsided by things that are beyond your control. Again, our program and templates will make all that easy stuff even easier. Just think hard about this. The group that I mentioned, free community, legitpodcastpro.com. Come on over and join. We do dives into all this kind of stuff pretty frequently. Just give me your name and you're in. All right. So, quick recap. You can unleash the amazing potential of podcasting to have a great influence, make a real lasting impact, and generate a profit if that's what you're after. But those things can only happen if you get legit and bring a sense of professionalism to what you're doing. That means thinking legit, planning legit, behaving legit. You got to be the professional through and through. That means having a legit business structure, a legit team structure, a legit intellectual property and content strategy, and a legit client and customer strategy. So when the time comes to monetize, you've got all the ducks in a row and you can make the deals that make sense while staying protected, productive, and profitable. And I hope I've got a little time for questions. If we do run out of time, please reach out to me on social media or what have you. You can find me on Facebook at facebook.com/podcastlaw. That's my podcast lawyer page. And I'm always happy to answer questions. And Joe, do you have any questions in the chat that we should talk about?
Yeah, well, there was one question. Christopher Guy said, "Is there any way that you can show the slide before the podcast release slide?" I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can quickly get to that here. That was the one about the oral contract isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Is that the one?
I'm not sure.
And here's the podcast release.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't know exactly what he's asking about, but that's cool.
It's a great domain name, by the way.
Oh yeah. Well, I try to, as soon as I have the inkling of a thought, I'm willing to spend $10 to lock it in.
Yeah.
LLCs.
Right.
LLCs in Nashville, $300. The state that LLCs are really super cheap. Delaware, Maryland. Yeah, Delaware is a common state that companies are organized in because of some of their laws are very favorable to boards of directors and things like that. I don't think it's particularly cheap. There are a couple of states, Nevada and Wyoming, are very inexpensive, but you don't have to live in that state. But if your company is doing business in your home state, you're going to have to register there also, and it's going to be the same expense or more. So my advice is usually just register in your home state. $300 is, if that's a one-time fee, that's not that big a deal. I'll tell you, here in California, the annual minimum tax on an LLC is $800. So that really gets to be a thing if you're not making a lot of money. Okay, so let me see if I can find my slide again for him. Just the slide before the quote. Oh, the key takeaway was every single person who contributes to your show should sign a contract so there are no misunderstandings about ownership and control and those kinds of things. Glad we could do that for you. All right. What's the best way to monetize a podcast that always works out? I would say selling your own products, using the podcast as your marketing messaging channel. If you've got a product, a course, a training, who knows what, a book, selling it on your own podcast is a great way to do it. Affiliate sales is another great way where you're selling other people's products. You just sort of link to it and get people to buy using your recommendation, and you get a commission. But the tried and true in all media seems to be advertising and sponsorship. But you have to have a big enough audience for that to really make a difference to the advertisers and get them interested. So they all have their ups and downs.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I have lots of thoughts, but we don't have enough time to go into all of them here.
Right.
Podcast directory with your one-page guest release form. What about international laws?
Yeah,
we have member podcasters in 17 countries.
Yeah, I just had this come up again yesterday with someone in the UK asked me a similar question in the podcast release form. Look, contract is contract, and for the most part, the principles are universal. The podcast release form that I prepared does make reference to a specific section of U.S. law, that is the work made for hire provision, which isn't the same in every country. You could just delete that little reference, that parenthetical, and still have full ownership and control on all those other kinds of things, and I think that works really, really well. So as a general rule, if your guest agrees under your country's law and their country's law, you're good. As long as the terms of that agreement are not themselves illegal, you should be fine.
It was $300 per year.
Yeah.
in
So that's
Nashville.
Yeah, that's a little bit steep. I had heard that Tennessee was a little more expensive than many, not as bad as California, but yeah, if there are ways to work around these kinds of things. If you've got a co-host or something else, maybe being located in that other business in that other state is doable. You'd have to open your bank accounts there and sort of maintain an office, and sometimes that expense outweighs it. So it may be that forming an LLC isn't the right answer for that kind of business. Maybe it's better to just buy some insurance to protect against the kinds of things that I'm talking about. But I don't know what the insurance would cost per year, so you got to ask the right questions.
Let's see. We have just like 2-3 minutes left here. Real quick, if you want to take a stab at this one.
Yeah. So I am not aware of the particulars of a podcaster app that was giving clips of various podcasts being sued. It doesn't surprise me one little bit. Whenever you are lifting material from other media content, you run this risk. The first thing that happens is you probably get a DMCA takedown notice. That is, your host company, YouTube or whatever hosting you're doing for your audio, would get a notification, and they're required, in order to protect themselves, to take it down right away. So your episode's gone. You can maybe get it put back up, and if you do that procedure, the counter notification, then the aggrieved party has, I think it's 14 days to file a lawsuit against you. So it sort of forces everybody's hand if you do that. If they do the DMCA and you do the put it back up routine, you're dealing with that forced hand, and so that's the challenge.
No, absolutely. Let's see. Do you have occasions when people reach out to you, add a clause or amendment to the form?
Look, it's a contract. It can be negotiated. If I generally resist changes to that form because it does what it's supposed to do. Most of the time when somebody comes up with a change, it's because they want pre-publication approval rights or some kind of editorial discretion over, they get to decide what gets cut out, and it gets complicated and messy, and frankly, it's not good for the podcaster. The document I've created is mainly targeted at protecting you, the host of a show, the owner of a show, against claims coming from that guest later on. But hear them out. If they've got a valid concern or point, you can always do an amendment or just add a sentence or a side letter that says, notwithstanding what was in that release form, we're going to do it this way. And it's okay to do that. Just be thoughtful and careful that you're not giving away a farm that you already own. So
yeah, right. Well, Gordon, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for clearing up some of those questions and laying the groundwork for the legal aspect of it. I know you and I talked about getting on each other's calendar to do something on the Super Joe Pardo show, talking about legalities for copyright law and businesses and all that when creating content, because it's so easy. I mean, I see so many businesses that use copyrighted material for their promotional, like meme type stuff to not meme type stuff. So
I'd be happy. Let's do that. It'd be fun. And
let's make that happen. And hopefully your whole flood situation will be fully cleared up sooner rather than later.
Well, the furniture's coming back into the house on Tuesday, so we're getting there.
Awesome.
It'd be nice to sleep in my own bed again. Yeah.
I bet it would. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in September. Don't forget, some speaker submissions are now open from now until June 18th at 8 p.m. There will not be any extensions or anything like that because of the fact that there's only going to be 12 to 14 speakers at this event. Featured speakers, only 3 spotlight speakers. Usually I try to cram one of my partners in crime, Amy J from Chasing Dreams podcast. She's always beating me up about trying to cram too many people into the schedule. Because of COVID, we're trying to space things out, trying to give people an opportunity to do more networking and hang out and have a great time, not just, who's going to get up on the stage. So it's going to be painful for me because I like to cram it as much as possible and give that opportunity to as many people as possible. So this year is just a little bit different, and it's only one day instead of 2 to 3 days. So
all right, well, I guess I'll get my submission into you right away.
I think you should. You should. Ding ding. Okay. Anyway,
thanks for having me, guys, and
you're
have a great
so
rest of
welcome.
the day. This is a great program, so keep it up.
Oh, thank you so much, Gordon. I will talk to you soon. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hope it's a lot nicer than here.
Nah, that's great. Thanks.
Bye. All right, we're gonna jump right into. We have 3 more speakers lined up for today. Our next speaker is speaking on the topic of prepping your guests for better talks. Everyone, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Martin Bill. I assume it's Bill, right? No. Oh, you're muted. That nothing's worse than saying the person's name wrong and I can't hear what they're saying, trying to correct me.
How about
there
that?
we go.
Are we good?
Now,
I'm sorry.
Yes, now you can correct me. I
no, you were
apologize.
close. It's Beal, but it's a
Beal.
4-letter word, so it's tricky. Hey, that was great, wasn't it? Gordon was like so useful and insightful. I thought that was I learned a ton. I don't know about anybody else, but that was great.
He was. He absolutely is. It's great to have. He's got a big old smile on his face. I'll pull him back in. He's got a big old smile.
Thanks so much, Martin.
All right. Are you sharing any slides today, sir?
I am. I got something here. Let me just pull this up for you. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. Oops. Let me go back to that. Sorry, guys. I'm sort of on 2 screens at once, so it's a little. There we go. Oh, we had it. And let me go to full.
Awesome.
How's that? Are we good?
Yeah. I mean, it's not really full screen. It's kind of like it's like the window, but I mean, you can see what it says, and it looks like your.
I'm sorry.
slides
It
don't
should
have-
be. It should be. It's filling my screen here. That's odd.
Huh.
That's curious. Let's try that again.
Did you share your whole screen, or did you just share the program?
Oh, I shared the program.
Yeah. So did you already click on the presentation button? Because it probably is still just sharing that program, not the presentation.
I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
No, that's all right.
Thought I had this straight.
I would say you're either gonna have to share your whole screen or just navigate through without using the presentation button.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I don't think you. Yeah, see, like right now you're controlling it, but if you don't, then it won't. You're not going to be able to move from side to side.
All right. So is it just simple if I just do it this way?
Yep. I mean, it looks like the words might be a little hard to read, but I can make it slightly bigger for us. Okay, now it's like full. It's full-ish screen. So, all right,
I apologize for that.
That's okay. I'm gonna pop out of the screen. You're on the clock for 20 minutes, sir.
Terrific. Thanks. Yeah. So, as Joe said, I'm going to be talking about a few minutes on observations and insights into prepping your guests for prepping your guests better so that they can deliver the best stuff for your podcast. Now, first the question is, why is this important, right? Why? Because your guest is in a sense your content, right? They're the thing your listener is listening to this time compared to what they listened to last time, and that's the thing that's changed. They're the ones answering your questions with fascinating stories that your listeners are going to relay to their friends, or useful advice that'll change their lives, or even just entertainment that'll fill up an hour or two, right? So if the content isn't good or interesting, they're going to stop listening, and worse, they'll tell their friends to stop listening, and even worser, they'll start telling their friends that your content's really fallen off and isn't as good as it used to be, and that's bad. So from the listener's perspective, we're not just talking about a chat between friends, right? We're talking about the reason I downloaded. So if you want the content to be good, then you want your guests to be good. Okay. Second thing is, guests are your pipeline, right? Your guest is your pipeline to other guests. As bad as it is if your listeners are start telling their friends not to listen to your podcast anymore, it's just as bad if your guests start telling their connections not to be on your podcast, and they definitely will. So every time you have a guest on your show, in a sense, you're auditioning for every person that guest can refer you to. Make them feel like being on your show is difficult, confusing, or embarrass them, and you're in trouble. And getting guests is a full-time job. It's hard enough. You don't want to make it harder, right? And then the third thing is there are a lot of things that will lead to success. There's technical quality and promotion and consistency and even a fair amount of luck. But it can't be ignored that if you make your guests happy, if you make them look good and they share your podcast with their community, including their social connections, you get more of them and more better content, and you increase your chances of success. Or said sort of differently, if you have increasingly fewer relevant guests and fewer listeners, you achieve the opposite of success. So it's a simple equation, right? Prepare your guests better, so you make better content, so you get more guests, so you achieve more success, right? But now look, I realize that you're already doing a lot, right? You're the tech for the podcast, which is a full-time job. You're the producer for the podcast, which is a full-time job, which, you're the host for the podcast, which is a full-time job. And you're maybe even the advertising agency and marketing department for the podcast, which is a full-time job. So the last thing in the world that you need is one more moron telling you that you need to do more, right? And speaking of morons, who the heck am I? Okay, so why am I qualified to talk about this? What podcasts am I producing and hosting and managing? So the answer to that is zero. And so then it's like, okay, so now we've just lost all our listeners. But here's why actually there is, I do feel like there's value in what I'm going to tell you. On the one hand, I've been guest on dozens and dozens of podcasts across two very different topics. And that last bit is important because I think there's a tendency for people within a topic to think, well, that's not something that we have to do over here. But because I've been on a number of business podcasts and a number of sports podcasts, I'm in this unusual position of being able to sort of compare and contrast and see what we're unique to a topic and what we're just, what we're sort of part and parcel of podcasts in general. Right? And then two, I'm a listener, right? I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of episodes of hundreds of podcasts. And if you don't think a listener can tell that the conversation sucks, or if you think he or she's going to just hang around through 20 minutes of drudgery until it finally maybe gets better in the second half, then you're wrong. And the third reason is my training in advertising. I spent all of my time looking at brands, pulling them at clients' businesses apart and figuring out what's interesting and what's compelling about them and to who and to why, and then turning that information into action that helps make them more successful. So that's what I try to do here. So those are sort of the things that I felt were qualifying to me. And as a listener and as a guest, why I sort of imploring people to sort of to prep their guests a little bit better. So with that as sort of a framework, what's the sort of advice? Well, I looked at three different things. First, I looked at experts, right? And frankly, that kind of meant wading through blog after blog after blog from anyone who had access to WordPress who wanted to weigh in on the topic. And the second was I listened to podcasters. I talked to a lot of people that I know who produce podcasts on a wide range of topics, from sports to business to general interest to design to literature and more, with a wide range of listenerships, from national to local, from general market to very niche, and asked them how they prep their guests and what they learned about prepping their guests so that you wouldn't make the same mistakes. And then last, I talked to myself, not only because I was available, but, let's be real, but because of that perspective as someone who has been a guest many times, and to sort of see how what I'd experienced aligned with the experts and my podcaster friends and what they'd experienced, and how we could give a sort of a perspective from the other side of the microphone, so to speak. Okay. So what did I learn? Well, first, the experts, blah, 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 of all the blogs and info that I dug through, these were the most useful points. And even these aren't really rocket science, right? Do some background research. Well, yeah. First of all, you're already doing some research just because to find these people, right? Second, but with this, I would caveat, don't do so much research that you paralyze yourself with fear. Either that the fear that everything is already known about your guest and there's nothing new to say, or that you'll find yourself asking these insanely arcane and specific questions that your guest can't possibly answer. But research, yeah, of course. If nothing else, it helps you avoid the thing that happened to the St. Louis DJ who was interviewing George Carlin and asked him how his wife was doing. And George said, well, she died about 18 months ago. So which is good. Prepare your question in advance. Yeah, great. If you have time, yeah, writing questions in advance is a great way to help you figure out what the structure of the interview is going to be. But it's time consuming, and it's also obviously something you probably have already thought about. Minimize distractions like dogs or people walking through or your phone ringing or whatever. Yeah, distractions will, distract your guest, but you're probably doing that anyway. And then this last one, it kind of throws the burden back on the guest, right? You're not prepping them. You're telling them to prep themselves. Plus, there's also no way you're going to know if they actually did it, regardless of what they say, because they're all going to say, "Oh yeah, I listened to a few episodes. It's great stuff." Until it's too late and you're asking your signature question or and the guest is completely flummoxed. Okay, so then I talked to podcasters. Okay, so this was actually really interesting, at least to me, because there were some nuances that I hadn't considered, like on this first one. Now Drew Neiser, who hosts the Renegade Thinkers Unite podcast, said that he prepares questions, but he doesn't show them to the guest ahead of time because he feels that it gives him the best of both worlds, right? On the one hand, he has some structure to the show, but he isn't getting the canned answers from the guest, which he feels can be deadly. That just sound like they were lifted from a Wikipedia or a textbook entry. On the other hand, Stephen Shalowitz, who hosts the One Way Ticket show, does show his questions to his guest, but that's because I think his show has a unique format. The first half is about where the guest would go if they could go anywhere, past, present, future, real, imaginary state of mind, but they can't come back. And then the second half is about them and what they're doing. So he really wants his guests to think about their choice so they can have a robust conversation, and that makes sense. On the other hand, Billy Bauman, who co-hosted the Adventures in Design show for 6 years and now hosts Super Design Bowl, doesn't prepare questions in advance at all. But again, I think that has much to do with the format of his show as anything else. In Super Design Bowl, designers compete against each other with alternate sports teams' logos, and then so they talk about that, and then that leads to the conversation about everything else. Although Billy did say that he chats up his guest before recording for 5 or 10 minutes just to sort of get news that he can start the conversation going. And then I also, lastly, Dan Goldgeier, who hosts Ad Chatter, said he definitely goes in with a series of questions and he definitely shows them to the guest, but he doesn't always stick to them. Which allows both him and the guest to sort of be free to sort of follow the thread of the conversation where it leads, which I thought was an interesting way to take it. Although he said he does definitely go into each episode with a sort of a thesis that he's exploring with the guests, and that which I thought was an interesting way to approach it. The second one is about structure of the show. Again, make sure they know it rather than relying on them to do it on their own. Obviously, it's important to Stephen Shalowitz and the One Way Ticket show. Also important to Rob Schwartz, president of TBWA advertising agency, who hosted the Disruptor series. He not only lays out for them the fairly simple and direct structure of the show, he also sends them a PDF of that and the questions a few days before recording, just to make sure they have it. And sure, like I said before, you're busy and you're too busy to do that. On the other hand, Rob's running a multi-zillion-dollar advertising agency and he can do it. So anyway, the point is that when you tell the guests the structure, they can help you manage the pacing and timing of what they're saying because they can see the big picture. Now, of course, not every guest will do that. Not every guest will care. Not every guest is an angel, but at least you're giving yourself a fighting chance of achieving quality content, which is the goal. And then the third one, again, really interesting. This started when I was talking with Michael Silverblad, KCRW's bookworm. Now, he's in an unusual position. His podcast, which started and exists also as a radio show, is like the preeminent place for authors to talk about books, and not even just any authors, but contemporary literary fiction, right? So Norman Mailer was on the show. obviously before he died. Joan Didion has been on. Nobel Prize winners like Ishiguro have been on. So people know the show and what to expect. So he doesn't have to prep them very much. But what he does have to do is calm them down. He said they're usually very excited about going on and about being on, and he has to relax them so they can have a conversation. And he starts by saying, literally, because he said this to me like 3 or 4 times, I am here to make you shine. And then he really tries to deliver on that. And I thought that the sensitivity to the state of mind of the guest in the context of the show was really interesting. And going back to Billy Bauman at Super Design Bowl, he said a similar thing. He makes it really clear to his guests that if they say something that they don't think they should have said, using language or maybe made a statement or opinion that they thought better of after he said it, that he can edit it out and they don't have to worry and no one will ever hear it. And sometimes he's even stopped the show and done it right then, so the guest was at ease. And he also said, and I found this fascinating. He said, I tell them that they don't have to be interesting, which I thought was terrifically freeing. He says they're here because they're interesting. So I try to just get them to be who they are, which will be interesting enough. And again, that really put them at ease. And you can imagine, obviously, that a relaxed guest is happier than one who's freaking out, and is also likely to be a better conversationalist and therefore produce better content for the show. And then that's, so what do I think? Well, what was interesting to me about both of these things I was finding out was that how they sort of intersected with things that I'd experienced as a guest, and and what the good hosts were doing that made me as a guest recommend the show to other guests. Like the first one, Billy saying, you're interesting, and Stephen saying, you're here to answer this question, or Drew Neiser, who will actually have a conversation with the guest in advance so they can find the story of why I'm here together. But it could be other things too, right? It could be you're here to discuss last night's game, or you're here to sell your book or your movie or whatever. You're here to argue with me about politics. Whatever it is, helping the guest understand why they're there and what their role is will make them and you and the podcast more successful. And this can be something as simple and often overlooked as finishing the sentence, I chose you to be on this podcast because, and no, you can't finish that sentence with because no one else would be on my podcast, because of your new book, because of your activism, because of what you said on social media about X, because you're an athlete and a mom, whatever it is. Like even sort of organizing it that way can be extremely helpful. The second has to do with structure. And I will confess, sometimes guests don't listen to the podcast ahead of time. It does happen. And sometimes they'll mix up podcasts. And sometimes they'll listen to a episode that's old and your format now is different. So helping them know what's going to happen when, generally what the time stamps are, so they can frame up their answers, right? So it's like, it's just, quick one-liners or in-depth answers. And if they're going to be on their own, or they're going to be part of a panel, segment by segment, while all this is second nature to you and will inevitably feel like you're explaining to someone how to spell cat, it's definitely not as familiar to them. And it doesn't have to be elaborate. Rob Schwartz's description of his segments runs to like 5 words each. But doing so not only helps the guest produce the right kind and size content for your show. Again, it puts them at ease so they can produce better content. And this last one has to do with framing up the questions in ways that actually help the guest answer them. I'll give you an example that is a pet peeve of mine, and I hope I don't offend anybody with this, but I hate it when hosts end a podcast. Is there anything else you'd like to add that we didn't cover? And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I could talk about anything. I could talk about whiskey or my kids or this rash that I have on my arm. I mean, it's like, it's such, what do you mean by anything, right? It's like such a large and unmanageable question. And it usually comes so out of left field that you can hear the guest struggle with trying to come up with something memorable on the fly. And it just sucks. It's like, when you ask people, how you doing? And everybody says, I'm fine, even if they're dying. So my suggestion is, Ask that sort of question off air ahead of time. And then when you ask it on air, you can ask a better, more specific version. Like instead of anything else you want to add, you could be saying, hey, I forgot to ask you about that award you won, right? It's a much better specific answer is going to come out of that. And it avoids the guest calling you, an hour later saying, oh, I should have said X. Can we loop that in? Because I guarantee they're going to be thinking about it afterwards. But that's just the example I'm trying to illustrate is, ask questions that are precise, specific, and answerable. On the one hand, when you do, you're more likely to get precise, specific, and interesting answers. And then on the other hand, it'll show the guest that you're actually interested in him or her specifically, that they are important, and who doesn't respond better under those circumstances. Or maybe that's just me. So that's a lot. So let me see how can I sum this up. Assume nothing. Assume that assume that you don't assume your guests know your show, how it works, who you are, or why you invited them, unless your name is Michael Silverblatt. Also, don't assume they even know that they're interesting, or that you're not there to totally sandbag them. Assume you need to explain all of that. At worst, you'll just be reinforcing things they already know, which is fine. At best, you'll be educating them about things that will make your show better. Because remember, as Gordon said last time, your name is on this forever. They're just on one episode. Next, be your listener. One of the things that advertising teaches you, or should teach you, is that it's not about what you're selling. It's about what your customer is buying. And that's so true with podcasts, right? It's not about what you say. It's what they hear. It's not about what you think you're about as much as it is why people keep coming back to find out stuff. So if you want to better prep your guests, think about what your listeners want to hear and do that by being your listener. And as prep for that, you can be a listener of other podcasts and ask yourself, what would I want to hear from the guest here? And then try and transpose that to your podcast. And then the third takeaway is put yourself in your guest's seat. What do you, as the guest, want to accomplish with your time on this podcast? And if you were being interviewed, by you, I guess, how would you answer the questions? Would the flow work for you from that chair as opposed to the interviewer's chair? The things you'll learn will help you better understand what your guest needs to know so you can prep them, and will probably also help your overall podcast as well. And as a sort of fun fact, this trick can also work for guests. If you're if you receive no prep at all from your host, you can flip the script and put yourself in the host's seat and ask yourself, well, what would I want from this guest? It doesn't always work, but it's a lot better than just walking into a blank conversation. And the last thing is be you. There's no one size fits all answer to this stuff, which the podcasters I cited here, and any others I talked to that didn't make it into this presentation confirmed. Podcasts are different formats, different audiences, different hosts. Find the way that works for you. If you're the kind of person who hates leaving things to chance, then by all means, write out the questions, send them to the guest, rehearse with the guest if you want. If you're more of a fly by the seat of your pants person, then don't tell your guests anything and let it all happen in real time. Most people I have found exist somewhere along that continuum, and you probably do too. To figure out exactly where is going to take some trial and error. So try things and see how they work. What you'll find is that what you land on will sort of self-select the guests, and for that matter, the listeners as well. And that's important, and that's fine, because it's much better for you to be authentic, because authentic is what's interesting. It's what's interesting in you, your podcast, and your guest. And how are we doing for time there? Good.
We,
I'm done.
We are out of time, but no, that was great. It was super informative for anybody who has a podcast that interviews people. I think it's also really great if your podcast like mostly doesn't interview people, and this isn't like the regular thing that you've picked up on a lot of these things over like the course of time of doing it or even a refresher, just like to be reminded that there's the one question that stands out is, is there anything that we forgot to cover? And it's like, yeah, everything. Like there's tons of things, right? Like it could be literally anything. And that's I think one of the other things, and you might have mentioned, I might have missed it towards the beginning there, was, when you ask somebody, tell us about yourself.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you kind of set up the person so that at least that they have somewhere like a jumping point rather than like, okay, great. So I grew like, let me go back down when I was a kid and start from there. Like you set them up where it's like a context to have a starting point somewhere so that as a guest, I'm not like, okay, do you want me to just like, I had the long form of the story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The short, long
born
form
in
of the story.
1923 in a small cabin, and you're like, no, dude, we really just care about this part over here. It's like, well, then you should have told me that, right?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of stuff that you can, like Gordon was saying a little bit before about, the more that you plan, the more you're able to sort of avoid those kinds of problems. And it's true too with the guests, but be sensitive to what works best for you. Like I said, some people want to play it all by the seat of their pants, and maybe there's something that comes out of that. Yeah, I was born in 1923. I wasn't actually born in 1923, but and that the guy goes, wow, that's fascinating. I want to talk about that. Who knows? You have to sort of figure it out for yourself. But yeah, I hope it was useful.
Well, yeah, no, it absolutely was. And I think that also comes down to like what type of interview this is going to be going into. So like if you're being interviewed to be like one piece of a bigger show or a bigger thing, like that you might want to go into as deep as possible because you never know what you're going to find, that only you need, 3 minutes of that interview with Joe Pardo to spread out over a 60-minute, longer piece.
Exactly.
So you just never know, right?
Yeah.
And 3 minutes, not like 3 minutes altogether, but like boop, 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 like chopped up over the course of an hour long.
Yeah, it's one of the things. It's one of the things obviously we do with some TV spots that I'm shooting right now, where we'll do these interviews off camera with people, and the content that we will spread across the spot. It may all be something that they said in 6 or 7 or 10 words at once, but we'll spread it across because of the way that it works. So yeah, it's exactly the thing. And also the context becomes important because, like I said, I've been on a lot of soccer. I do a lot of soccer stuff, and every soccer podcast thinks that their format is kind of the only format that exists. And then you start talking to them and they're like, no, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about this over here. And you're like, oh, well, that would have taken you a second to tell me that, dude. Why didn't you tell me that part? It's like, well, of course. How else would you do it? And you're like, well, let me show you. You could do it anyway. But yeah, I appreciate the time. I hope it was useful to people. If people have questions for me, I know you guys got to run on to the next one, and I got to run to the next thing as well. But give me a holler. I'm more than happy to help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, Martin. Everybody, I need some super claps in the chat for Super Martin Beal. Thank you so much. Have a
Thanks,
great
guys. Talk to you later.
And I'll be connecting soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on right here. We got 2 final speakers back to back. I need some super claps in chat for our next speaker who's speaking on the topic of how to reach your community and clients. Everybody, give it up for, I'm going to say it right. I hope I always say it right. Rafi Wagner. Woo!
Yay!
Super Rafi Wagner.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Wonderful. Hi. I am Rafi Wagner. I am the host of Not a Mama Life podcast. And more importantly, I am a podcast coach and a podcast coach program manager. So I have a little bit of both sides experience as a podcaster, as a host, plus helping clients. So today I want to share with you things that you can do to expand your reach. A lot of these things are actually building blocks from like what Justin mentioned, and even just now what Martin was talking about. And even in the very beginning, I believe it was Tamara. So a lot of this is just kind of building onto things that you've already heard today. So I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to look at my notes. So sorry about that. But I'm going to talk to you about reaching your audience, reaching customers and clients, and how to do that. And so let's start from the beginning and let's just talk about the reach and things. Are you doing these things? Let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you talking about your podcast? I know that sounds silly, but are you talking about your podcast? Are you talking about it when you're in line at the grocery store, in CVS, social distancing, of course, and whatever mask and whatever you're doing? But are you talking about it? And to be honest with you, when I work with some clients and when I work with people within some agencies that I do contract work, sometimes that answer is no. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, are you talking about your services? So if you have a podcast and you are using your podcast as part of your marketing, are you actually talking about it? So think about that as we go on. The next thing is, are you asking for clients? Are you asking for that sale? Are you asking for people to follow you? Are you asking for people to do something, a call of action, which I think we've heard quite a few times today. So think about that as well. Think about different ways to have a call of action. I love this morning as far as like showing up to a party, that kind of thing. The next thing I want to ask is, do you have the thought of community over competition? So all of these questions I'm asking you, all of those can help you build and help you extend your reach for customers, clients, and for your audience, that whoever you're speaking to on your podcast. So one thing that I do, I am in a space for child-free humans, and I embrace every one of the other child-free content creators as just another piece of the pie, not competition, but just another piece of the pie. So that can also help you with what Justin was talking about, guesting, and the other presenters that have talked about guesting. If you approach it as a big pie and everybody has a piece, that's going to help you reach other audiences. So don't think of your other people in your space, in your podcast, and even in the space of your services as competition. Think of them as just a piece of the community, and you can really live together. It's not a this, them or you. It is a big piece of a pie. Okay, so now the next thing, I'm sure we all have heard engagement, right? I'm pretty sure we know what engagement is. It's talked about. I can almost say it's like a buzzword. So I want to give you a little bit of perspective of how you can do that and how you can do that without being overwhelmed. So what is true engagement? For me, and the results I have had amazing results on my Instagram, and I'm doing this by actually responding to people, actually responding to direct messages. One of my call to actions on my podcast is to directly communicate with me in the direct messages over on Instagram. So actually having a conversation. The other part is to participate. I'm going to go into how and where and in more detail, but to actually participate in conversations across any social platform that you choose. The next thing is to be thoughtful and intentional. Intentional is also a kind of a buzzword, but to be thoughtful and intentional. Example I can share with you is a way to reach your listeners. If you have an Instagram account for your podcast and you notice that one of your listeners that engages with you all the time, you happen to pop over to their page or you see in their story that they rescued a kitten. This is just an example. I personally had that experience, and I reached out and started a communication and a conversation about their rescue kitten. And it was a struggle. It was a really hard road for them because it was a very sick kitten. But she was overwhelmed that I had this conversation and that I paid attention to her stories and paid attention to something that was important for her. Now, again, in my space, I talk to child-free humans. So we are pet moms and pet dads. So that was extra special. Another example, I actually did a episode about pets, and I mentioned a pet page that was following my podcast page. So there are two examples of reaching and extending an olive branch and a start of a communication with your podcast listeners. It takes a little time, but I promise you it's worth it. So now, how we do things. So how do we get this done? Exactly. How are my birds? You can't hear them. By the way, I'm a podcaster that has 6 parrots, and I introduce them in my show description as my co-host. So now if ever they are heard in the background of an episode, I don't have to worry about editing them. Exactly. I'm a bird mom. All right. So how do we do this and where do we do this? First thing, disclaimer, don't go everywhere. You don't have to be on TikTok and Snapchat and Instagram and a Facebook page and a Discord page and a Slack and all those things. You don't have to be everywhere. I promise you, you don't. So pick one platform that you want to go all in. You could go like 90% Instagram and then do 5% 2 different places, or just choose one and go all in. You don't have to be everywhere. And test things. Test how you are talking to potential clients, a post that's related to your podcast episode. And don't do just an audiogram and then just, new podcast episode. We all know what that looks like, right? That's not the way to engage. That's a way to talk about your episode and you can listen to a clip. But if you're not doing an engagement in the caption, or if you're doing something if you try to do something that's just like I said, the audiogram and that's it, that may not be exactly something that somebody would be like, oh, I want to listen to that just from that clip. So think about being creative with your captions, however you choose to share a podcast episode. Let's see. And always, always, always engagement, like I had mentioned before. Next place and next thing to do is optimize your bio, whether your bio is on Twitter, Instagram, wherever. If you have a social account that's dedicated to your podcast, make sure your bio is optimized for engagement with you and your podcast. So if you're on Twitter and you want to bring them back to Instagram, or if you're on Twitter and you just want them to go listen to an episode, put your website's page where all your episodes are. I don't recommend you changing that all the time, every time you have a new episode, unless you have the time to do that. But make sure when they're going there, it's going straight to the episodes. The next thing, a way to engage with customers and potentially clients, is having a poll. We talked about this, I believe, with Justin and some other speakers. So a listener survey is a fantastic way to get feedback from your listeners, interact with your listeners, episode ideas. It's just an amazing way to get data and information. What you don't want to do is you don't want to have, like we just talked about with Martin, you don't want to have a question that says, what are you struggling with? Well, if we did that, we could have a 15-paragraph answer. So if you're going to do listener question of the month, I just started that, or a listener survey, I want you to think of less open-ended and more poll questions. So make it easy. We've also talked with previous presenters to make it easy and less friction. So go to a page, have the survey or whatever it is, and let's say it's just 2 questions. And maybe you want to ask about what they want to hear next, and you give them 4 choices, that type of thing. The next thing is call to actions. We've talked about this before today, but it is so very important that you have a call to action on your podcast episode, on the podcast episode social media post. If you want to share a clip, but you don't necessarily want them to listen to the whole episode, that's okay too. But just always have a call to action, listen, answer a question, send me a direct message, have a call to action. That also helps them and helps you prepare your audience for that connection, for that reach, for that connection with that potential client. If you're asking for that, they are going to learn that you're asking for that. And it may take a couple episodes, but podcasting is very intimate. It's an amazing way to sell your services if you're doing it right. So if you have a call to action to book a call for every episode where you are reflecting on your services or you have a case study or something like that, that's going to be the way to reach and connect with those potential clients. But you always have to have a call to action, even on like a Twitter post, anything you do. The next thing is to ask for that sale. Ask for that discovery call. Ask for that sale if you're running a flash sale on something. If you have a question in your stories on Instagram, ask them to send you a direct message. Do not be afraid to ask. Do not be afraid to talk about your podcast. Do not be afraid to ask for what you are looking for. No one's going to know about it. Like there's so many famous stories about people that are up on the stage. And I think it was also mentioned this morning. People are up on the stage and then they get off the stage and they're like, oh, I didn't even talk about my podcast. For me, I talk about my podcast first and then whatever else you want to talk about. But you always have to be talking about your podcast. Now, like I said, don't do it kind of salesy and weird like you see in so many Facebook groups where they're just like, oh, today's episode and boom. That makes no sense. And that's either going to get you thrown out of a group or get you flagged for doing spammy stuff. Email marketing. If you have an email list for your podcast, also have a call to action on every one of those. In my emails, I send them out on Wednesday, which corresponds with my Wednesday episode. And I always tell them what Wednesday's episode is going to be, what Friday's episode is going to be, and how to listen. So always have that call to action. The next thing is to think about too is if you are going to use Instagram for business and your podcast is part of your marketing, use the feature on Instagram that is the automatic replies. It's under the business account. And you can have very easy way to talk to potential clients. It does not take place of engagement. But if somebody is listening to your podcast at 2:00 in the morning, or if they heard something about your services, that could be a great way to throw in an instant message to at least get them hooked. And then you can reply personally at a later time. Ways you can reach to people on Twitter. So on Twitter, you can do a list. You can search to see if there's any related list to your niche or your audience or your clientele. If there's anything that is specific to you there. So check out Twitter for list and also check out Twitter for hashtags. If you're going to try Twitter, start a hashtag for your podcast and use it each and every time you post. Also, direct messages on Twitter are amazing. There are some amazing people doing crazy out of the box things on Twitter for promotion and for community engagement and to find guests and clients and everything. So give that a try. And then one thing, use your podcast name as your username. For example, if you want to start diving into related topics to your podcast on YouTube, create a Gmail account with your podcast name. Use that one to reply to comments that are in your space and in your genre. For me, I use one that actually has Not a Mama Life podcast and then my name. And so I respond to related YouTube videos with my brand name and my podcast name. And I get feedback weeks later saying, I saw your name, I checked out episode number so-and-so, and I loved it. So wherever you can use your podcast name as your username, do it. So even if that means starting a new Gmail account so you can kind of jump into YouTube and start to engage with other people on YouTube, do that. and anywhere else, really. Let's see. When you are sharing your episodes, always share the person that you interviewed if you have interviews, or someone who inspired your episode, or someone that inspired a quote or anything like that. Always tag them. That's another way to get in front of other people. Tag them. If you're going to tag them, go see what hashtags they use often and use that hashtag. So that's an example of kind of trying to get other eyeballs on your stuff. And hashtags work, believe it or not. Hashtags work on LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. You can use hashtags on Facebook. It has to be a public post for really to make a big effort, to make a big impact, but they do work. So I would say to start a hashtag for your podcast if you haven't, and use it across the board. And I think that might be it. I really went through fast. Let's see. Can you give us an example of what kind of posts that accompany your audiogram that wouldn't? Okay, exactly. So let's say, for example, you have a podcast episode that is about mental health. For an example, it was just, I think it's still Mental Health Month. I would maybe let's say, for example, you talked about some statistics, maybe even do a statistic little blurb, and then maybe a picture of your podcast logo, or a picture of you, or if you have a guest, a quote. If you have a quote from them, actually write it out, because some people may not be listening to it. Some people might just be reading it. That's the power of like the captions now on stories. Some people are going through Instagram and they may not be hearing it, but they might see that quote and love the quote without even knowing, without even checking out your episode. So that's an example. Or just a picture, a branded picture about that topic. I just think that sometimes you can try it. And that's the thing too, kind of like when you do email marketing, you can try different subject lines, try different pictures, and see if you get different engagement. I just know when you're looking at something and it's the same audiogram looking square, it may not be as engaging, because they might be just going through and they're like, oh, I've seen that before, without recognizing it's a new episode. I recently did one on chronic pain, and it was just a picture, a stock picture from Canva about a woman, and she was bent over. And so I used an audio clip, but I also used that picture, and then I branded it with my colors, and I just kind of put an overlay on my covers. When you say, are you talking about your podcast? How do you? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if it doesn't come up, I also do a lot of things, like I wear shirts that say like I'm a podcaster, or I wore a shirt the other day at work and people were really giving me a hard time about it because it says, shh, you might end up on my next podcast episode, something along the lines. So obviously, if it's part of a conversation, if it is something that comes up naturally or organically, or, I think we're probably having less conversations at the drugstore, so that might not be the best example, but any kind of space where you might be talking to someone, or, it might come up as a topic of conversation, I think it's worth talking to. And as we get back into social events, I would lead with being a podcast host at network events, and then say what you do, that type of thing. I saw a 1 minute countdown. Any other questions? And I do solo episodes, but I'm about to start my third podcast. So I'm on a roll here. I kind of love the podcast thing.
Ding, ding. That's awesome. I think the most I've had is 3 at any given time. And I think I've done like 6 or 7 different shows over the years. They are addictive.
Yeah. I'm excited. My first one technically is gone. It got lost in migration. That's another whole conversation. But yeah, so technically soon I will have 2 that are out there active.
Actively, yeah. I have a couple that aren't available anymore. I just haven't taken the time to go through and get them posted up, like to their own website kind of thing at this point. Like, yeah,
Yeah, that could be a little overwhelming too.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, I don't know, each one only has like 30 episodes, so it's not like completely overwhelming, but it's just a lot of time and effort for something that, not everyone's going to necessarily care about. But
Can I answer this question real quick? The new
Sure.
podcast is going to be about online business, and it's going to be for beginners and middle, for lack of better words. So it's going to be someone who's seeking advice and stories and resources that are not like in the 6 and 7 figure neighborhood.
awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so, all right. Well, thank you so much, Rafi. I really
You're
appreciate you being here
welcome.
today.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for doing a weekend event. Can we get claps for that? How many times do we see, and I know you've responded to me on my personal page, how many times do we see all these things? I'm like, I can't go to something on a random Wednesday morning. And so hats off to you for doing weekend events. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I'm happy to do it. And through COVID was easier to do. I mean, it was pretty easy to do it because it's like, what are we doing next? Like 2 Saturdays from now? Oh yeah, nothing. So like we're just
Exactly.
having another conference, So we've gone through and had a ton of those conferences. Oh, I'm sorry, Steph, that I said only 30 episodes. One of those was birth. It was leading up to the birth of our first child. So me and my wife did a podcast together where we would talk, have a conversation, and then we would lace in interviews / conversations with like family members and friends from that week. And it's super cool. It just, I didn't I should have kept the site going, but I just didn't. Need to, I didn't see the need to. And then the other one was I did a show with somebody where we interviewed Disney legends. So we've gotten we had I think like 35 episodes or something, with most of them are really like real Disney legends. So it was really cool to get to meet a lot of those people. But it's no longer there. The show's been rebranded because the person I did it with has rebranded it to something else with another co-host, and which is fine. It's all good. But those original interviews are really good, and I would, I do want to get them out there because I don't think she has them to do so. But it's just important interviews, like.
Yeah. And like you said, though, it's evergreen. That's the beauty, is that you could really, these things live on. Our podcast episodes live on. So unless you're very specific for something specific, it's going to be evergreen and it's going to be here. And I love that. Thank you so much. This was so fun. The day has been amazing, and I'm so excited for Jenny up next.
Yeah. Yes. Our final speaker of the day. So I thank you so much, Rafi, for being here.
You.
Everyone, I need super claps in the chat for Super Rafi Wagner. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
All right, you've made it to the end, almost to the end. We have one final killer speaker here. She is speaking on the topic of your voice could sound like the pros too. It doesn't just have to be the pros sounding like the pros. The pros could be you. And I don't know if that rhymed, but if it did, it was not quite intentional. Everyone, I need some super claps in the chat. Muster up all your last bit of energy, because a lot of these people have been here with us all day long. Super claps in the chat for Super Jenny Wren Statra. Woo! What is going on?
I'm so glad to be here today. I actually decided to just stay up late because I just finished the studio and I have a couple more things coming. And I'm like, I want to spend the whole day with you guys. I've been working night shifts. So I was like, I'll just go to bed in like 2 hours and then catch up on the weekend. So I'm so excited to be here, and it's great to see you and to talk to you.
Great to see you, Jenny. I know it's been a little while since we've seen each other and gotten to catch up here. But I hope you're doing well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you have. Do you have any slides you're sharing?
I do have some slides. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to share your
And-
screen now?
Sure. Or how do I do that?
So at the bottom, there's like a little computer screen next to the camera. So there's mic, camera.
Oh, it says no camera. Share screen. Okay. And then I
Yep.
can push that when I want to share.
Yep. Well, I have to push it up.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
It's because I'm not going to use it the whole time. So at some point, can I just tell you to let it go?
Yeah. I'll have my
Okay.
speakers on here. But yeah, please share it so that you don't have to wait when you're
Okay.
in the middle of speaking. There we go. Cool.
So
All
I
right.
don't have that like intro one on this one because I'm using them because we're going to be talking about actual science stuff. So I want to like make sure you see something. That'll help.
All right. Let me know when you want it up.
Yeah, so I am ready whenever you guys are. Can I have me first? And there's a reason. So the voice is one of the most intimate instrument that exists in the world. When I was in college, one of my vocal professors said this. You can play the piano or you can play the cello, you can even play like the clarinet, but the only instrument that you're actually physically and emotionally tied to with is your voice. In podcasting, obviously, we can have a lot of power and a lot of influence if we have, at any point with our voice. We don't have had to have vocal training or, have some control of those things. But it becomes really important when we think about sound. And sound becomes important when we think about how people and their sound is choices are made over time. So the better the sound, the less work that their brains are putting into listening to things and how good it sounds, the better you are in the long run. And especially if you're going to be doing this for more than a year, you need to be having these techniques to be able to build up proper techniques so you don't destroy your voice. So I come from a background, I was a singer, I'm a classically trained vocalist. I was a competitive and professional bound classical vocalist when a University of Iowa on a full scholarship, and I ended up getting nodules my freshman year. I've had a career doing a lot of singing, and I've been in podcasting for the last 8 years. And I really liked how Steph mentioned how she mentioned like she does a lot of things, and I have a very varied background, but today we're just talking about the voice. And as an editor, we're really going to be coming first. We're going to talk about what happens in sound first. I've been doing this workshop with choirs for a really long time. So this part, little section. So pop that up right now. And first we're going to talk about our body and how this all works. Let's get the share screen. Resonators and breath. So we are going to be looking at how our body works. It's kind of a big old pump. And it's a pump inside a coffin, essentially. When you think about the idea of, just a sec, I dropped my mouse. When you think about like when you go into a church and there's a huge echo, or if you're in a damp room where the sound is, like where you have sound dampening, it's such a different experience everywhere you are. And it's the same thing with our voices. In fact, these days they're looking at voice recognition software because it's a lot more accurate than a lot of the things that they're looking at. Like two people can kind of look exactly the same. You see those actors profiles where there's 9 of them, and I'm like, I don't know which one is which. It's not the same thing with our voices. My voice is, for example, my head is a little smaller than my mother's. My mom doesn't sing, but like things like that, every single piece of it is going to shift. So our resonators and our breath. So let me get to that screen. So, here we go. So we've got our tongue. These are our resonators. Our tongue, our hard palate, which is right here. Our soft palate, so if you yawn. And then it's also our chest, everything that's echoing around it. And then our larynx, which is what is holding inside our esophagus and our vocal cords as well. So these are all the things that are creating this sound. And how we control those are going to really shift how our sound works. And then we've got the diaphragm. So when we think about that, like, those push pumps that when you're filling up the inner tubes for summer, right? But imagine that on the other side is a spring that is pushing against it. And so like it just keeps pushing out the air. But if you can control that spring back, you can slowly let the air and actually have control over that flow. because what we're having here is we're essentially creating energy, just like a windmill would, right? And it's being created by the air pushing up from the controlled air of the diaphragm through those resonators that are making the sound, like coloring the sound and the vibration of our vocal cords that is happening. So our vocal cords are like this, and they're these little flaps. I don't think I have a picture of them, but maybe I do. Just seeing if I have a photo of it. Nope. Okay. So it's kind of like this. And when it's high frequencies, it's going to vibrate really fast, and slow frequencies is going to go really slow. And on the tops of it, it has this, like if you are having some issues, it's going to end up kind of like creating a block flow in there. And there's a lot of things that can lead to that. And even if you have a perfect vocal cord, the energy going out has to do with how the air is flowing, where we're putting our presence, and all of these elements. And a lot of people don't think about this with the voice when we're working with it. And as a result, every editor that I know, we're like, oh God, this thing, this thing, this thing. But most of the problems that we have in editing can be worked with and delayed without having the amount of editing that we do. And there's a lot of things you can do in your spaces too. So the diaphragm's right here, and it's this muscle, and if it contracts, we're trying to keep that down when we're doing our breaths. We're going to do some breath work a little bit, and then you're trying to hold it as long. And so when you're breathing, you're not doing the chest breaths, you're doing that deep breath. So this is something that I also do as like when I was doing meditation instructions. All of this has been a really key part of my life and existence because it's a practice and it's not something you master in a day. So if we have too little air or control of our diaphragm and things are moving up, we're not creating as much energy, right? So if the wind is really slow for that wind turbine, it's not going to create much energy. But if it's a lot, you're going to get a really strong signal. And same thing about the distance and like the thickness of that tone, right? You want to get more of it. So we are always first learning to do control of the diaphragm when we're doing vocal coaching. So the resonators and the sound are working together. Now let's talk about how sound works. We're going to come back to this. So here's the overview. You have a breath diaphragm. Diaphragm contracts and sends air through the resonators to create your special, unique voice. And when I work with people in vocal coaching, we work on small tweaks. We work on confidence. We work on presentation. We do acting exercises, and all of those, getting used to how we hold our body, releasing tension. Some of the stuff I'm going to show you today are just like self-care things that make such a huge difference in your life. And when I work with folks, sometimes it's like, oh, I know how to do this now, but it becomes these small things where we become better listeners. Okay. So how sound works. Your microphone picks up your special, unique sound that you created going through your resonators and your vocal cords. And then they're measured in decibels. So how loud it is, how soft it is, and it's that energy that's hitting it at that exact moment. So like when you have the mic, it's that moment that it hits that. And there's a couple different ways that mics pick up sound, but like they convert that energy with like a little ring that a little spring that creates the vibration and goes in. But like whatever that decibel of loudness that it hits at that moment is how loud that is. And that is measured in frequencies. So how high and low the frequencies are. So if you have a really high frequency that's constantly in your recording, for example, I have a dimmer light. If I'm recording for myself, I'll probably not have that on because it often has an electrical signal, for example. But when we hear like a door slam or a rustle, or a huge thing for me as a woman is this, I need to make sure my hair is not touching this mic, because if it touches this mic, it's over. If I have earrings on, even if I have fingers and my rings catch, the tiniest sound is going to pick up on those. But it's going to be louder frequency at that level. So if I try to take things out, in that end, there's nothing to replace it. So we're constantly trying to figure out how we can get rid of those sounds or work with our best environment. And that's why when you see my space, I just went ahead and did a renovation in my studio and have all these sound dampening curtains and acoustic foam, because it's trapping that sound and not letting it bounce off things. And so that really dampens the tone and allows for weird sounds like that not to echo, because it's like hitting from here and then it's hitting that wall and that wall and that wall and that wall and this ceiling and this side. And that's one of the things that we're hitting when we're getting echo and we're getting weird sounds. It could be coming from 4 rooms away because it's bouncing off every single wall. So the first thing we want to do if we're wanting to sound like a pro is we want to have a relationship with our body and how our voice works, because we're doing this for the long term. And we also want to have control over the air that we're creating and the frequencies that we're sending out and the environment that we're in. And those are what's really key here. So we're creating energy from our diaphragm through our voice that's hitting places that are being recorded at that instant in time that hit it, along with everything else that hit it at that moment. So if you're thinking about outside energy, that's why, like, if you really looked at how far sound travels, certain frequencies go farther, and you can hear sounds from like crazy lengths away if it's a certain frequency that has a longer distance time. Like a slower frequency has a farther distance, but it's so low, and it's just a really slow moving wave. So this is the quick part. So sound is measured in frequencies and decibels, and a decibel measures how loud a sound is. Frequencies measured by how high or low it is, that energy. Recording captures the frequencies of the voice and anything else that hit it at that exact second too that it bounced off of. And your proximity to the mic determines how deep of frequencies you get, along with the gain, which is what it's capturing and opening up for that mic. You know, so that versus your environment. So whatever it's hitting. So we want to have more vocal frequencies from our voice. And the way we can do that is have more control over our body and our air, and also to control our environment. So we're coming back to this, and this is where we're at. So from here, I really don't need the slides. The big thing is it's all about science. We want to control energy. So yeah, you can put away the slides if you don't mind, Joe. Yeah. So we must control our energy. We must control our energy. That is, first of all, started out with vocal exercises. So this is the first exercise that I do with all of my clients, whether it is podcast folks or singers. And I actually found that singers, it's good. I can work on a song for a little while, but there isn't the same need. And I've really enjoyed working with podcasters on the side of like talking about our voices, because it's so key. So the exercise we're going to do is our diaphragm's down here. We've got, I guess you can't really see it down here, but we're trying to push out this middle side. And having a belt is a nice thing. And having the hands here, imagining the inner tube is going to be part of it. And before this, I usually do stretches, but I'm going to walk you through this a little quicker since we have, only so much time, because I want to come to the self-care next. So just first, I just want you to feel this in your body, even if like you're kind of like, I want to loosen up, is we're going to go ahead and take a deep breath in. Whew. Like immediately I noticed that like I haven't stretched, that my neck is back. And so it was like, okay, I'm doing a self-check. This is part of my routine. So now I'm going to be like, I know I need to stretch. So I'll usually do like up choir stretches are kind of what I think of them as. And then it would be like an over, like this arm stretch, like this, like a back one, something like rolling your neck and then to the floor. And this one's important because you bend down, you keep the back as like straight as you can, and then you slowly rise up vertebrae by vertebrae until you feel like you're hanging from a string. And that's like where you want to eventually end up with your posture. And then you're going to kind of like move between your hips and find that space. It's something that like doesn't come naturally, but it's really good for hip stands. I have like terrible feet. And so it's a thing that like when I'm singing, it's a nice place to come back to and realize like where I need to do even like workouts as a key. So as we're stepping into this first exercise, I take that deep breath in, and then I'm going to let it all out on a long S. It's really obnoxious on this sound, but you're going to hold it, just kind of trying to have resistance against your diaphragm. It's going to feel like you're kind of like pushing out your gut and letting it down while keeping your sides out. So it's almost like you're just trying to hold that tension as long as you can as it slowly lets it out. And if we can do that, it allows us to actually have more depth and sound to our voice. And it helps us to just be more conscious of how we're speaking and to be able to have just better vocal health, because more breath is like essentially more moisture, just good for us. So the second thing we want to do as pros is start having a ritual and routine in our recording that involves stretching and involves vocal warm-ups. Now, I always recommend singing, and there's a really important reason why. We want to come back to our resonators, and this is why it's important that I talk about this. When I have my higher sounds like here, or if I have my lower sounds, I'm using two totally different resonators. If I'm in my head, I'm up here, high. If I'm down here, I'm my chest resonators. And in the middle, there's this thing called a break. And mine falls on E to like F. And it depends on where your voice is. But it's where your voice cracks. So if you're trying as a speaker to have flow, and I work a lot with people who are doing voiceover work. If you kind of really want to get into a piece, those sections are really hard because our voices don't naturally go there. So a large part of what we're doing is trying to massage the break, getting our vocal longer and longer. It's like if you go to the gym every week, you can't lift 10 pounds. It just takes a while. And then sometimes you get set back or something else comes up. But we're trying to drink water. We're not going to go in there and drink. We might drink coffee, but you know what I mean? Like you're not going to do a bunch of crappy things to yourself. So that's the second thing is we want to have a ritual, and then we want to start thinking about care that we could do for our body and our voice, because if it hurts, that sucks. So back massagers, I have a back kind of releaser, and I often use a back brace just to keep myself open, just because, working at Guitar Center, I've definitely had some lower lumbar feels. Other key pieces, I recently got like a gua sha. I've always had a really tight jaw. So massaging here is one thing, but it's a nice feel because you can kind of build it out and go here. And these are also self-care and that part of that ritual, because if you start stepping into it and treating your voice in a ritualistic way, in a way that you really love, it's going to really help you just pay attention and notice it. So the exercise that I always recommend, because people don't always like singing, is actually to be humming in the shower. I don't want you to do anything else than humming. The first time I work with folks, even for a couple weeks, there's exercises that come later, and they have to do with the control of where we sit. But the first thing is just humming. And in the shower is really great because it is a humid, warm environment that is lubricating your voice while you're speaking. And even if you just do a little bit, like hum a song. So when I was studying, this was when I would practice my arias because my voice was most limber, and I would practice the song as a hum to be able to get through those breaks and to get through those sections and have that dynamic in those high and low areas. And that was so key. But if I'm just doing a normal day, I might just hum a song or do these exercises. So these are the beginning hum exercises, and my piano's off. So like the and then go up. If you feel uncomfortable with that, you can just go Don't worry right now about pitch. That's something when you work with someone else, like they can help guide you. I help people guide to get to the pitches because there's certain ways you need to feel as you move through it that are specific to each person. But what's so amazing about voice that I've really enjoyed about podcasting is we always have every Monday I would have we had studio. I forgot what do you call it? It had its actual name, and it's where everybody in the same studio would get together, and then we would perform maybe 3 times a semester, and we'd get critique and we'd learn from how other people were growing, things that they needed to fix. Because you went from anyone who was doctoral student that one of my professors, she was the main the Met win. Yeah, it was a really good school. I studied under great people. And part of it, though, is just that we need to listen and watch. So I really loved listening to Steph's presentation about listening groups, because some of what you do when you're going through it is you're really learning by osmosis. And your voice, so many people, and this is more common than anything, feel weird about their voice. They don't have a great relationship with it. They feel uncomfortable with it. And whenever I'm coaching anyone, almost 100% of the time, I have to help them get used to the mic and try things more comfortably because they're not used to moving their body that way. They haven't had voice lessons. Folks who've done choir may be a little bit different, but in general, it's not something that's part of our daily practice. So it becomes really key for us to start building that in, and frankly, it feels good. And so those are kind of those 3 big pieces. One, figure out how you can control your environment as well as you can, really pay attention in your setup process of all those pieces that are going to cause issues, right? Take stock. That's something we can go into deeper, but this is definitely the beginning of it. And then the second thing is that you want to start having a relationship with your body and, getting used to what it feels like to hear your voice, to record it and listen back. It's okay if it's not exactly where you want it to be. I record and it's not exactly where I want it to be. And I've been studying voice since I was 11. I'm 38. I'm going to be studying until I'm 85. It's part of it, is because our voices change too. So what we maybe knew 5 years ago is needs to be said another time. Allergy season is completely different than summer dry season is completely different than the rainy season, right? And so our voices have different needs throughout the year as well. So of some of those things, tea is huge before a session. Tea is better than anything. Otherwise, if you need water, don't have cold water. You want lukewarm water. I like putting a little honey in. That citrus is really good on the throat. I always have cough drops. These are the best ones you can get, but they're heavy duty. They really clear out your sinuses. They do a little. So if you really want to clear out and get your voice to have that really solid feel, that one's it, because it's that thick piece. That's the best one. Otherwise, I just have Halls, the lemon drop ones, always around. Try not to eat anything in the hours before you're recording. Again, this is part of the ritual. Actually make this a list. So if you're having vocal issues in that tea, you can throw in some cayenne. This is throat coat tea, which is the best one for it, and honey, lemon, ginger. And it becomes one of those things where you're like, but I don't want tea. And you're like, well, how was your last record? Did you feel great about it? You're like, it was okay. Maybe we will add the tea in, right? It becomes a part of the check-in and the self-care so much as I should be doing this, but what's going to make me feel better and make the recordings feel better and just all the way around. And like anything, it's a habit. So it takes a little bit of time if you haven't done it. So if you even just start by humming in the shower, you're really taking a huge step. Or when you wake up in the morning, you do a stretch and think about where your body is. And that's really the steps to begin, is because the practice goes away if you don't do it, and it just takes some time. And then I guess the last piece of being like a pro is, I don't know, just keep showing up, because it's going to go on for a really long time. Yeah, so your body, being able to control that energy, just get more control as you're doing it, taking care of it, and just slowly but surely being not afraid to try new things. And if you're feeling motivated, to find a vocal coach or find a group of singers, because it will completely change how you do it when you work with other folks on it, where listening to yourself, it's hard to coach yourself. You can if you're listening, but I also know that I started doing that when I was 11, because I'd have to listen back to recordings. And, it's one of those things where I'm curious. That's a question I have for folks. But I'm so glad to give this presentation. I'm passionate about it. I don't need notes. It's my thing. And I've decided I'm going to be speaking a lot more on this. This summer, what I have coming up is the Podcasters Forum. I'm going to be bringing together that mastermind community. And I guess I'm doing the BC Stacks thing this week. And I've got the 30 days of podcasting I've been doing, and about 7 days into it, which has been this next few days. I'll be sharing the short videos on TikTok and Instagram with the sound pieces. But I, first of all, rebuilt my studio. So thank you, Joe, so much for having me. Jenny Wren Stotrup, Gritty Birds Podcasting. And I'm seeing all these notes. I didn't reply. Thank you, Tim. I did listen to you this morning. I was laying in bed, but didn't have the piece. And Steve, yeah, I was thinking this too. I was like, I think I felt weird about Sing stuff. But then I'm like, oh man, I don't think I know anyone who's a specific podcast vocal coach. And yes, thank you, Steph.
I love it. Oh, there's another comment that came through. Everyone is so concerned about anti-aging. No one talks about vocal anti-aging. I'm in my 60s, but a lot of people think when they hear my voice on the phone, I'm much younger.
Mm.
I've always gotten the opposite. I've always gotten, you sound so much older. Even from high school days and middle school days.
You were the one calling to be like, oh, hey, can I pick up the alcohol? Or this is so-and-so's dad.
Yeah. Something like that.
Just
but
for the LAN parties, of course,
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Ding ding. Well, Jenny, thank you so much. That was so informative. Steve
you,
Stewart, I don't know
Jonathan.
if you read what he wrote, but you don't think he had ever seen a presentation at a PodCon. Well, of course, it had to happen at Icon because we are pretty liberal with what we allow through onto the stages,
I
not
haven't
just with
pitched it.
vocal.
Like I've
Oh,
never
you?
pitched it. I've met
Well, apparently
podcasters.
nobody else
They're like,
has.
I've never seen someone approach it from classical. And so many people like have some kind of music background or were in a choir once. And so some of this language is like, I don't totally get it, but I know I know how to stretch. You're like, I know how to stretch and I know how to do a deep breath, right? And you're like, good, we started. Yeah, that's why they do it to 5-year-olds. They're like, now we stretch. I've worked with kids from like 5 to 95. So it's funny seeing how everyone goes back to that. When you present as a 5-year-old, they're like, yeah.
Oh, I love it. And thank you so much for hanging in there all day with us. I know that you've been up all night.
It's wonderful.
And congratulations on getting your studio all set up and
Thank
everything
you.
with going on with the podcaster forum. You should go check that out. If you
Yeah,
haven't
it's going to
already.
be. Yeah, I took a little pause for a couple months because I am also like so many folks. It's interesting being a business owner and figuring out the focus and like really having that dive in because I was like, I'm going to edit shows. People are like, what kind of shows? And you're like, and it's like a whole 2 years of like trying to figure out what I love to do and how it all fits in. So it's been great.
It is a
Yeah.
journey. I mean, look, I've been on the journey for 7 years,
totally.
and when I got into it,
Me
I had
too.
no idea what I wanted to do. So I had to, figure
That's
out
why I
to
made a
ask Joe.
podcast.
Yeah,
Like, I didn't know.
110%.
I was like, I wanted to be a publicist, or I was like, the time I was doing publicity, or I wanted to be a journalist, but like I wasn't really making waves like deeply in those, and like I knew I still like to create and record. So yeah, like we're getting there, Joe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It does say. Well, they say it takes 7 to 10 years to be overnight success. So, it
getting there.
does not happen overnight. And yes, it was amazing. Jenny, thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
being here. Get some sleep.
Welcome to the first presentation in my new studio. Actually, I haven't gone live in this at all, so you guys get the first look.
Awesome,
But yes,
awesome.
I will. I'm gonna nap, and we're done for the day. Thank you, Joe.
We are done. I just got a few
Super
wrap up
claps!
things. Oh,
Super
thank
claps
you.
for Joe.
Thank you so much, Jenny. You have yourself a great rest of your weekend.
will.
Hopefully, it's nicer than it is here.
Oh, it's like
52
80 now.
degrees.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, well, you're so lucky. Make
I'm
sure
gonna
you
put on a
enjoy
sundress.
that.
Turn on the
Oh.
air conditioning.
All right. Well, you take care. I'll talk to you soon, and
Yes.
thank you again.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, super claps in the chat for Super Jenny Wren Stotrup. Everyone, thank you so much for sticking it out today, being a part of this conference. It's always a pleasure to be able to serve up amazing information from amazing people, amazing podcasters from around the world. It's just awesome. So, with that said, I can't wait to get to be in the same room as you. And so now we're bragging about the weather. You know what? Normally, I don't think, Portland has the incredible weather, but today we're 52 and rainy, and they apparently are 80 and sunny. So good for them. Everybody gets one, right? But yeah, I can't wait to get out in front of everybody in September here. September 11th, Icon 7's happening in person. Speaker submissions are open now till June 18th. It's a hard cutoff. The amount of speakers it's extremely limited. I actually feel bad because I feel like I hate cutting people off and not including as many people as I possibly can into the process of getting to speak. But that's just how it's going to end up being this year due to being a one day event. So wanting to enable more time for people to network and see each other, especially after such a long period of time of not being able to do that. So yeah, go over to indieconference.org/apply to get it. To get in there. It's Super Joe in person. Woot. Yes, I can't wait. Tim, I can't wait to see you, man. Hopefully everything will be mostly back to normal by then. Fingers crossed. And we'll be having a great time. If you've enjoyed today, please consider going over to indieconference.org/kids to donate to Give Kids the World and show your support to them. They do amazing work for kids that are dealing with life-threatening illnesses. So please go consider donating over there. If you're looking for more sales for your business, I'm putting together the Super Sales Training and Mastermind. It starts this upcoming Wednesday. Go to superjoepardo.com/mastermind. We already have 10 of the 20 spots taken up. I'm hopeful that we can get a few more entrepreneurs and small business owners into the Super Sales Training and Mastermind so we can help you grow your sales. Go over to the superjoepardo.com/mastermind to learn more about it. I'm excited. It's the first time I'm hosting a training and mastermind that's more than one day and all by myself. I'm not working with anybody else on this one, so I'm very excited to be bringing this to the masses here. Sharing is caring. Make sure you like, subscribe. I'm at 888 subscribers here on my YouTube channel. Would love to get to 900 before the end of the weekend. So I'm just 12 away. So if you enjoy business content, then make sure you smash that subscribe button and smash that like button so more super entrepreneurs and icons can find this group, find this community, and learn to build their own content creation. Super shout out to Tim Gillette and with Simple Easy Events. He can help you get traffic, building community, and making money. It's all an art form, and he can help you do it. He spoke here earlier today. It was great having him here. Everybody, I greatly appreciate you all taking the time, taking your Memorial Day Saturday to be here with us, to learn with us, to grow with us. And this event, Podcasting for Beginners, will likely become an annual event, probably pushed up closer to like March, April. In probably March, and then in April the Super Entrepreneur Conference, which hopefully will be maybe in person next year. We'll see. If not, it'll be a virtual event for sure. Probably in April of next year. So absolutely an awesome time today. Thank you all. Give yourself a round of applause for hanging in there. So many of you have hung here all day long. So great. Thank you for all the comments. What would members of the mastermind hope to achieve by participating? That is a great question. So if you go over to superjoepardo.com/mastermind, you'll learn that I truly believe that sales is personal. And I want to help entrepreneurs and business owners find new and more customers, sell more to those customers, and retain those customers. So finding the ideal customer, selling to the ideal customer, and then retaining that customer, and doing so through building your avatar, amplifying your offer, storytelling, and injecting the storytelling into your marketing, your sales, and into your content creation to bring more people inbound to you, as well as making sales personal. So not using like sleazy tactics, like reaching out to people and spamming them and all that. Like none of that is going to be happening here. List building, what you can do to start, building your list faster, right? So a lot of that starts all back at the beginning where we talked about avatar building. It's 12 weeks long, starts June 2nd. We're going to be meeting every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Except for the second week. The second week, since I'm getting laser pew eye surgery done, that day will be Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And the cost is $397 per month. It's a 3-month program. There's a savings of, I think it was 10% if you do that. If you pay all at once, pay up front. So then you also get to work with me one-on-one once a month, working on the different projects that you have, and getting what each of those training modules, working through that and working specifically one-on-one on your sales process. So we have people from literally all over the world. Gonna be super laser, Joe. Super Laser Joe. Yes, so I'm a little nervous to get this eye surgery, but we'll see. We'll see. Waka waka. Hopefully I'll see, because apparently with my eyes, they can't cut the flap off of. It sounds so gross. Cut the flap off of my eye. They have to basically just laser my eye, and then I kind of won't be able to see for like. I'll be able to see and then not be able to see. So it'd be like 3 days of being able to see, then 3 days of being able to see progressively better. Instead of just like, oh, by the next day, as long as I keep putting drops in my eyes, we're all good. So that's a thing that makes me a little nervous. But the doctor assured me that only one person in like 20 years has lost their eyesight altogether. Jenny had PRK. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting, where they just laser the eye. So I'm a little nervous, but given that in 20 some years, the doctors only had one person lose eyesight, I feel pretty confident that. And they said that the only reason that person lost eyesight is because they didn't take the eye drops for the antibiotic eye drops, which caused them to get an infection and ultimately lose their eyesight, which is not great. Hopefully I will not be one of those people. It would be super devastating. So like I said, a little nervous, but hopefully not too bad. Says 2 years ago, it was intense, but it was great and has been amazing. And I was super blind. I am not super blind, but like if I take off my glasses here, I can't read the chat that's about a little past arm's length there. So for me, this will definitely be game changing to not have to wear glasses or contacts, which I have only worn contacts a handful of times in the last like two years or so. I used to only really wear them when I would play hockey. So for me, this would be awesome. I wouldn't have to grab glasses to live life. So anyway, yeah. So that is the end of Podcasting for Beginners. Can't wait. The email will be going out tonight. In case you need a reminder to go and apply to speak at Icon 7. I'll probably also be doing some things related to changing out the conference logo. It's a small difference. Same logo, just instead of saying podcast, it says creator. And that's it. That's about all that I got for you today. I appreciate you all being here, and I hope that as many of you can make it in September as possible. Tickets are already on sale. They start at $199, and if we move to that other location with the stage and all, then I will be making that announcement in the coming weeks, week or two. It's not that far distance wise from the hotel, the Holiday Inn that we are currently at. So we'll see. Yeah. So you were so welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Steph says I had LASIK in 2004 and only needed reading glasses because of grad school a few years ago. But best thing ever, you'll love it. I think I will. My boy Mike, he's been beating me up about since he got it like a year ago, and he's like, "Why have you not made your appointment?" Well, our dog grabbed my glasses and kind of chewed them up, so you can't really tell on camera, but they're all pretty scratched up right now. So instead of getting them replaced, it was time to just make an appointment. So dealing with the scratch glasses for now, and we'll see how it goes. I have to make some content before we get there so that I have content released here on the Super Joe Pardo YouTube channel during that time. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I think we're watching a movie tonight or something with the kids since it's rainy and cold outside. I hope you all have a great weekend. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day is not really supposed to be like a happy thing. It's a weird I don't know what you're supposed to say. It's Memorial Day weekend. Enjoy it and stay thankful, stay grateful. Everyone, I'm grateful for you. Take care, and I will see you. Actually, tomorrow I'll be in the group with Shine